This massive course will prepare you to become a front-end web developer. I've spent years of my life putting together the videos you're about to watch. I mean, planning these courses, learning how to teach properly, coming up with the best examples that actually make sense. And the courses you're about to watch have helped hundreds of thousands of students learn to code and help them land high-paying coding jobs. So if you're serious about transitioning into tech and changing careers, get your notebook out, close all your other tabs, and let's dive straight in. But just before we do that, at any point in time throughout the course, if you're struggling and feel like you need more one-on-one help or mentorship, apply to join my one-on-one coding bootcamp with the first link in the description. It's where I help career changers like yourself land 70 to 100K coding jobs in just a few months. But now that we have that out of the way, without further ado, let's get started with the course.
Before we dive straight in, let's talk about the tools you need to take this course. In this course, I'm going to use VS Code or Visual Studio Code, along with a few extensions for starting a local web server, formatting our code, and accessing coding shortcuts. You're welcome to use whatever code editor you want if you know what you're doing, but otherwise head over to code.visualstudio.com and download the latest version of VS Code. Now here inside of VS Code, we're going to install a couple of extensions. So let's open the extension panel and let's search for Prettier. Here's the extension that we want to install, Prettier Code Formatter. With this extension, we can format our code and make it look cleaner. And this is a very popular extension. As you can see, it's been downloaded more than 46 million times. So over here, you're going to have an install button. Just click it and you'll be done. Next, we're going to install another extension called Live Server. With this extension, we can launch our website on a local development server to test things out. Again, this is a very popular extension. It's been downloaded more than 50 million times. Now, the final extension we're going to install is going to be Mithril Emmet. This extension is going to give us access to shortcuts when writing HTML code, which you will see throughout the course. Now, in addition to this, we're also going to use a web browser to test our web pages. Again, you can use whatever browser you want, but in this course, I'm going to use Google Chrome, and I encourage you to use the same browser so you can easily follow the course. Now that you have all the tools you need, let's jump straight into the crash course.
Hey, what's up? Welcome to the HTML Crash Course here at ASAP Frontend. Now, before we even dive into this crash course, I just want to say a huge congratulations to you for even being here watching this video. I know from first-hand experience how difficult it can be to take your first steps in this journey. Seeing a ton of videos that are super long can make you feel really intimidated, but you can rest easy because ASAP Frontend is going to take care of you. Follow everything that we tell you to do step by step and you will land a job in tech. Don't get demotivated. But enough with all that, let's jump straight into this crash course so we can get you coding as soon as possible. And we're gonna start this crash course by talking a little bit about what HTML actually is. So HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, and that's something that you don't really have to remember. We're going to be calling it HTML 100% of the time anyways. But one thing you do need to understand is that HTML is not a programming language. Instead, it's a markup language that we use to build web pages. Now, if you're feeling a little bit confused right now, don't worry. Let's dive into an example so I can show you the difference between a programming language and a markup language. So right now we are on the ASAP Frontend website. And the actual difference between a programming language and a markup language is that a programming language allows you to set some sort of logic or rules. And one example of this on the ASAP Frontend website is you can see that we are currently logged in. And here we are using a programming language called JavaScript to say, hey, look, the user is logged in. So let's go ahead and show them this video. But the moment we log out of our account, JavaScript says, oh, the user is not logged in anymore. So let's go ahead and show them this pop-up instead. So again, you can see that programming languages set the rules and logic that control how our app works. If the user is logged in, show the video. If they are not, show this instead. But all of the stuff that we see on the page, so that's this image, this button, all of this text, it's all actually set using HTML. So if we go ahead and right click and hit on inspect, all of this writing here is HTML that is determining how our page is going to look. So HTML is basically how we choose what content is going to be on our web page. And I want to quickly add on what actually makes this content look good. So that's the shapes, the colors, the text size, the font size, all of that stuff. That is set by something called CSS. So CSS is how we style our HTML and make it look a lot better. So just a quick recap of everything you just learned. HTML is how we actually set the content of our web page. CSS is how we style that content and make it look good. And then JavaScript is how we actually set the rules and logic that control how our app works. And you are going to be learning these three technologies throughout the program, as well as React and Firebase and a ton of other technologies. And that is going to allow you to build really powerful apps, just like ASAP Frontend. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves right now. Let's first jump into writing our first lines of HTML code. So let's start by heading to our desktop and creating a new folder called HTML Crash Course. And once that is created, we can open up Visual Studio Code and we can drag and drop this folder straight in. So now we have this folder opened up in our Visual Studio Code. What we can do is full screen into that. And what we are going to do in here is create a new file called index.html. So that way VS Code knows that this is a HTML file and that we are going to be writing HTML code. Now, the first thing we always do inside of these files is use the Mithril Emmet boilerplate. So we're going to type in exclamation mark and hit enter. And this is going to give us a really nice HTML boilerplate that we can work on top of. Now, what we are going to do next is right click on our HTML file and hit open with live server. And this is going to open a local development server where we can see and test our HTML code. So what we can do is put this on one side of our screen. So window and then left arrow, and then window and right arrow on our Visual Studio Code. And now we have these two side by side. And if we type something in here, say text, you can see that any changes that we make to this HTML file, we can immediately see inside of our live server. All right, now that we have all of the setup stuff out of the way, let's take a moment to break down all of this code that we have right here, because you're probably seeing a lot of intimidating code and you have no clue what it means. But don't worry, we're going to break it all down step by step right now. And in order to do that, I have to first teach you a little bit about what we call HTML tags. So everything in HTML is made up of tags, and different kinds of tags allow us to choose different kinds of content that we want to show on our page. So for example, at the bottom of this page here, you can see that we have a few different examples of HTML tags. We have button tags, we have paragraph tags, we have H1 tags, which are titles, and you can see that all of these tag names are surrounded in angle brackets. So for example, you can see here with our button tag that we have angle brackets on both sides. And for our paragraph tag, it's the same thing. We have angle brackets on both sides. And finally, for our H1 tag, you can see angle brackets on both sides. So that's definitely something you want to remember. All of our tag names are going to have angle brackets on both sides. Now, another thing you want to make a note of is these tags usually come in pairs. So we usually have a start and an end tag. So for example, let's take a look at our button here. It has a start tag and an end tag. And then we put any content that we want to be inside of this button between these two tags. And the same goes with our paragraph tag. We have a start tag and an end tag, and then we put all of the content that we want in between. And what you'll notice is the end tag looks exactly like the start tag, but just with a forward slash. So if we look at our button end tag, it looks the same as our button start tag, but just with a forward slash. And the same goes with our ending paragraph tag here. and our ending h1 tag here. And one last thing you should know is some tags actually close themselves. So some tags don't actually need to have an end tag. But don't worry about that too much. That's something we're going to cover later on in this video. But for now, just focus on making notes on these key important points. And now enough with the boring theory. Let's dive straight back into our HTML so we can take a look at the different kinds of HTML tags. All right, so now we're back in our HTML file and everything should be starting to make a little more sense to you now. We have some start tags here, some end tags here, but now let's take a moment to talk about what all of these different tags actually mean. So the first thing you need to know is that every single HTML document is going to have a very specific structure that looks something like this. So we're going to have the doc type HTML at the top, which is pretty self-explanatory. It's just saying that, look, this file is a HTML document. And then next we have the HTML tag, which is going to be wrapping all of the HTML that we write. And if we use the prettier extension that we installed by hitting Alt Shift and F, we can see that a little more clearly. Now the content inside of this HTML element is split up into two halves. We first have a head area and then we have a body area. Now what is inside of this head area actually has nothing to do with the content that we see on our page. So what we actually see. Instead, in here, we normally have some extra information about our website so that search engines like Google or Bing can get a better idea of what our website is actually about. And we also use this head area to link this HTML document to any CSS or JavaScript files that we might want to use. But now let's take a closer look at what is actually inside of our head area right now. So let's hit Control and plus to zoom in on this code. And the first thing we are seeing inside of our head area is this title element. And just to be clear, the difference between a HTML tag and a HTML element is that the tag refers to these individual things right here. So a start tag and an end tag. Now a HTML element refers to the start tag, the end tag, and any content in between. So these three combined make up one HTML element. So again, tags refer to these individual things right here, and an element is created when you have a start tag, an end tag, and you slap any content in between them. Now that we have that out of the way, let's talk about what this title element actually does. And all it does is set the title of our web page. So you can see we have document written inside of this title, and the web page title in our browser is document. And now if we go in and change this to HTML Crash Course, you'll see that the title on our webpage changes to HTML Crash Course. Now next we have these meta tags, and you're probably thinking, what the hell does all of this writing mean? But trust me, in order to become a successful front-end developer and land a job, you do not need to understand what these mean. So with that being said, that's pretty much everything you need to know about our head area. Now it's inside of this body that we are going to be doing all of the dirty work of writing the HTML that appears on our page. So let's remove this text that we have here, and let's actually start writing some HTML inside of our body. So let's create a H1. So type in H1, hit enter, and in between these two tags, we are going to type in hello world. And now you can see we actually see hello world on our page. So now let's add some more HTML. Let's head down here. Let's type in P. So we create a paragraph element, and in between the two tags, let's write I love ASAP frontend. And now you can see in smaller text, we are getting I love ASAP frontend. So you can see that all of the HTML that we write inside of our body is what is going to appear on our page. And a quick tip I want to show you is if you head to your browser and you hit F12, Chrome and most other browsers are going to give you some developer tools that are going to make your life so much easier when you're writing code and you run into some issues. And inside of these developer tools, there is a ton of tabs that you're going to be using once you get a little more advanced. But for now, we are going to stick to this elements tab right here. So we have our H1 and our paragraph. And what's also super cool is we can directly edit this code inside of our developer tools. So for example, we can click on this H1 and change it from hello world to hi world, and you can see here on our page it's actually being changed without actually changing our original HTML file. But if we hit refresh, it's actually going to go back to normal. So it's going to go back to using our HTML file. So this is going to be really good when you want to test something out, change some things in your code without actually directly changing your HTML file. Because if anything goes wrong or you mess something up, you can just reset the page and it'll go back to normal. So now let's close our developer tools and let's get rid of the elements that we have inside of our body currently. And now let's dive straight into the different elements that we can use inside of HTML. Now, before we get started, I have a quick tip for you, and that is to hit Control and slash, and that is going to allow you to write comments inside of your code. Now, this doesn't affect the content that we see on our page at all. It's just something that we write in here to make our code a little more readable and help us understand what's actually going on inside of our code. So for example, in here, we are going to type in headings because those are the first HTML tags that we are going to cover. And there's actually 6 heading tags that we can choose from. We have H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6. So let's start off with a H1 and let's type in some text in here that says heading 1. Now, the first thing you're going to notice is that the text inside of our H1 is going to be a lot larger than any normal text that would write on our page. So if we head below here and write down some normal text, you'll again see that it's much larger. And the reason for that is our browser actually gives some default styles to our H1 element. That one makes our text much larger than normal, and 2, add some spacing around this H1 element. So now let's remove this text that we have here and let's take a look at the other headings that we can choose from. So the next one we have is heading 2. So in here, let's just type in heading 2. And then what we are going to do is duplicate this down. So Alt Shift and down arrow. And that's going to make a copy. And then we're going to do this a couple more times. So H3, H4, H5, and H6. And then we're going to change the text accordingly. So H3, H4, H5, and H6. And we'll also change the tag names. So this third one is going to be H3, this one H4, this one H5, and this one H6. And now you can see that our headings are just getting smaller and smaller as we go through them. And that is because the default styling, the default CSS given to these elements by the browser. And we can actually see these default styles at play if we open our developer tools. So let's hit F12, click on this option here. And if we hover over our headings, you'll see that the default font size is getting smaller and smaller. So at the top here, we have our H1, which starts off at 32 pixels. And then our H2 has a font size of 24 pixels. Our H3 has 18 pixels, H4, 16 pixels, and it continues to get smaller as we progress through our different headings. But these font sizes don't have to be stuck like this forever. We can actually change these using CSS, but that's something we're going to be getting into later on in the program. And with that, that's pretty much it for our headings. So let's close our developer tools and let's head down. And the next thing that we are going to be covering is paragraphs. So let's create a comment. So Control and slash, and we are going to be covering paragraphs. And in order to get a paragraph, we use the P tag. So let's type in P. And a quick tip I'm going to show you is whenever you want to have some sort of dummy text or placeholder text on your page, just type in lorem and then however many words of placeholder text you want. So for example, if you want 20 words of placeholder text, type in lorem 20. If you want 10 words, type in lorem 10, but we're just going to type in 20 for now, and then hit Alt Shift and F to let Prettier reformat our code. And you can see that our paragraph is now appearing on our page. And I'm going to quickly zoom out on my browser to 150. And if we hit F 12 to open our developer tools, we click on this option here and we hover over our paragraph, we can see that there's also some default styles given to this element by the browser. So it has a default font size of 16 pixels and some spacing on the top and bottom. And if we head back to ASAP Frontend, you'll notice that whenever we have some sort of big block of text on our page, that is when we use the P element. And now that's pretty much it for the paragraph element. But before we move on further, we have to quickly talk about the difference between inline versus block level elements. Now, block elements start on a new line and take up the full available width. But what does this actually mean? Well, if we head back to our code, we can see that all of the elements we currently have on our page are starting on a new line, and if we hover over them, we can also see they are taking up the full available width on the page. And that is because these are all block level elements. And I can actually prove this to you. If we select this H1 and we take a look at the default styles given to it by the browser, you can see that by default it has a display of block, and that means it is a block level element. So we know what block elements are now, but what are inline elements? Well, inline elements do not start on a new line and only take up the necessary width. Now let me show you what I mean by that. So if we head back to our code and I head below this paragraph and I create a B element, and all this does is make text bold. So let's type in something like hello, and you can see that the text is going to be bold by default. And now if I make multiple of these, so Alt, Shift, and down arrow to duplicate this a couple of times, you'll notice that they don't actually start on their own line. So if we take a look at all of the other elements on the page, you can see that they are taking up all of the width on the page, and each element is starting on their own line. But our B elements aren't actually doing that. They are only taking the necessary width to hold their text, and they are side by side. They are not starting on a new line. And this is how we know that they are inline level elements. Now there's a bunch of other inline level elements that you'll find out about as we continue through the crash course, but just quickly, another one is the I element. And all this does is make text italic. So if we type in hello in here, we get our italic text, and it's starting on the same line as the rest of these elements. Now we also have anchor elements. So if we type in A, and in here we type in hello, you can see that gives us a link, and it's starting on the same line as the rest of these elements. And we also have a span. Let's create that. And if we type in hello in here, it starts on the same line as the rest of these elements. So really important stuff here. Make sure you are taking these down as notes. So now let's head back to our code and clean up a little. So let's get rid of all of these extra B elements. And now you're probably pretty confused by this anchor element and this span element. So let's take a moment to talk about these two individually. So let's create a comment. So control and slash. This is going to be span. And then let's create one here. Control slash. This is going to be anchor elements. And now we'll start by talking about anchor elements. So in order to create an anchor element, what do? Well, we just type in A, and the Emmet extension that we installed gives us a nice little abbreviation where we get this anchor element, and we also get this href attribute. And essentially all attributes do is allow us to give a little more information about our elements. So in this case, this href attribute is allowing us to specify where we want to send the user when they click on this link, because that's what anchor elements are. They're just links. So let's say we want to go to google.com when we click on this link, and let's actually add some text between these two tags. And now you can see we get the option to click on this link, but if we do, it's actually not going to work. And the reason for that is we actually haven't added the HTTPS. So one crucial thing for you to remember is when you have your anchor element and you want to send someone to a website when they click on it, you have to make sure to add the HTTPS to the front of it. And now if we click on our anchor element, it's going to send us to google.com with no issues at all. So again, if you want to go to a website, make sure you are adding the HTTPS. It's going to save you hours of headache. So now let's head back to our web page. And what you'll notice is when we click on this link, it's actually taking us away from our original web page. And a lot of the times, this is not actually what we want to do. So if we head back to ASAP Frontend and we open up this resources tab here and click on the community link, it's actually going to open up the link to the ASAP Frontend community in a new tab. So how do we actually make sure we are doing that in our web page? Well, how we'd normally do this is, and this is just going to be something that you have to remember, is we go to our anchor element, we give it a target attribute, and we give that a value of underscore blank. So target underscore blank. And now when we click on the link, it's going to open up the website in a new tab without closing the original web page. But you might not always want to use this target blank, especially when you're using this link to go to different HTML files, which is actually something you can do. So let's open up our sidebar so I can show you how to actually do that. So what we are going to do is create a new file, and let's call it about.html. So let's pretend this is some sort of different page on our website, you know, maybe an about us page. And now let's use Emmet abbreviation to give us this nice little boilerplate to work on top of. And what I always do is hit Alt Shift and F to make our code a little bit easier on the eyes. And inside of our body, I'm going to create a H1, and in here, let's just say about us page. And now what we can actually do is on this anchor element, we can set the href to about.html, and let's remove this target underscore blank. And now if we click on this link, you can now see that we are actually inside the about.html file. So all of the content that we are seeing right now is coming from the about.html document. And now if we go ahead and add an anchor element inside of our about page and say that we want this to send us to our index.html, and in here, let's say back to index.html. And if we click on this link now, it's going to send us back to our index.html file. So now what we're going to do is close this file. And what we are going to do is jump into a little bit of a challenge to make sure you understood everything you just learned. Because at ASAP Frontend, we don't just want you sitting down and watching me write code. We want you to dive in and get your hands dirty in writing some actual code. So your first challenge is going to be to create a link that sends us to asapfrontend.com. And one key note is it must open on a new tab. So again, the first challenge is to create a link that sends us to asapfrontend.com, and it must open on a new tab. And your second challenge is to create a link that opens up a new file called contact.html. So create a new file called contact.html. I want you to render out some content in there, and then inside of our index.html, create a link that is going to send us to that file. So I'll give you a couple of seconds now to pause the video and give this a shot, and we will walk through the solution together once you are done. All right, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find a solution to this problem. Now let's actually walk through how we would go about solving this problem. So what's our first assignment? It's to create a link that sends us to asapfrontend.com, and it must open on a new tab. So the first thing we have to do is create an anchor element. And what website are we going to? Well, we're going to asapfrontend.com. So https asapfrontend.com. html.com. Because remember guys, if we're going to some sort of external link, some sort of external website, we need to have the HTTPS or it's not going to work. And now let's quickly type in some text inside of this anchor element. And now if we click on this link, we should be going to asapfrontend.com. And it looks like we are, but it's not opening up in a new tab like it's supposed to. It's taking us away from our original web page. So in order to make sure that that is not happening and we are opening up a new tab when we click on this link, we have to create a target attribute and we are going to give it a value of _blank. And now if we click on this link, it's going to open up a new tab and send us to asapfrontend.com. So that is our first assignment complete. So now let's move on to our second assignment, which is to create a link that opens up a new file called contact.html. So the first step in this process is to actually create our contact.html file. So let's open up our sidebar and create a new file called contact.html. And here, let's use our Emmet boilerplate and then Alt, Shift, and F. And in here, let's create a H1. And this is going to say contact page, just so we know that we're actually in the contact page. And now we can close out this sidebar and head back to our index.html. Let's create a new anchor element, and we want this link that we just created to open up our contact.html file. So what's the href of this link going to be? It's going to be contact.html. And this time we don't have to add on the target blank since we aren't opening this up in a new tab, and we can just type in contact page in here. And if we head back to our page and click on this link, it'll take us to our contact.html file. And we know it's our contact.html file because we can see our H1 here. So that's it for our challenges. What we are going to do now is clean up our code just a little bit. Let's add a little bit of space here. And what we are going to do is get rid of this span. And we're going to create a comment. And in here, we are going to write lists because that is the next HTML topic that we are going to cover. So let's head back to index.html so that we can dive straight into lists. Now in HTML, there's actually two kinds of lists. There's ordered lists and unordered lists. And we are going to start by covering ordered lists because that is the one that you are going to be using most often. We'll still cover ordered lists, but we'll do that after. So in order to create an unordered list, you just type in UL, so UL, and typically inside of a list, you have different list items, right? You have different bullet points. So in order to create those different dot points, those different list items, we use the LI element, which stands for list item. And again, these are going to be the different list items, the different dot points within our list. So now we've created 3 list items, and in here, we can say text1. In the second one, we can say text2. And in the third one, we can say text3. And now what we can do is use prettier, so Alt, Shift, and F to reformat our code and make it look a lot more readable. And now if we head back to our page, you can actually see we are getting a list with different dot points. And we can also see that a list item is actually a block level element. So if we click on this option here and hover over our unordered list, you can see that it's starting on a new line and taking up the full available width on the page. Now, these list items don't always have to have bullet points. Using CSS, we can actually customize this and make them have different kinds of points and actually make them have no points at all. It all really depends on what you want, but again, we're going to be covering CSS later on in the program. Now, typically, we use unordered lists when the order of our lists doesn't really matter. And let me visualize this to you by creating a quick grocery list with you. So let's head above this unordered list and let's create a H1 that says grocery list. So let's say we are at the grocery store and we want to get some apples, some bananas, and some grapes. Now, the order that we put these fruits in doesn't really matter. We could start by getting the bananas and then move on to the grapes and then finish off with the apples. Or we could start off getting the grapes and then move on to bananas and then get the apples. Again, it doesn't really matter. And that is where we would be using an unordered list. And this is going to be the case 99% of the time. But if the order of your list really does matter and you want to have that structure, that is when you would be using an ordered list. So to create an ordered list, we use the OL tag instead of the UL tag. And the structure of ordered list and unordered list are exactly the same. We have different list items in here for all of the different list items, the different bullet points. But now let's say this list is a little bit different. It's not a grocery list. It's now a leaderboard. And let's say in first place, we have Usain Bolt. In second place, we have Ronaldo. And third place, we have Messi. And now if we head back to our page, you can see that our ordered list actually gives us some numbers to order our list by. So this is just something that is good to remember. If the order of your list doesn't matter, then you want to use an unordered list. And that is going to be the case 99% of the time. But if the order of your list does matter, then use an ordered list and you will get numbers to order your list by. And now that's pretty much everything you need to know about lists. Now the next thing we are going to cover is forms. And how we are going to create a form element is we just type in form and we can use the Emmet abbreviation to get our form element. And you can see that we actually get an action attribute by default. And how this action attribute works is when the user fills in all the details of this form and submits it, it's inside of this action attribute that we specify what we actually want to do once the user has submitted the form. And let me give you a quick example. If we open up ASAP Frontend and we hit on login, you'll see that all of this information that you can fill in is surrounded by a form. So we put all of the information that we want the user to fill in inside of a form. And once the user fills in all of the information, would go ahead and log the user in using a programming language like JavaScript. So would say that the action that we want to perform after the user submits this form is logging the user in using JavaScript. But since we don't know any programming languages right now, we can go ahead and remove this action attribute for now. And now we can head back to our HTML document and let's actually talk about the kind of elements we would be putting inside of a HTML form. Now, the first element would put inside of a form is a label element. And we can remove this for attribute. It's not really too important. And inside of this element, let's type in first name. And below it, let's create an input element. Now, immediately you are going to notice two really weird things about our input element. First, why doesn't it have an end tag? And second, why does it have a type? Well, this is actually our first example of a self-closing tag. So this input element doesn't actually need a closing tag. And now a quick best practice that I want to show you is whenever you have a self-closing tag like this, you want to go to the end and add a /. And this helps us keep our code more consistent and clear. And this just gives us a way to know that this is not a start tag that we forgot to close. It makes it very clear that, okay, this is a self-closing tag. Now, why this input has a type attribute is because there is actually multiple different kinds of inputs that we can use. So with that being said, let's go ahead and select all of this and Alt, Shift, and down arrow to duplicate it down so we can talk about the different input types, starting with the email input. So let's change the label to say email. And in order to turn this text input into an email input, all we need to do is change this type from text to email. And now if we head back to our page and I zoom out, we can see that we have our text input and our email input side by side. And that is because all of these elements are inline level elements, meaning they are not going to start on a new line. But let's say we wanted to have our first name label and first name input on one line, and then have our email label and email input on another line, just like we have here on ASAP Frontend. How do we actually tell HTML that that is how we want to lay out our page? Well, in order to do that, we have to use the div element. And what I'm going to do is put our first name label and input inside of one div, and then put our email label and input in another. And now if we head back to our page, you can see that we have our first name label and input on one line together, and then we have our email label and input on another line together. And that is really the whole purpose of divs. If we hover over it, you can see that VS Code tells us that a div element has no special meaning at all. It's not like it's specifically a title, a paragraph, or anything like that. What div actually stands for is division. So we use div elements to sort of separate and divide the pieces of content on our page into different little sections. So in this example, you can see that we put all of the stuff to do with our first name, so our label and our input, inside of one div. And then we put all of the stuff to do with our email in another div. And this sort of just helps to keep everything separated and easy to understand. So we can look at this and say, okay, all of the stuff to do with the first name we put inside of here, and all of the stuff to do with the email we put inside of here. And that just makes our code easier to read, rather than having all of our inputs and labels jumbled together in one form. And a nice little side effect that we get when we use divs is that they are actually a block level element by default. And this makes div elements come in very handy for when we want to sort of section out and work with inline elements on our page. But with that being said, let's head back to covering our inputs. Now, the reason we use an input with a type of email rather than a type of text, because an email is literally just text, right? So why don't we just use the input with a type of text? Is because the email input gives us some extra validation to make sure what we are typing in here is actually an email. And let me show you what I mean by this by heading to the ASAP Frontend website. If I fill out this password and I enter an invalid email into this email input, we're going to get a rect squiggly line, and you can see we're also getting an error saying, please include an @ in the email address. What we have written in is missing an @. So it's saying, look, your email address is not valid. Give us a valid email address. So again, all the type of email does is give us a little bit of extra validation that makes our life easier in the long run. So now let's head back to our HTML document and look at a few more input types. So let's duplicate this down. So let's select this, Alt Shift and down arrow. And the next type of input we are going to be looking at is the password input. So let's change the type to password and the label to password. And now if we head back to our page and we type something inside of this input, you can see that it's actually going to be hidden, just like a regular password. So now let's duplicate this down again. So Alt Shift and down arrow to take a look at our next kind of input. And that is going to be the number input. So let's change the label to number and the type to number. Now, using the number input is pretty self-explanatory. We have the option to increase the number inside of this input as well as decrease it. And we can also come in here and type in a custom number. But of course, we can't type in any text values. It will not let you. Now let's duplicate this down one more time to look at our last input. And that is going to be the date input. And this one is also pretty self-explanatory. We get this nice UI that allows us to select and choose from a range of dates. And of course, we can also come in here and custom change these values. Now what we're going to be doing next is going through a couple of elements that behave a lot like inputs, but don't actually use the input tag. And I know that sounds pretty confusing, but once I explain it to you, it's all going to make sense. So what we're going to do is duplicate this div down. And now let's say we wanted to create a message input. So one of those big message inputs where people can write you, say, an email. Now, in order to do that, we are not going to be using the input element. What we actually have to do is use the text area element, and we can get rid of all of this weird stuff here. And the first difference you'll notice between the text area and the input is this is actually not a self-closing tag, and we also don't have to add the type attribute. And what you'll notice is if we head back to our page, while these inputs are way too small to write any sort of message in, we can actually change the size of our text area however we please so that we are able to write long-winded email messages inside of this text area. So now let's refresh our page to get our text area back to normal. And now the last input that we are going to be covering is a select element. So let's change this label to select. And in order to get our select element, we're going to remove this text area and then create our select element. And where we typically use a select element on our page is when the user can choose between a couple of different options. So for example, let's say we were having the user choose the size of their clothing on our website. So if the user is choosing the size of their clothes, they have to have options to choose from, right? So what we'd do is for each option that the user can choose, we add an option element inside of our select element. So let me give you some examples. So let's create an option element, and let's say that the first option the user can choose is extra small. So we type in XS, and then let's Alt Shift down arrow to duplicate this down a couple of times and create a couple more options. The second option is going to be S, so small. The third option is going to be medium. The fourth option is going to be large. And now if we head back to our page, we can actually choose between these 4 options. Now, one thing you always want to remember is you want to fill in the value attributes of these options. So our first one gets a value of extra small. Our second one gets a value of small. Third one, medium. And our last one, large. And the reason we do this is when the user submits the form and we want to work with the option that the user chose inside of a programming language like JavaScript, this just makes our life doing that a lot easier. So now what I want to talk about next is how we can actually submit a form. So if we head to ASAP Frontend, you'll notice that at the bottom of our form, we have this button, and when we hit this button, our form is submitted and we go ahead and log the user in. So in order to submit our form, all we need to do is add a button to the bottom of our form, and we can have some text that says submit inside of this button. And now if we head back to our page and click this submit button, nothing is actually going to happen. And that is because we don't actually have a programming language like JavaScript to perform some sort of action when the form is submitted. And with that, that's pretty much everything you need to know about HTML forms. But before we move on to our next topic, there is just one last thing that I want to show you. So if we head back to the login form at ASAP Frontend, what you'll notice is that our inputs actually have this sort of gray placeholder text. And whenever we type in some text, it actually disappears. And this honestly looks really good. But the question is, how do we actually get this on our inputs? Well, it's actually pretty simple. Let's scroll up to our first input. So let's say our text input. And all we have to do to get that placeholder text is use the placeholder attribute. And we can type in whatever we want in here, but in this case, let's just say type in your first name. And now if we head back to our page, you can see that we are getting that cool placeholder text. But if we type something in here, it disappears. But again, when the input is empty, the placeholder comes back. So that's just something cool that I wanted to show you. But with that, we are officially finished with forms. So let's head below our form and create a new comment. So control and /. And in here, we are going to type in images because that is the next topic that we are going to cover. In order to use images in HTML, we use the img tag. And what you'll notice is just like an input element, this is a self-closing tag. And what did we do for the input element, which was a self-closing tag? We added a / to the end of it just to keep our code consistent and easier to read. Now, by default, we get two attributes with our image elements. The first one being the src attribute. And this is actually how we tell HTML where to look for our image. And there's actually two ways we can do this. First, we can tell HTML to look externally, so on the internet for our image, or we can tell HTML to search locally within our computer, within our machine for that image. And we are going to start by covering that first method. So let's head back to ASAP Frontend, and we're going to right click on this logo and hit copy image address. And then what we'll do is paste that into this src attribute. And now if we head back to our page, you can see we're getting the ASAP Frontend logo as our image. Now let's say we wanted another image from the internet. Let's say we wanted an image of Superman. Well, what we could do is go to Google, search for Superman, click on images, and we can right click and copy image address on any of these images and just paste it directly into this src attribute. And now if we head back to our page, we have Superman appearing as our image. And that is how we get an image from the internet externally. But the question is, how do we get an image that is stored locally on our device? Well, let me teach you how to do this by first installing this image. So let's save image as, and then let's go to our desktop and then go within the HTML Crash Course folder. And here, let's save this image under the file name Superman. And now if we open up our sidebar, we should be seeing superman.jpg inside of our HTML Crash Course folder. Now what we need to do in order to get this image displaying on our page is we have to remove all of this stuff here. And we can simply just say that we want to use the Superman.jpg image. And now if we take a look at our live server, you can see that we have the same Superman image appearing on our page. And the reason we can just write Superman.jpg inside of the src attribute and it works is because our Superman image and our index.html file are in the exact same folder on the exact same level. So they're literally in the exact same folder and they are side by side. And because of that, we don't have to do anything extra. We can just type in superman.jpg and it works. But let's say we had this image inside of an images or assets folder. So let's drag and drop this in. Well, what you'll notice is since our image and our index.html file are no longer on the same level, this is not actually going to work anymore. And the reason for that is that HTML by default starts by searching for files on the same level as the current HTML file. So this is what HTML sees right now, and it's searching for a superman.jpg image that's on the same level as this HTML file. So it's looking for this superman.jpg file, but it's not going to find it. It's only going to see this assets folder. It's not going to see any deeper. So what we need to do is specify that we want to go inside of the assets folder, and inside of that, we want to grab superman.jpg. So in the image src, we have to specify that we're first going inside of the assets folder, and then inside of the assets folder, we want to grab the superman.jpg image. And now if we head back to our page, we can now see our image is appearing properly. But let's say we had another folder inside of this assets folder called images. And let's say only in there did we have our Superman image. And on a side note, you can see that VS Code is doing this weird thing that is making it difficult to tell what is going on. So in order to fix that, what we are quickly going to do is click on this top option here, head to File, Preferences and Settings. And in here, we are going to search for compact folders. and make sure that is unchecked. And that is going to set this back to normal and make this easier to understand. So now back to the question at hand, how do we tell HTML that we want to go inside of our assets folder and then inside of our images folder, and then inside of that, we want to grab our Superman image? Well, I'm actually going to give you a couple of seconds to figure that out for yourself. Try and figure out how to tell HTML that we want to go inside of our assets folder and our images folder and grab our superman.jpg image. I'll give you a couple of seconds to give that a shot, and once you are done, we can walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find a solution to this problem. So now let's actually take a moment to think about how we can solve this problem. So let's start off by closing our images and our assets folder and searching for our image like HTML would. Well, how would HTML look for our image? Well, it would start by looking through files and folders that are on the same level as index.html. So it's looking through, it's trying to find the assets folder, and bang, it's found its match. So we've found the assets folder. What are we going to do next? Well, we are going to go inside and look for superman.jpg. So we go within the assets folder and look for superman.jpg, but this is what HTML sees. All it sees is this images folder. It doesn't see superman.jpg. So what do we have to do? Well, we have to specify that we want to go inside of the assets folder, inside of the images folder, and only then can we look for superman.jpg. So we have to say we want to go within the assets folder, and then go within the images folder, and then grab superman.jpg. And now you can see our image is appearing on our page. So I hope the solution made sense. And those are the two ways we can search for images using the src attribute. We can search for the image locally within our computer, or we can search for the image externally on the internet by copying the image address and just pasting it straight into the src attribute. Now there's one last thing that we have to cover about images, and that is this alt attribute right here. It's not super important, but it's just here for accessibility purposes. So let's say someone is blind and they are using what we call a screen reader. So that's just something that sort of goes through your website and describes the content to the blind person. This alt attribute is where we tell the screen reader what our image is actually about, so that it can correctly describe it to the blind person. So in the alt attribute, we'll just say something like, this is a Superman image, and this is what the screen reader would read out to the blind person. And now that's pretty much it for images. Now we're going to be moving on to our next topic. So let's create a comment using control and /. And the next topic that we are going to cover is going to be buttons. So buttons are pretty simple. All we have to do to create a button is use the button tag. And between these two tags, we can of course write in whatever we want to see inside of our button. So in this example, I wrote click me. And now you can see we have a button that says click me. And what we can actually see here is that images and buttons are actually inline level elements. So they are actually going to be side by side, and they aren't going to start on a new line. And I actually don't like that. I'd like this button to be on its own line. So what I'm going to do is create a div, and then I'm going to place this button inside of this div. And since a div is a block level element, it's going to start this button on a new line. And this is another example of where divs come in really handy in helping us sort of organize and lay out the content on our page. And with that, that is pretty much it for buttons. Now the last thing we are going to be covering is spans. So let's create a new comment, control and /. And in here, let's type in spans. Now, the reason we'd use a span element is, let's say we had a paragraph, and let's say this paragraph said land a job with ASAP Frontend. And like I mentioned earlier on in the video, we can actually bold certain text by using the B tag. So if we put ASAP Frontend inside of the B element, if we scroll down, we can actually see land a job with ASAP Frontend in bold. But let's say instead of setting ASAP Frontend to bold, let's say we wanted to change the color. Well, what we would do is instead of wrapping ASAP Frontend in the B tags, we would wrap them in a span. And what we would do is we would give this what we call a class name. And using CSS, we would go in and target this individual span. And again, in CSS, we would give it, say, a color of red. And don't worry, I know you don't know how to do any of this stuff yet, but I just wanted to quickly show you this to give you an idea of why we would actually use spans. And with that, I want to say a huge congratulations to you because we have actually completed the HTML crash course. And what we've actually done throughout this entire video is created a HTML cheat sheet that you can refer back to whenever you get stuck. So let's say you're trying to create some headings. What you can do is come back to this cheat sheet and look at all of the different headings that you can use. Or maybe you get stuck when you are creating a form. You can come down here and see all of the different types of inputs that you can use. Or maybe you're struggling with images. Well, you can come down here and see all of the different ways that we can set our images. And I've got some good news for you. This is pretty much all of the HTML that you need to know in order to land a 6-figure front-end developer job. Now, if you are still feeling confused and feel like you don't understand anything, don't worry, you are not meant to. This crash course is just meant to give you a basic idea of how everything works. So even if you kinda understand what's going on, you are doing really well. And if we head to ASAP Frontend, you can see just how many projects we are going to do to drill these fundamentals into you. So again, don't worry if you aren't understanding things right now, that is going to come with time. Give yourself a huge pat on the back for getting through this crash course, and I will see you in the next one.
Yo, what's up guys? Welcome to the CSS Crash Course here at ASAP Frontend. CSS is a super important part of becoming a front-end developer, and if you don't learn CSS right, you're going to be confused for the rest of your career. But lucky for you, you're learning from ASAP Frontend, and we're going to make sure that doesn't happen by walking you through the best CSS crash course of all time. Now let's stop wasting your time and jump straight into it. Now, before we begin, I just want to make it clear that this crash course is going to require you to know basic HTML. So if you've gone through the HTML crash course here at ASAP Frontend, or you've already played around with HTML before, you should be good to go. So now that that's out the way, let's jump straight into this and begin by talking a little bit about what CSS actually is. Well, CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets, and don't worry about remembering this name, we're going to be calling it CSS 100% of the time anyways. But what's really important to remember about CSS is that it's not a programming language, it's a styling language used to style websites. So if we head to Google, we already know it's HTML that's setting the content of the page. So this image is HTML, this search input is HTML, and these buttons are HTML. But what's actually setting the size of this image? What's making this search input rounded? What's giving these buttons their color and giving them this hover effect? Well, that's all CSS. And if we inspect element and click on this little square here, we can actually hover over any element on the page. And if we click on it, we can see all of this CSS that's getting applied to it to give it its look. This right here is all CSS, and it may look like gibberish to you right now, but even if you don't know CSS, you can make out a little bit of what's going on. So for this button, we can see that CSS is setting its background color to this gray color. We're also giving it a border, we're giving it color, we're giving it its font family, we're setting the font size, we're changing the height, we're changing the width. So HTML allows us to put elements on our page, and CSS allows us to take those elements and make them look good. And just with those two, you'll be able to build beautiful things. By the time you get through the HTML and CSS section here at ASAP Frontend, you're going to be able to build this entire website on your own with just HTML and CSS. And you're going to learn how to do that by building beautiful websites like these alongside me. And that's not all. You can see that these websites are going to be completely responsive, meaning that they look good on mobile, desktop, and everything in between. So you're also going to be learning how to do that, how to make your websites look good on every single device. So we've got some super fun stuff coming up ahead, but let's focus on what's in front of us right now, which is learning the basics of CSS. So let's start off by creating a new folder. I'm going to call this CSS Crash Course. You can call this whatever you want. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a HTML file. Once we create our HTML file, let's go ahead and use this Emmet abbreviation to give us this nice boilerplate to start off with. And let's quickly type something in here. So let's say hello world, and let's right click on our HTML file and click open with a live server. And this is going to open up a nice little page where we can test our code, and you can see hello world here and hello world on our page, which means everything is working fine. Now that everything is all set up, let's talk about the few ways that we can actually start using CSS on our HTML elements. There's 3 methods we can use to actually start using CSS in our code. The first is inline CSS, which means adding styles directly into the HTML element. So what this would look like is, let's say we had a h1 element, and in here, let's just type in hello world. To use CSS to style this element, what we could do is use the style attribute. And within this, we can type in all the CSS that we want. So let's say we want the color to be equal to red. And you can see that the styles are being applied directly to the HTML element. And that's all inline CSS is. Just going to the element, adding a style attribute, and then giving it the styles that you want. So that's one for your notes. Inline CSS adds styles directly to the HTML element. Now the next method is internal CSS. And this involves using style tags within a HTML document to add your styles. Let me show you what that looks like. So to use internal CSS, what do? We go within the head element, we open up a style tag, and within here we write all the CSS code that we're going to use to style our elements. So let's remove this inline CSS, and let's figure out how to use internal CSS to style this h1 element. So what we're going to do is we're going to target our h1 element. So this is going to say, hey, we want to add styles to our h1. And after that, we have to add brackets. And within these brackets, we can actually add the CSS properties that we want to affect this h1. So let's add a CSS property now. For example, the color property. So color, colon. And then we have to specify the value that we want to give to this h1 element. So we want it to have a color of red, and we have to end it with this semicolon. Adding this semicolon to the end of your CSS properties is very important, because if we remove this and we try to add another property, let's say font size 24 pixels, you can see what's it going to say? It's going to say semicolon expected. So at the end of each CSS property, don't forget to add the semicolon so that we can use multiple CSS properties. And that's all internal CSS is, using the style tags within the HTML file and then adding the styles that we want within there. Now the last method for adding CSS is external CSS, and this is the recommended method. This is the best practice method, and you want to be avoiding internal and inline CSS as much as you can, and always be using external CSS. Of course, there may be some times where you have to use inline CSS or internal CSS, but as a general rule, always try to use external CSS wherever you can. This is a best practice used at most companies. And how do we actually use external CSS? Well, it involves creating a new external CSS file and linking it to the HTML document. Let me show you what that looks like. So let's remove this. And in order to use external CSS, what did we say? We have to create a new external CSS file. So what are we going to do? We're going to create a new file. And well, let's call this styles.css. And in here, let's do the exact same thing we did before. Target the h1 element, squiggly brackets, and within here, we can actually add our CSS properties. So color, colon, And this is going to allow us to actually target the color property. And what value do we want it to have? Well, we want it to have a color of red. So we're going to type in red, and we're going to add the semicolon at the end. Because what happens if we don't add the semicolon? When we try to add another property, it's not going to let us, and it's going to say semicolon expected. So we have to add that semicolon so that we can add multiple CSS properties. So we've targeted the font size property now, and what font size do we want to have? Well, we want to have a font size of 24 pixels. And you can see now that even though we've targeted our H1 element and we've given it CSS properties, they're not showing up on our page. And that's because we've missed a step. We've created our external CSS file, yes, but we forgot to actually link it to our HTML document so that the HTML can actually use the styles from that file. So currently our CSS file is not linked. So in order to do that, we have to head to our HTML file. Within the head element, have to create this link tag. And you can see that we have this rel attribute here that's saying style sheet. And this is essentially just saying that the relationship between the linked file and the HTML document is a CSS style sheet. We also have this href attribute, which we know from the HTML Crash Course is used to specify the URL, the link, or the file name. So what's the name of our CSS style sheet? Well, it's styles.css. And you can see that once we link our external CSS file to our HTML document, our element is actually able to use the styles, and that's when we can see them on our page. And that's how we use external CSS. That's how we use the best practice method. And the reason for that is if we create an app and it starts to scale and get bigger, having our CSS and our HTML all in one file is going to make the file extremely big and hard to navigate through. So having our HTML and our CSS separate makes it much easier to navigate through our app, makes it much more maintainable, and makes it much easier to work in a team, especially when our app starts to scale. So now that we know the 3 methods for adding CSS, let's actually walk through the most common CSS properties. A lot of beginners make the mistake of trying to learn and memorize every single little CSS property. This is a huge mistake because you're meant to learn CSS on the go. So as we work our way through the course and you start to build more projects, over time you just start to build an understanding of how to use all the CSS properties. So again, trying to memorize and learn every single little CSS property is a huge mistake and a bad way of learning. Just focus on learning the most common CSS properties like the ones on the screen right now, and you can learn the rest by building projects. So right now we are going to be walking through these common CSS properties one by one, and before we do that, I'm going to give you a brief overview of what each of these do. So we'll start off at the top, and background color is going to set the background color of your element. Color is going to set the actual color of your text. Width and height allows you to control the width and height of your element. Font family allows you to control what font your text is going to be. Font size allows you to control how big or small your text is going to be. And font weight allows you to control whether your font is going to be bold, normal, or light. And border is going to allow you to put a border around your element. We're going to start off by covering in detail these colors properties. So background color is used to set the background color of your element, and color is used to set the color of the text. That's one for your notes. So once you've got that down, let's jump into a live code example. So we're back in our code, and let's get rid of this font size for now. And you can see that we've already set the color of our H1 element. Now let's actually try and set the background color of our element. So if we go down and add another property, so this background color property here, and let's give it a background color of black, you can see that our H1 is going to have a background color of black. And you can see here that these 2 properties are pretty self-explanatory. The color, we've set it to red. So what happens? Our text has a color of red. we've set the background color to black. So what happens? The background color is black. But this isn't the only way to set colors. So right now we're using words to specify color, right? And that's one way to add colors. So if we type in, say, another color, just M, and you can see already that CSS has a bunch of different color names that we can use to add color, to specify what color we want. So let's pick one of these values here, medium aquamarine, and you can see that our text is now getting this blue color. But let's remove this. And if we type something in again, you can see that next to the actual name of the color, we get this weird sort of code. This is what we call a hex code. And what we can actually do is, instead of writing the name of the color, we can actually type in its hex code and we will still get the same color. So instead of writing light cyan, let's type in E0FF. And you can see that we're actually getting a light cyan color just by writing this hex code. And it works the same here. If we get rid of this and we type in hashtag 0000000, you'll see that we still get the background color of black, because that is black's hex code. And if we inspect element, you can see that all the different colors across the spectrum have their own unique hex code that we can use to specify that's the color we want to use. But would you believe me if I told you that there was even another way that we can set color? If we change this back to red, and let's hover over this, you can see that we're using the RGB value here. And if we take this and type this in here, so RGB 255, 0, and 0, and can't forget to add the semicolon, what are we going to get? We're going to get the exact same red color. So that's another way that we can set color. So if we take this RGB and we want to use it to set a background color of black, we can just type in RGB 0, 0, 0, and what do we get? We get this black color. What we can also do with RGB is we can set an alpha. So if we add an A here, we can actually add another value that allows us to control how transparent our background color is. And the scale for this alpha value here goes from 0 to 1. 0 meaning it's going to be fully transparent, 1 meaning it's going to be not transparent at all, and then everything in between allows us to set how transparent we want our background color to be. So those are the 3 ways to set color. This is definitely one for your notes. We can use color names, so red, yellow, orange, blue. We can use hex code, so hashtag 0000FF would return blue. And we can also use RGB, so RGB 00255 would return blue as well. And we can optionally add a alpha value here to allow us to set the transparency of our color. So now that we have that out the way, let's jump into our next properties, which are going to be these size properties here. So the width property is used to set the width of the element, and the height property is used to set the height of the element. So as always, let's jump into a live code example to show you how these are actually used. What I'm going to do is head back to my HTML file, going to get rid of this H1. I'm going to create a div, and from there what I'm going to do is target this div in our CSS. So target the div, quick brackets, so that we can actually add the CSS properties inside of here. And what I'm going to do is give this a width of 300 pixels. So what this is going to do is give this div element here that we targeted a width of 300 pixels, and I'm also going to give it a height of 300 pixels. And just so that we can see it, I'm going to set the background color to red. And you can see here that these 2 properties are pretty self-explanatory. They just allow us to set the width and the height of our element. So if we change the width to, say, 400 pixels, a larger value, what's going to happen? The width of our div is going to increase. And the same With the height, if we set it to a higher value, what's going to happen? The height of our div is going to increase. Now, setting the width and height of our elements to pixel values like this is called hard coding values, and we don't like to do this. Because what this means is the width and height of the element is going to stay at 400 pixels no matter how big or small the screen is. It's not dynamic, and if we hit inspect element, you'll see that when the screen size starts to get really small, the width and the height of the elements are not changing, they're overflowing the page, and it's making it look really crappy on smaller devices. So that's why the best practice at most companies is to not hard code values. So instead of setting the width to a pixel value like this, here's what we'd do. We'd get rid of this and would say width equal 100%. So that's 100% of the parent element. And you can see that that's immediately more responsive. You see how the width is adapting to the width of the page? But what if we didn't want our element to be this big? What if we still wanted it to be 400 pixels wide? Well, what we'd do is we'd set a max width. So we'd type in max dash width colon, and here we're going to say 400 pixels. And you can see now that our element has a width of 400 pixels, just like we want. But take a look at what happens when we get to smaller screens. So currently, our element is 400 pixels wide, but as soon as we get into smaller screens, look what happens. Our element's width starts to adapt. So it's no longer overflowing the page. It's completely responsive. And how this works is our screen is about 700 pixels wide right now. And our element wants to be 100% of that width. It wants to be 700 pixels. But this max width says, sorry, the largest you can get is 400 pixels. But as soon as we head below 400 pixels, our width 100% kicks in and makes sure that our element is not stuck at 400 pixels. It takes up 100% of the available width, keeping our element nice and responsive. Now, another best practice we use at companies is to avoid setting this height property as much as possible. And let me show you why. Let's head back to our HTML, and within our box, let's create a paragraph element. And in here, I'm going to type in lorem 40, and that's going to give us 40 words of placeholder text. Now, if we head back to our CSS, and we give this element a hard-coded height of 200 pixels, you'll notice that everything fits in now, but when we head to smaller screen widths, our element is no longer responsive. Now, how do we fix this? Well, we avoid setting the height property, and you'll see our element is now responsive. So these are just a couple of best practices I wanted to teach you because no other courses out there are doing this. But do not worry, this is just the beginning. We've got a ton more best practices that we're going to be teaching you throughout the course, and we're going to be drilling these into you throughout the different projects that we build together. You really don't want to miss this stuff because these are things I learned working in the field, working within a company, and the truth is no other courses out there are teaching these best practices, but they're super important for you to succeed. So if you seriously want to land a job, you can't be missing the rest of these best practices. Anyways, let's head back to our code, and I want to tell you about one exception where we can set the height property. And that's when we set the height to 100 VH. So VH stands for viewport height, which basically means screen height. So when we set the height to 100 VH, we're basically saying we want this element to be 100% of the screen's height. And when we set it to something like 70 VH, well, that means that we want the element to be 70% of the screen's height. But what case would require us to use something like this? Well, we usually use VH for landing pages. And we set the height to 100 VH. For example, this is a project you're going to be building later on in the course, and you can see this landing page is 100% of the screen's height. So if we hit inspect element on this section, you'll be able to see that we've actually set the height to 100 VH. So as soon as we scroll down, even just one bit, that's when we see the next section of the website. So that's really the main use case of a VH. And if you aren't understanding things right now, don't worry, you're going to be using these a ton more times throughout the course. So you're going to get really comfortable with them. But for now, all you need to remember about width and height is that you can set them as a percentage, as a pixel value, or as VH or VW. So VW is the same as VH, but it refers to screen width instead of screen height. So since we've set our max width to 100 VW, that means our element is going to take up 100% of the screen width. But if we set it to 70, you guessed it, only 70% of the screen width. So now that we've got that out the way, you've taken your notes on this, we can move on to our next properties, which are going to be these fonts. So there's only really 3 font properties that we need to know about. We've got font family, and that's used to set the font family of the text. So that's like Arial, sans serif, Times New Roman. Font size, which is used to set the size of the text. So that's how big or small our text is. And then we have font weight, which is used to set the weight of our text. So that's whether our text is bold or light or medium. So now let's jump into a live code example to show you how we actually use these. So we're back in our code now, and what I'm going to do is just separate all of these properties so that everything is easier to understand. So color, background color, and then width and height, all of our width and height properties. And if you're wondering how I created these comments, just hit Control and slash and you get a comment just like this. And the first font property we're going to be covering is font size. And this is pretty self-explanatory. If we set a larger number, like 40 pixels to be our font size, you see our text is going to become very large. But if we set a small number, like 8 pixels, our text is going to become very small. Our next property, font weight, is going to make our text bold or light. So if I write in 600, and let's quickly increase the font size so that we can see our text properly, you'll see that our text is now bold. But if I change this back to 400, you'll see that the text is now normal. And we can also set it to be bold in plain English. So we can say bold. That's going to set the text to bold. And if we head to the styles, select this element, we can actually play around with the font weights here. So you can see we have a bunch of different font weights available to us. And you're going to see that a lot of these font weights don't seem to do anything. So when we get to 600, yeah, we change, but 700, 800, 900, 300, 200, we don't really see any changes. And that's because we've not actually imported these font weights. And we're going to cover how to do that when we talk about the font family property. So once we get through that, you'll fully understand what I mean when I say import. So let's cover the font family property. And what this does for us, like I mentioned earlier, is allow us to choose the family of our font. And you can see by default, CSS already provides us with a bunch of fonts that we can use. So if we type in Arial, that's one of the fonts that we can use. We can type in Times New Roman, and that's the one we were using earlier. We can use Helvetica. There's so many different fonts that CSS provides for us. And you can see that for some reason, we can actually use commas when we're setting the font family of our text. But what does this mean? Well, these are what we call fallback fonts. And what's actually happening here is that we're going to try and use the Arial font But if the browser we're currently on doesn't support this font, well, then we're going to fall back and use this font instead. So think of it as a failsafe. We basically are saying if the browser doesn't support this font, well, then use this font instead as a backup. But how do we get fonts like we have on ASAP Frontend? You can see that these aren't your typical CSS fonts that we get by default. Well, we do this by importing fonts, and I'm going to show you how to do this right now. So how I typically do this is I search for Google Fonts. I click on this first website here, fonts.google.com, and here, Google is actually going to give us a bunch of fonts that we can import and use on our website. And on this search bar at the top here, we can actually search for specific fonts that we want. So in this case, the font that we use on ASAP Frontend is called Inter. So I'm going to search for that. Click on this option here. And you can see that within this font family, that we can select a bunch of font weights that we want to use. So this is what I was talking about earlier, about importing the different font weights within a font. So what font weights do we want to use? Well, let's say we want to use light 300, regular 400, bold 700, and that'll do for now. So if we open up this sidebar by clicking on this little icon here, we'll be able to see the font family that we've selected, as well as all of the different font weights that we've chosen to use. So in order to import this and actually start using it in our website, we're going to click on this import option here. We're going to copy everything between these two style tags. So copy that. And let's put this to the side now. And within our CSS file at the very top, we're going to paste this in. So what this is going to do is import the Inter font with all of the different font weights that we want to use. So if we close this out and head back to our website, you'll see that we're still using the Arial font for some reason. We've imported the Inter font. Why is it not working? Well, that's because we actually have to specify that we want to use it. So let's get rid of this. And let's say we want our font family to be Inter. And you can see that our font family has actually changed. And just to confirm, let's hover over this and you can see that the font is 16 pixels Inter. And you'll also see that since we've imported font weights 300, 400, and 700, if we go ahead and use these values, we can actually see a difference. But not every single browser is going to be able to support this Inter font. So what do we need to do? What's the best practice that we use at companies? We're going to add a fallback font. So if the Inter font family is not accepted by the browser, then we're going to use the sans serif font family as a backup. And the reason we're specifically using the sans serif font as our backup is because it's what we call a web-safe font. And that basically just means it's a font that's accepted by almost every single browser, so we can confidently use it as our backup. So just to recap, font size allows us to make our text big or small. We use font weight to set the weight of our text. So if we want it light, then we use something like 300. If we want it medium, so just normal, we use something like 400. And if we want it bold, we use something like 700. And lastly, font family allows us to set the family of our text. Now we get a bunch of default options with CSS. But if we aren't happy with those and we want some different kinds of fonts, what do? We go to fonts.google.com, pick any one of these, choose the weights. So select the font weights that you want to use. Go ahead, head to the import option and copy everything between the two style tags and paste that straight into your CSS file. But we're going to keep the Inter font for now, so we can close this out. And that's about it for the font properties. Now our last CSS property is border, and it's fairly simple. All it does is set a border around the element. So let's head back to our code now and walk through a couple border properties. So the first one I'm going to write down is border width. Now what that does is set us a border width on this element. Now I'm going to say 4 pixels. So this is going to be a border of 4 pixels all around this element. But even though we've set the border width, for some reason we still don't see the border. And that's because borders are made up of multiple parts, and we need at least 2 of those parts for it to function properly and show on the page. So I need to set a border style to set the style of the border, and I'm going to say solid for now. And you'll see that we actually get a border that's 4 pixels wide showing on our page now. Now we've got one last border property, and that's the border color. And that allows us to set the color of our border. So if I say border color green, the border color is now going to be green. And if I change it to say blue or pink, that should be easier to see. That's going to set the border color to pink. So now we've got our border, but it took us 3 whole properties to do it, which is really annoying. But lucky for us, what CSS actually has is a shorter way to do all of this in one line of code. So let's remove all of this. And if we just use the border property, we can type in, and I want you to code along with me, 4 pixels, solid pink, and we get the exact same border, and we only had to use one property. So this first value here is used to set how wide the border is. So if we say 10 pixels, the border is going to be 10 pixels wide. 20 pixels, it's going to be 20 pixels wide. This second value is used to set the style of the border. So if you really wanted to, you could change it to something like dashed or dotted. But 99% of the time, you're going to be using the solid style. And this third value here is used to set the color of the border. So if we change this to black or green or purple, you'll be able to see the difference. So this shorthand here that CSS gives us is what we're going to be using 99% of the time for our borders. So that's all of our most common CSS properties complete. Let's do a quick recap of everything we've just learned. So background color is used to set the background color of our element, and then color is used to set the color of the text. So background color is making this all red, and if we set the color to, let's say, aqua, you'll see, bang, our text is now this color. And then we have width and height, which are used to set the width and height of our elements. And they take in percentages, pixels, viewport height, and viewport width. And of course, it's not best practice to hard code our width and our height. So if we want our element to be a certain width, we add on a max width and we hard code it there, so that when our screens get below a certain width, they're still responsive. And as for the height property, we want to avoid setting it as much as possible, because if we hard code the height, let's say 800 pixels, and we reduce the screen width, you'll see that when we get into smaller screens, we run into issues with responsiveness. But if we go ahead and remove the height, you'll see that we no longer run into those issues, which makes it much easier to make our element responsive. And after that, we have font family, font size, and font weight. So font family is used to set the family of our text. Font size just determines how big or small our text is, and then font weight is used to determine the boldness or lightness of our text. And last but not least is the border property, and we use that to set a border around the elements. And we do that by using the shorthand that CSS gives to us, where we specify the width of the border, the style that we want, and then the color that we want our border to have. Now, I know that was a lot to take in, and you might be feeling a little bit overwhelmed right now. But like I always say, throughout the rest of the course, we're going to be drilling these fundamentals into you so much that you'll be able to write these out with your eyes closed. So don't focus on memorizing every single little property, just focus on kinda understanding what we use these for. If you can do just that, you're on the right track. So now that we've covered the most common CSS properties, what we're going to do is move on to specificity. So that's going to be selectors, classes, and IDs. So what we're going to do now is start with a fresh slate. We're going to get rid of all of this stuff here. And within our code, what we're going to do is create 2 paragraphs. So 1 and 2. Now you may be thinking, what in the world is a selector? But you kinda already know what they are. If you wanted to, say, add some styles to these paragraphs, what you do is you type in P, and then in here, you'd write in all of the styles. So this P right here is the selector. We use a selector to select what elements we want to add styles to. But what if we only wanted to add styles to one individual P tag? Well, this is not going to work because if we did this, this is going to target every single P tag on the page. And I can demonstrate this by writing in, let's say, color red. And you can see now that every single paragraph on the page is going to be red. So again, what if we wanted to style just this one P element right here? How would we do that? Well, we can use something called class names, and they provide us with a way to single out certain elements and say that we only want to add styles to them. So in order to use a class, all we have to do is go to the element we want to single out and just type in class equal, and then we can write in whatever class name we want. So I'm going to say paragraph 1. And once we have our class name, we can go over to our CSS file. And now instead of saying just P, which is going to target all of the paragraphs on the page, we can remove this and then say dot and then the class name, which is paragraph 1. So if we're targeting a class as our selector, it always has to start with a dot. And then after the dot or full stop or whatever you want to call it, we put the actual class name, which in our case is paragraph 1. And now what CSS is going to do is say, okay, anything with a class of paragraph 1 is going to have a color of red. And since on our page, this is the only paragraph with a class of paragraph 1, then this is going to be the only paragraph that gets these styles. And you can see that's exactly what we get on our page. Only this one paragraph with a class of paragraph 1 gets these styles and has a color of red. And that's kind of why we use classes, just to select and single out certain elements that we want to add styles to. Now, these classes aren't limited to just one element. We could add this same class to another element on the page and they would also get these styles. So let me demonstrate this by adding another paragraph on the page. So let's add 2 more. And let's say this third one here is also going to have a class that's equal to paragraph 1. And what's going to happen now is over here, we're looking for any element with a class name of paragraph 1. And we have 2 of those elements now. So if we zoom out, you can see that we have 2 elements that have a class of paragraph 1. We've got this one and this one. So this selector is now going to select both of these elements and style both of them. So that's why on our page now, you can see that both of these paragraphs now have a color of red. And another added benefit of class names is that, let's say we're working with another developer, we're working in a team, and he comes into our code base and he creates a new paragraph. And let's say he wants to turn this pink. He goes below our styles and he says P. He wants to target all paragraph elements and change the color to pink. You'll see that all of the other paragraphs on the page are going to turn pink except the paragraph elements with a class name of paragraph 1. And the reason for that is that even though this P selector comes after this class. Since using a class name to target elements is more specific than using a generic element selector, these styles are gonna get prioritized. And that's what CSS specificity is. Specificity just refers to the prioritization of certain styles over others. So the more specifically you target your elements, the more those styles will get prioritized over others. And the same goes vice versa. The less specific you are on how you select your elements, the less priority they will get. Now, the least specific way we can target our elements, which means the least prioritization, is generics. So that means generic element selectors like div or p or h1, those will have the least specificity and hence the least priority. Now, classes are a step up from generics. They are more specific, so they will get more prioritization of their styles. And now finally, IDs are the most specific and they will get the most priority. And you're probably thinking right now, what the hell are IDs? Don't worry, I'm about to show you what they are right now. IDs are actually very, very similar to classes. And in order to use an ID, it's fairly simple. Just like we did with a class, we say ID equal, and then we type in the name of the ID that we want our element to have. So in this case, I'm just going to say first paragraph. Now the catch with IDs, the thing that makes them different from classes is that you can only use this ID once throughout your entire page. So I mentioned earlier that you can put the same class on multiple elements. This is not the case with IDs. This is very bad practice. So if I take this ID, I copy it, and I also try to put it on this paragraph here, we cannot do that. We can change this to something else, maybe third paragraph, but we cannot use the same ID across multiple different elements. And the fact that you can't have the same ID across multiple different elements is what makes them more specific and hence have their styles be prioritized more. So let's head back to our CSS and head on top of all of these styles here. And in order to target an element based off its ID, we used a full stop for class names. Now we use a hashtag. So we type in hashtag and then the name of the ID we want to target. So in this case, it's going to be first paragraph. So we're targeting the element that has an ID of first paragraph. And let's say we want it to have a color of black. Bang. You can see that even though this class and this generic element selector come after this ID, its styles are still getting prioritized because it is the most specific. It has more specificity. But if we have the same specificity, let's say we target the ID again and we change its color to, let's say, green this time. Since these have the same specificity now, they're both as specific as each other, while the one that comes after is going to be prioritized. And if you're wondering, yes, in our CSS, we can target the same ID multiple times. Now, would you believe me if I told you there was a way we could be even more specific? Now, this method I'm about to show you is not best practice at all. You don't want to be using this in your code, but the unfortunate truth is a lot of developers out there don't know these best practices. They're writing bad code because you're not going to learn these best practices anywhere unless you're learning with ASAP Frontend or you're working in a company. Now, let's say we wanted to target this paragraph here that has a class of paragraph 1, but we didn't want to use its ID, right? What we could do to be more specific than these styles right here is before we specify the class we're looking for, we could also specify the element. So p.paragraph1. And what this is doing is instead of saying we're looking for any element with a class name of paragraph 1, which is what this is doing, we're saying we're only looking for p elements with a class name of paragraph 1. And that's going to be more specific than the styles within here because we're specifying we're only looking for P elements. So now if we set the color to say green, this is going to have higher priority over this, even though it comes after, because this is more specific. But these styles aren't going to affect this element right here. Even though it is a paragraph element with a class of paragraph 1, it's not going to get these styles here. It's not going to have a color of green. And that's because it has an ID of first paragraph, and we're styling that in our CSS. And in the eyes of CSS, a single ID has more specificity than a generic and a class name put together. So what's another way we can be more specific than an ID? Well, CSS actually allows us to target elements based on multiple class names. So in order to give this a shot, we have to first give an element multiple class names. And doing this is pretty simple. All we have to do is go to the class here and add a space between the first class name and then add our second class name. And there we have it. We have two different class names that we can use to target this element. So we've got paragraph 1 and also red. So let's head back to our CSS. And if we target this first class name and also add on this second class name, that's going to be more specific than everything below here. So if we give this a shot and set the color to red, hopefully this first paragraph will be changed to red because we're using two class names to target it. We're saying only elements with a class name of paragraph 1 and a class name of red will get these styles. And that's pretty specific, right? But using multiple class names as our selectors is still not more specific than a single ID in the eyes of CSS. So what's going to happen, even though these styles are coming after, these styles are going to take priority and our first paragraph is still going to have a color of black. But if you want to be extremely specific, we can take this even further. We can say the element with an ID of paragraph 1 that also has a class of paragraph 1 as well as a class of red. Let's change the color to red. And you'll see that the color of the first paragraph is now going to change. Because now instead of a single ID, we're using an ID and multiple class names as our selectors. So CSS is going to view these styles as higher priority than everything else on the page, and hence apply these styles over everything else. So you can see this is a pretty deep rabbit hole we can go down, but we're not going to go there because using multiple selectors to be more specific is very, very bad practice. This is all you need to worry about. We target elements in our CSS using IDs, class names, and generic selectors. IDs are most specific, so their styles will get the most priority even though these come after. And IDs are second most specific, so their styles will get priority over generics, but they won't get priority over IDs. And finally, generic selectors, least specific of them all, will not get priority over class names or IDs. But there's one more thing we can do to be extremely specific and make your styles take over everything on the page. And that's adding exclamation mark important to the end of a style. And you can see immediately CSS doesn't care anymore that this is a generic and these are class names and IDs and are meant to get priority. No, CSS absolutely prioritizes these styles. But you really, really, really want to avoid using this as much as you can, because down the line, it's going to make your CSS very, very hard to work with. So it's good to know it's here, but try and use it as little as you can. So that's really all we need to talk about when it comes to specificity. It's just the prioritization of styles. Generics get the least prioritization because they have the least specificity. Classes are a step above that. They get more priority than generics because they're more specific. And then IDs are going to get the most priority because they have the most specificity. How do we use these? For the generic selectors, we just reference the element. For the class name, it's the same thing, but we just add a class to the element that we want to work with, and then we use a dot before adding the class name in our CSS. And then for IDs, we add an ID to our element, and then we use a hashtag, and then the ID name to reference it in our CSS. And now we have specificity bad practices that you don't want to be doing, because these are going to overcomplicate your code and just make CSS hard for you. But when you join a company and start working in a team, you will be working with developers who haven't learned the best practices, so it's important to know that these exist. So get this down in your notes. This is how we can be more specific. But again, these are bad practices we don't want to be doing very often. So with that wraps up specificity, and I know that was a lot of theory to take in, but the point of this crash course is not for you to remember every little detail, right? It's just for you to gain a little bit of an understanding of how everything works, take the notes, and as we build the rest of our projects, that's where everything starts to come together. So if you're feeling dumb right now, just keep pushing. This will all make sense to you in the future. With that being said, it's time to move on to our next topic, which is going to be the box model. Now, what exactly is the box model? Well, the box model divides the elements on our page into 4 different layers. So every single element on our page, the divs, the paragraphs, the H1s, they're all made up of 4 different layers. So these orders are actually pretty important, are content, padding, border, and margin. So again, each and every single element on our page is made up out of content, padding, border, and margin. Let's visualize this with a diagram. So under the hood, this is what each and every single element on our page looks like. In the very center, we have our content, and that's going to be any content that we put inside of our element. For example, some text within a P element. And on the outside of the content, we have our padding. And outside of that, we're going to have our border if we do have one. So we learned about borders earlier. If we do choose to use a border, then that's going to be outside of the padding. And finally, outside of this border, we're going to have our margin. And these are the 4 layers that make up every single element on our page. So let's jump straight into our code and teach you about all this stuff with a live code example. So what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of all this CSS here and all of the HTML here. And we're going to give this div a class of box. And within it, we're just going to put a bit of placeholder text. So we're going to say lorem 15. And let's target this element with a class name of box. Let's give it a width of 200 pixels. And we're going to give it a border of 1 pixel, solid styling, and then a red color. And if we go ahead and hit inspect element now, and we head to the computer tab, you're going to see something very familiar. We're going to see the box model. And it looks exactly the same as what we covered over here. So content, padding, border, margin. This is exactly what we covered. And if we go ahead and create some more elements, so 1, 2, 3, you'll see that if we select them, head to the computer tab, they're all made up of the box model, no matter what element we select. So now let's actually remove the rest of these elements for now. And let's select this first one here, so we can get to the bottom of what's going on in here. So right now, our content has a width of 200 pixels, which we've set over here. And it also has a height of 72 pixels. We also have no padding, which is why we see a dash. But let me show you how we can add padding to this element. So in our CSS, all we have to do is write padding, and then we can say padding top to add padding on the top, padding left to add padding on the left, padding right to add padding on the right, and then padding bottom to add padding on the bottom. So in this case, let's say we want to add padding to the top of our element. So we're going to say padding top, and let's add a padding top of 20 pixels. And we can change this to any value we want. We can say padding top 20. We can say padding top 24 pixels. And this makes it so much easier to visualize the box model actually happening. We have our content, and then our padding, and then our border. And let's also add a margin. So this works the same way as the padding. We can say margin top, margin left, margin bottom, or margin right. But in this case, we're going to add a margin top of 24 pixels. And you can see if we hover over the box now, this is literally exactly what we covered over here. So let's play around with this some more. Let's go padding left, 20 pixels. And let's go margin left, 30 pixels. And let's increase the thickness of our border from 1 pixel to 8 pixels. And if we hover over this element now, we can really start to see the box model coming into play. So now we know that every single element on our page is made up of these 4 different layers. So margin, border, padding, content, and they make up what we call the box model. And they basically just help us organize the elements on our page easier. And we can change the values of these different layers in our CSS to achieve the look we want. So we can say padding top, padding left, padding bottom, 20 pixels, padding right, 20 pixels. And just like the border property, CSS actually gives us a shorthand that we can use to turn these 4 properties into one. So instead of writing out 4 properties to target the different sides of our padding, we can actually just turn this into one property called padding. And the way padding works in CSS is like a clock. The first value is going to give it a padding top of 16 pixels. The second value is going to give it a padding right of 16 pixels. This third value is going to give it a padding bottom of 16 pixels. And this last value is going to give it a padding left of 16 pixels. So again, just to be ultra clear, this padding property works like a clock: top, right, bottom, left. And margin also has the same kind of shorthand. So instead of going margin top, margin left, margin bottom, we can remove all this stuff and just use the single margin property. And this works the same as the padding. So it works like a clock. So this first value is going to give it a margin top of 16. This second value is going to give it a margin right of 16 pixels. This third value is going to give it a margin bottom of 16 pixels. And this last value is going to give it a margin left of 16 pixels. Now, what CSS does to make our life even easier is that if all of the values are the same, we don't have to type out 4 individual values. We can just change this to one singular value. And what this is going to do is give our element a padding of 16 pixels on all sides, as you can see. And we can actually do the same thing for margin. Remove all of these extra values, and you'll see that this is going to give our element a margin of 16 pixels on every single side. And another one of these tricks that you're going to be using quite often throughout the course is the 2 values. So this first value is going to allow us to set the top and bottom values of our padding, and this second value is going to allow us to set the left and right values of our padding. So if we say 8 pixels and then 16 pixels as the second value, you're going to see our element has a padding of 8 pixels on the top and bottom, and then 16 pixels on the left and right. And of course, we can use the same trick with the margin property. So if I chuck this in, you'll see that our element now has a margin of 8 pixels on the top and bottom, and then 16 pixels on the left and right. Now there's one more box model property that you should probably know about, and it's called box sizing. Now every single element on the page by default has a box sizing of content box. And this is super annoying because if we have a width and a height on our elements, what that means is only our content has a width of 200 pixels and a height of 150 pixels. And the padding and border aren't accounted into the width of the element. And that's super annoying because when we set an element to 200 pixels in width, we'd expect that our element would be 200 pixels wide. But no, our element is more like 240 or 250 pixels in width if we take into account the padding and the border. And I don't like that. If I give my element a width of 200 pixels, I want it to have a width of 200 pixels well and truly. Not do some weird calculations just to figure out the true width of my element. So what I do instead of using box sizing content box is I use box sizing border box. And you're going to see that our element is suddenly going to get smaller. So if I change this back to content box, you'll see that it was a little bit bigger before we changed the box sizing to border box. Well, that's because with box sizing border box, when we say a width of 200 pixels, we say that we want the true width of our element to be 200 pixels. So that's content plus padding plus border equal 200 pixels, which is exactly what I like. So just to be clear, when we say box sizing border box, we're saying that we want the width to be equal to content plus padding plus border. So we want the border and the padding to be accounted into the total width. But when we use box sizing content box, we say that we only care about the content being the width that we specify. And then the padding and the border are going to be on top of that. So these two are not going to be accounted into the width. And this is actually the default, but the best practice is to always set box sizing to border box. This way you don't have to do any weird calculations to get the true width of your element. CSS already does that for you in the background. So that's why in every single project we build together, for example, this ePortfolio website you're going to be using to apply to jobs, we set the box sizing to border box. So this asterisk is what we call a universal selector, which means it selects every single element on the page. And at the top of every single project that we build, at the top of that CSS file, we're going to set box sizing to border box. So if we go ahead and remove this style, you'll see that everything starts to look like crap. So that's why we keep box sizing as border box and everything looks much better. And that's pretty much it with the box model. Every element is made up of these 4 different layers, so content, padding, border, and margin, and those make up the box model. And by default, they have a box sizing of content box, which does not take into account the padding and the border into the width and height of the element. So what do? We use box sizing border box, so we have an easier time styling our elements. And you might be thinking right now, padding and margin both add spacing. So when the hell do I know when to use which one? Well, this is actually fairly simple. We use padding when we want to add space between the content inside of the element and the border of the element. And we use margin when we want to take this whole element and space it out from other elements on the page. And I think this is better explained with a demonstration. So let's jump into some code and test this out. So let's jump into our code and we're going to remove the padding and the margin for now. And what we're going to do is we're going to add some more elements on the page. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then from there, let's remove this hard-coded height and reduce the thickness of this border just a little bit. So I mentioned earlier that we use padding to add spacing between the actual content of the element, so that's in this case this text, and the border. So what you'll notice is if we add a padding of say 8 pixels on all sides, you'll see that the spacing between the content inside of the element and the actual border is going to increase. And if we change this to something like 24, it'll become way more apparent. So padding adds spacing between the content of the element and the border, kinda just giving the content room to breathe so it doesn't look cramped up against the border, like so. But you'll see that padding's not going to actually add any spacing between the different elements on our page. You can see our different elements are still touching each other. And that's what margin is for. So let's add a margin of 16 pixels. And you'll notice that that's going to add some spacing on the outside of the element and push it away from the other elements on the page. So just to summarize, padding is giving spacing on the inside of the element so that the content doesn't look cramped against the border, And margin is actually going to add some spacing on the outside to push that element away from other elements on the page. And you are going to get loads of practice with this later on in the course, and this stuff will become second nature to you. You'll know when to use padding and you'll know when to use margin. And with that, I want to say a huge congratulations to you, because that's everything you need to know about the box model complete. Yes, I know that was a lot of theory in such a short amount of time. So don't focus on memorizing everything, just focus on kind of understanding how everything works. So now that we're done talking about the box model, it's time for us to cover a few more CSS properties that are going to be a little more advanced. The first of which being this display property right here. So let's jump straight into it. So the CSS display property has two values, block and inline. And these two might seem familiar to you because in the HTML crash course, we actually briefly talked about block level and inline level elements. Block elements start on a new line and take up 100% of the available width. And some elements that have a display block by default are the P element, H1 all the way to H6 elements, and the div element. Now, inline elements are the opposite. They do not start on a new line and only take up the necessary width. And what you also need to know is that when an element has a display of inline, we cannot set the width and height of that element. And some examples of elements that have a display inline by default are anchor elements, span elements, and buttons. Now let's jump back into our code to see how these actually work. Okay, so let's start off by getting rid of all of this CSS and all of this current HTML. And then we're going to add a H2. And in here, let's just say CSS Crash Course. And let's create a couple of these. So 1, 2, 3. And we know that all H2 elements have a display block by default. So what are the traits we're going to see? Well, we can see that all of the elements are starting on their own new line. And if we head into inspect element, you'll see that all of these elements are taking up 100% of the available width within the parent. So now that we know what block elements look like, let's take a look at what inline elements look like. And we know that spans are display inline by default, so let's give them a shot. Let's add some of them on our page. So let's go below these H2s, and I'm going to create a span. In here, I'm going to say CSS. I am going to create another. And in here, I'm going to say Crash Course. And second, they're only taking up the necessary width to hold their content. So unlike these block elements, which are taking up 100% of the available width, these inline elements are only taking up the width that they need. And you'll also notice if we try and change the width of any of these inline elements, we're actually going to get a warning from CSS that says display inline property prevents width from having an effect. So if we have a display inline element, we cannot change the width. But if we go ahead and try and change the width of any of these block level elements, so let's say width 50 pixels, you're going to see that we can do that with no issues at all. And the same goes with the height property. If we go down to our span and we try and set the height, we're also going to get a warning from CSS again that says display inline property prevents height from having an effect. But if we try and change the height in our display block element, we can do it with no issues at all. And that's really it when it comes to the difference between block and inline elements. There are going to be some more advanced display values that we'll be covering later on in the course, but right now you don't need to worry about that. These two are really all you need to know. So now that we're done with the display property, let's move on to the position property. And this one is going to be a little bit trickier. But lucky for you, you're part of the ASAP Frontend family, so you're going to be getting the best possible explanations. So what we have here is a couple of the most common CSS position values that you need to understand. and the first of which is position static. Now, all of the HTML elements we put on our page have a default value of position static. And static elements are nothing special, they just follow the normal flow of the page. Now, the next value we have is relative. And if we give an element a position of relative, it's kind of like a static element. It follows the regular flow of the page. But the difference is position relative allows us to change the position of our element and kind of shift it around by using top, right, bottom, and left. And I know you're probably confused as hell right now. Google Slides is not the best way to teach CSS. So let's jump into our code and I can show you what I mean by this. Alright, so the first thing we're going to do is close our DevTools and let's get rid of these spans for now. And on the second H2, let's add a class of title. And then in our CSS, we're going to target this. And we're going to give it a background color of red. And now we're going to change the position to relative. So by default, this element would have had a position of static. So if we change this to static, you're going to see nothing is changing. And that's because, again, our element already by default had a position of static. And if we change this back to relative, it also appears that nothing is changing, right? But now if I come in and say top 100 pixels, that's actually going to influence where it is on the page. So if I change this to top 40 pixels and left 30 pixels, we're going to be moving it 40 pixels from the top. So that means 40 pixels down. And then 30 pixels from the left. So that means 30 pixels right from where the element was originally positioned in the regular flow of the page. So from where the element was when we didn't have any positioning on it, we move it 40 pixels down and 30 pixels to the right. And the important thing to remember with position relative is it's going to leave an empty gap where the element was originally positioned. So visually, we've gone ahead and moved it around, but the other elements are still treating it as if it was in this original position, which is why we see this gap. Now, when using position relative, we're hardly going to be using the top, left, right, and bottom. It's just something that we don't use very often. Instead, if we wanted to position our elements using top, left, right, and bottom, we would use position absolute. And position absolute can be a little bit difficult to wrap your head around, so let's walk through it together. So unlike static and relative elements, position absolute elements do not follow the normal flow of the page. So let's head back to our code and let's change this to position absolute. And let's take a look at what happens. And you're going to see a very big difference. So unlike position relative, which reserved the gap where the element was originally positioned and then we could move it however we want and still have that gap, as soon as we add position absolute, it's pulled out of the flow of the page and the rest of the elements sort of forget that it even exists. So that's what I mean when I say position absolute elements do not follow the normal flow of the page. And you'll also notice that when we use position absolute, our element is no longer taking up 100% of the available width like the rest of our headings. And that's something you should know. When we're using a display block element and we use position absolute on it, it no longer takes up 100% of the available width. It only takes up the necessary width to hold its content. So if we still want this element to take up 100% of the available width, we have to explicitly tell CSS that we want that. So width 100% because it's not going to do it automatically for us anymore. So just to recap, when we use position absolute, that element is no longer going to follow the normal flow of the page. The rest of the elements are going to forget it exists and the element is going to be in its own world. Now, the next thing we need to know about position absolute is that we can change the position of the element by using top, right, bottom, and left, just like a position relative element. So let's head back to our code. And if we position this bottom 0, you're going to see it's going to go all the way to the bottom of the page. If we do left 0, the element is going to go all the way to the left of the page. And the reason for that is when we set this bottom and this left within a position absolute, it's no longer relative to where the element originally was in the flow of the page. The position of the element is now relative. It's now based on the nearest position relative parent. Now let me show you what I mean by this. So let's head back to our HTML. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to give this a class name of parent. And within this, I'm going to put my h2. And then within this parent, I'm going to get rid of this h2. And I'm going to create a new div with a class of child. Now for the parent, I'm going to target it. I'm going to give it a height of 200 pixels. And it's going to have a background color of red. And then for the child, I'm going to give it a width of 24 pixels, a height of 24 pixels, and then a background color of green. I should probably make this a little larger, so let's go 64 pixels. Now what you'll notice is if I give this child a position of absolute, and let's say we set the bottom to 0. And what you'll notice is it's going to go to the bottom of the viewport. So since this absolute element has no position relative parents, it's going to automatically be positioned relative to the viewport, which means the screen. But what you'll notice is if we give this parent a position of relative, and this can be any other position. It could be position relative, position absolute, position fixed. As long as the position of the parent is no longer static, the child will now be positioned relative to the parent. But the reason why we use position relative over the other positions is because it allows us to make this child positioned relative to this parent without messing up the flow of the page. So now you'll see if we set the positioning of this element, so bottom 0, we could go bottom 50%, so we can actually use percentage values in here too. It's going to be moved 50% from the bottom. Left 50%, it's going to move it all the way down the middle. Top 0, it's going to move it to the top. Right 0, move it all the way to the right. So now you can see that when we have a position absolute element, it's going to be positioned relative to the nearest position relative parent. And if there's no position relative parents present, then it's automatically going to be positioned based on the viewport. So that's about it when it comes to position absolute. If you can understand these two things, you'll be fine. One is that when we use position absolute, the rest of the elements on the page forget it even exists. So if we give this element here a position of absolute, you can see that the rest of the elements forget that it even exists. They shift up. And 2 is that a position absolute element will be positioned based on the nearest relative parent. Don't worry if you still aren't understanding everything. Like I always say, the crash courses are just meant to give you a basic idea. The real learning happens when you build along with the project tutorials later on in the course. So make sure to write these down wherever you take your notes. And honestly, these 3 are the most common CSS position values that you're going to be dealing with on a day-to-day basis. Now we're going to be covering a couple more uncommon CSS position values that we won't be typically using day to day, but they're still important to know. The first of which is position fixed. Now, just like position absolute, position fixed does not follow the normal flow of the page. And also like position absolute, position fixed elements can have their position changed by using top, right, bottom, and left. But now where the two values differ is that position fixed will always be based on the viewport, whereas position absolute will be based on the nearest position relative parent. And if a position relative parent or any other position besides static does not exist, only then will it be positioned relative to the viewport. So let me demonstrate this to you by turning this into a position fixed element. You're going to notice that even though it does have a position relative parent, because it is position fixed, it's going to be positioned relative to the viewport 100% of the time. So when we say right 0 and top 0, it takes us to the top right of the viewport. And another cool thing with position absolute is if we set the body to say 150 VH in height so that we can get a scroll, you'll notice that position fixed elements, since they're always positioned relative to the viewport, is they're going to stick wherever we position them. They're going to stay there, no matter how far up or down we scroll. So essentially, we use position fixed whenever we want to stick an element in a permanent location on the screen. For example, in our portfolio that we're going to be building later on in the course, you can see that we have our navbar sticking to the top of the screen, no matter how far up or down we scroll in our page. And we use position fixed for that whenever we want to stick an element permanently in one place on the screen and we never want it to move. Now we have one last position value, and that is position sticky. So position sticky elements will follow the normal flow of the page until the user scrolls past a certain point. And once the user scrolls past that point, it will then become a position fixed element. So let's try this out. Let's turn this element back to absolute. And then let's make this parent position sticky. And how a position sticky element actually works is once the user scrolls past the element, so once it starts to scroll past it, that's when it'll turn into a position fixed element. And in order to make this work, we have to say, all right, once we scroll past this element and it does turn into position fixed, where do we want it to be on our screen? For example, I'm just going to say once we scroll past the element and it turns into position fixed, I want it to be at the top of the screen. And you can see, as soon as we scroll past the element, bang, turns into position fixed and goes to the top of our screen. Now you're barely ever going to use this, but it's good to know that it's there. And just like that, I want to say a huge congratulations, because that wraps up our advanced CSS properties. Like I keep saying over and over, if you're feeling confused, that's 100% expected. You're not meant to be an expert after watching these crash courses. You're just meant to have a basic idea of what's going on and make a couple notes so that when we're building projects together, you're not going to be completely confused. And it's in those projects where you're going to be learning the most, where everything you learnt in this video is going to come together. So don't get discouraged, just keep pushing through, and I guarantee this will all make sense. Now we're going to be moving on to our next topic, which is media queries. But what are media queries? Well, media queries are a CSS feature that allows us to make our website look good on all screen sizes, no matter how big or how small. So let's jump back into our code. Let's delete our CSS and let's delete everything in our HTML. And what we're going to do is we're going to have a H1 that's going to have a class of title. And in here, we're going to say, welcome to my website. And then below that, we're going to have a paragraph, and that's going to have a class of paragraph. And in here, we're going to get 30 words of lorem placeholder text. And let's head to our styles now and add some styling to these elements. So we're going to get the title, and let's give it a font size of 52 pixels. And then the paragraph, let's give it a font size of 24 pixels. Now this looks all good to us, but let's say someone comes to the website on their phone. So let's click on this option here that we get in our dev tools. Click on this and we can actually use this to simulate what our website would look like if someone comes on any kind of device. So let's say someone comes to our website on an iPhone 14. So this is what our website would look like if someone came on an iPhone 14, and let's say we think this text is way too large. We don't want it wrapping onto a different line. How would we go about adding some styles so that on smaller screens we make this text smaller so it doesn't wrap on a different line, but still keep this text size because we like it on bigger devices? It looks good. Well, media queries make this very easy for us to do. So let's walk through how we can use them to help us achieve our goal. So in order to create a media query, what we have to do is type in @media. And then they have parentheses and then brackets. And it's within these brackets that we're going to write all of the styles that's going to change our title and make it look good on smaller devices. But before we do that, within these parentheses, we have to specify when we want the styles that we write within here to come into play. So in order to do that, we're going to say max width, and we want these styles to come into play when we're on mobile phones, right? So when we come into the website on a smartphone, we want these styles to come into play and make the website look good. Well, in order to do that, we have to use what is called a breakpoint. And since we want our website to look good on smartphones, we're going to use 480 pixels as our breakpoint. So we're going to say max width of 480 pixels. And what this is essentially saying is that the styles within here have a max width of 480 pixels, which basically means that the styles that we write within here are only going to be applied when the screen width is smaller than 480 pixels. So when we're on a smartphone like this with a screen width of 430 pixels, these styles will be applied. But as soon as we get bigger than that, now we're on 700 pixel screen width, these styles are going to get thrown out the door, forget they exist. So let's give these a shot and see if they work. Within our media query, we're going to target the title, and we're going to say once our screen width is smaller than 480 pixels. Well, let's change the title's font size to 32 pixels. And what you're going to see is when the screen is larger than 480 pixels, these styles are not going to be applied. But as soon as we get smaller, bang. As soon as we hit that 480 pixel breakpoint, bang. The font size of the title changes to whatever we defined within here. So now when we're on smartphones, when the screen width is below 480 pixels, our title is still on one line. But when we go onto bigger screens, we still have the large font size that we prefer. I want you to have a go at this now. Try making it so when we get below 480 pixels, as well as the title changing, let's change the font size of the paragraph. Let's make it smaller. So I'll give you a couple of seconds to go ahead and give that a shot, and we'll walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find the solution. If you didn't, all good. We're going to walk through it together right now. So like I mentioned earlier, what we want to do is once the screen width gets below 480 pixels, as well as changing the font size of the header, we also want to change the font size of the paragraph. So in order to do that, let's go within our media query here, and let's target our paragraph. And let's reduce the font size to say 20 pixels. And now what's going to happen? As soon as the screen size gets below 480 pixels, bang. These styles come into play to make our website look good on mobile devices. And we aren't limited to just one media query. We can have multiple. So let's say we think this jump is a little too large. Let's say we want to do something for the large smartphone devices as well. Well, all we have to do is make another media query and use this as our breakpoint. And all these breakpoints you're seeing here are what we use to make our website look good on all devices. If we want to create some style changes for tablets, we create a media query and we use 768 pixels as our breakpoint. If we want to create some style changes for laptops, we use a media query and use 1024 pixels as our breakpoint. So make sure to note these down somewhere. These are the most common CSS breakpoints and we're going to be using them very often throughout the course. So in this case, what do we want to do? We want to make our website look good on large smartphones. So we create a media query and the max width is going to be 640 pixels. So all of the styles within here are going to get applied once the screen is smaller than 640 pixels. So let's say title will be a bit larger than it is on the small smartphones. It's going to be 36 pixels. And then the paragraph is also going to be a bit larger. It's going to be 24 pixels. And you can see that we've got small jumps, small changes in font size as we increase and decrease our screen size. And this is how we use media queries. And this is exactly how we make ASAP Frontend look good on all devices. When we hit inspect element, you'll see that as the screen size decreases, some styles start to come into play to again make the website look good on smaller devices. And the best practice I want to quickly teach you is to keep your highest media queries at the top. So since this is the highest breakpoint, we're going to keep it on top of 480 pixels, and this is not going to affect anything. If we remove this and bring this up, everything is still going to work just fine. But this is just going to make your code easier to read, easier to get an idea of what's going on when everything is just in the right order. So feel free to play around with this, add some more elements in the page, and play around with, changing their styles with media queries. And once you feel comfortable and, kind of understand how media queries work, we're good to move on to our final topics. The first of which is going to be pseudo selectors. So let's get rid of everything here. All of the CSS and all of our HTML. And if you head to ASAP Frontend and we go to the dashboard, you'll notice that when we hover over this button, it actually becomes a little bit transparent. And we'll see the same thing if we head to the sidebar. If we hover over the different videos in the course, you'll see that they also get this hover effect. And both of them have this sort of smooth transition. How do we do that? Well, that's where a pseudo class comes in handy. And in order to show you how to do this, we're going to create a button. And within here, I'm just going to type in continue learning, just like we can see on ASAP Frontend. And then from there, we're going to head to our CSS and let's zoom in a little bit. So 1, 2, 3. And let's figure out how we can make it so when we hover over this button, we get the same sort of smooth transition into transparency that we can see on ASAP Frontend. In order to do this, we have to target our button and use the hover pseudo class. So in order to do that, we get the button that we want to add the hover effect to, and then we say :hover. And again, that's going to give us access to the hover pseudo class. So now whatever styles that we write within here are going to be applied to this button only when it is hovered over. So for example, if I type in background color red within this hover pseudo class, now you're going to see that whenever I hover over the button, bang, these styles are going to be applied to this button and we're going to get a background color of red. But as soon as we stop hovering over the button, CSS forgets these styles even exist, and the button loses its color. So now we know what this hover pseudo class is and how to use it. Let's go ahead and try and recreate the hover effect on this button that we see on ASAP Frontend. So when we hover over our button, we want it to become sort of translucent, and when we stop hovering over it, we want it to go back to normal. So in order to do that, we're going to say when our button is hovered over, let's access the opacity property. And this property is pretty self-explanatory. All it does is allow us to set the opacity of our element, so how clear or transparent it is. So 100% would be not transparent at all, and 0% would be completely transparent. So we wouldn't be able to see our element, and we get all of these percentages that we can use in between. So when we hover over our button, let's give it an opacity of 30%. And you'll see as soon as we hover over our element, bang, it becomes semi-transparent. But as soon as we stop hovering over our element, CSS forgets these styles even exist, and our element goes back to normal. And we can actually test all this stuff out. If we head to our dev tools, hit this option here and select the button, and we click on this :hov, you'll see all of the different pseudo classes provided to us by CSS. Now, most of these pseudo classes aren't really important at all. You learn them on the fly by building out projects, so we're not going to be covering them in this video. But the only really important one that we're going to be using very often is the hover pseudo class, which is why we're covering it in this video. And what's super cool is if we check this checkbox, it's actually going to put the element in a hovered state permanently so that we can play around with the hover effect, see what it looks like, perfect everything, and then once we're finished, we can just take it out of the hovered state by unchecking the checkbox. But if we head back to ASAP Frontend, you'll actually see that we have a sort of smooth transition on our hover effects. That just looks really good compared to what we have over here. So how do we go about adding that smooth transition to our button over here? Well, it's actually much easier than it looks. All we need to do is add the transition property that CSS gives to us. Now that we've accessed the transition property, all we need to do is define how long we want the transition to be. So in this case, a typical transition like the one we see on ASAP Frontend is about 200 to 400 milliseconds. So we're just going to go 300 milliseconds, but we can go as high as we want. We can go 4,000, 5,000. But for now, we're just going to do 300 milliseconds. And if we hover over our button now, you'll see that we're getting that smooth transition in, but that transition out is not smooth at all. So if we pay close attention, we'll actually be able to see that. So the transition in, very smooth, but the transition out, that's where we have a problem. So in order to get that smooth transition out, we don't actually put this transition property within our hover pseudo class. Because remember, these styles are only applied when the button is hovered over. So when I hover over my button, these styles come into play and we get our transition, right? Since we're hovering over our button, we get our smooth transition. But as soon as I stop hovering over the button, these styles disappear, which also means this transition disappears, which is why the transition out is very abrupt. This transition property is not working anymore. So to fix this, all we need to do is just put the transition within the element itself instead of the pseudo class, so that this transition is applied all the time. And we can actually go really wild with these hover effects. We can go opacity, background color, padding. We can add all sorts of things when we're hovering over our element. And the cool thing about this transition property is you can actually specify which property you want to add a transition to. So if we only want to add a transition to, say, this opacity property, then we can write that down at the start, and you'll see that only the opacity property is going to get that smooth transition, but these other properties don't. If we wanted to just target the padding property and give it a transition of 300 milliseconds, we just write down padding, and bang. The padding is the only property to get that 300 millisecond transition. But typically, we want all of these properties to get that smooth transition. So what do? We leave it blank, and by default, that's going to make it so all of these properties get that smooth transition of 300 milliseconds. So that's really it for the basics of pseudo classes. You're going to be getting loads more practice with this stuff throughout the course when you're building projects. So I wouldn't be too worried if I wasn't understanding things right now. So now that we're done with pseudo classes, we're going to take a look at what pseudo elements are. I'm just going to write down my name. And let's zoom in on this. So let's zoom in, close up our dev tools. And the way we use pseudo elements is very similar to how we use pseudo classes. So what we'd do is we'd get the element. So that's our P element right here. And in order to use a pseudo element, we type in double colon. So instead of one colon like pseudo classes, to use pseudo elements, we type in double colon. And there's only two pseudo elements that we need to know about. The first one is before, and the second one is after. Let's start off by talking about this before pseudo element. So for every pseudo element that we use, we have to define some content. So this property right here is going to define the content of the pseudo element. We can leave the content as an empty string, which basically means that there's going to be no content within our pseudo element, and CSS will be fine with that. But what CSS will not be happy with is if we don't use the content property at all. That's when our pseudo element is not going to work properly. We have to define this content property. Now, if we open up the dev tools, you're going to see that we're actually going to be able to see our pseudo element. And currently, it has no content at all. So let's add some content within here. So let's say, hey, my name is, and if we close this out, you're going to see that our pseudo element is coming before our element. And that's because we've specified that we want to use the before pseudo element. So if we add a space, you can see how cool this is. We can see, hey, my name is Ayman. So we know now that a before pseudo element will put content before our actual element. But we can also do the same with the after pseudo element. And this is pretty self-explanatory. It's going to put the content after our actual element. And these pseudo elements are actually really powerful. We're not just limited to this content property. We can add all sorts of CSS properties to this. We can give this a background color of red, a margin of 8 pixels. And you can see that we can treat it like it's its own element. And just to show you how powerful pseudo elements can be in the real world, if we take a look at the portfolio we're going to be building later on in the course, these cool borders here that we see on our image, we actually do that using pseudo elements. So that should show you just how powerful these can be. So that's really all you need to know about pseudo elements for now, that we have to define the content. It can be an empty string for all we care, but CSS just does not like when we do not define the content property at all. So now that we're done with pseudo elements, we're going to be covering one of the last topics in this video, and that is going to be animations. So if we head back to our portfolio website, you're going to see that at the bottom of this page here, we have this really cool arrow, and it's kind of floating up and down with this cool animation and is prompting us to scroll further down the page. And we actually did this using CSS. So let me show you how to do this. So let's head back to our page and let's just zoom back in. And let's try and make this element float up and down just like this. So to create animations in CSS, all we need to do is type in @keyframes. And after that, we actually have to specify the name we want our animation to have. Now in this case, I'm just going to call it something like point down. And once you write down the name, we have to follow it with curly braces. Now, once we're inside of these curly braces, how we're going to set our animations is by defining a 0% and a 100%. So these are basically defining the different stages of our animation. So 0% would be the start and 100% would be the finish. And now what we actually have to do to create an animation is define where we want to be at the start of our animation and then where we want to be at the finish. So in our case, we just want to get this pointing down effect. So in order to do that, we'll have to use a CSS property that we've not covered yet. And that's called transform. Now, when we use this transform property, that's going to give us access to something called translate. So that's this thing right here. Now, what this translate value allows us to do is change the position of our element horizontally and vertically. So the first value that we type in is going to be the X, and the second value, the Y. So if we type something into this first value, that's going to move it horizontally. And if we type something in this second value, that's going to move it vertically. Now, in our case, we don't really want to move the element on the X-axis. We only want to move it up and down. So that's the Y-axis. So what we can do, since we only want to move it on one axis, is translate Y. And that's going to allow us to, if we type something in here, it's only going to move it on the Y-axis. So up and down. So what we're going to do now is we're going to say at the start of our animation, we don't want to be moved down at all, right? Let's have our default position. And let's say at the finish of our animation, let's push ourselves down 16 pixels. And you're going to see now that even though we've created our animation, it doesn't seem to be working. Well, the reason for that is, yes, we've created our animation, but we actually have to specify that we want to use it on this element. So in order to do that, we have to go to this element and use the animation property. And this property is actually going to allow us to use an animation on this element. And then what we have to do is write down the name of the animation that we want to use. So in this case, it's this point down animation. And we also have to write down the duration. So how long do we want this animation to last? So in this case, let's go 1000 milliseconds or 1 second. And if we go ahead and reload our page now, get rid of this transform, you're going to see that our animation is actually running. So let's zoom in on this. Our animation is actually running. But you can see that once the animation finishes, it kind of just jumps back to its original spot and it doesn't run infinitely. So if we take a look at the portfolio, you can see that the animation runs infinitely. So the way we can make it run infinitely is pretty simple. We just add on the infinite to this animation property. And now what you're going to see is the animation is running infinitely, yes. But when the animation finishes, it's going to abruptly jump back to the starting position and run the animation again, instead of smoothly going back up to the starting point and then running the animation again like we want. So in order to fix that, all we need to do is add on this alternate reverse to our animation. And what that's going to do is make it so once the animation finishes running, once we get to 100%, it's not going to abruptly jump back to 0%, right? It's not going to abruptly go all the way back up to the starting point. It's going to smoothly go back up. And you can see our animation is looking absolutely beautiful now. And that's really it when it comes to animations. Don't worry too much about memorizing stuff. Just focus on getting a little bit of an understanding of how everything works. We create our animation by writing down at keyframes and then the name we want our animation to have. We type down 0% and 100%. So this is the start and finish. And then we define what we actually want to happen during the animation within these two. And now that we've actually created our animation, all we need to do to use it on any element is to use the animation property, write down the name of the animation we want to use, how long we want it to run, and over here we can define how long we want the animation to run. Right now we've set it to run infinitely, but we can set it to run 5 times, 4 times, 1 time, 2 times. And then this last one here, alternate reverse, is just making it so when our animation finishes running and then we're running it multiple times, that it goes back from the finish to the start point very smoothly. So that's all you really need to know about pseudo classes, pseudo elements, and animations. Again, those are the more advanced CSS properties. And we don't really use this stuff too often, so I wouldn't be, too worried if you're not understanding it. The main thing you should be focused on is the most important stuff, which is the box model, the display property, the position property. And in the next video, we're going to be talking about CSS layout, which is very important. And that's where I want you to be really putting most of your focus into. So now that we're finished with animations, we're going to be covering our very last topic. And that's going to be BEM or BEM CSS. This is a best practice we use at companies, and it's going to make your experience with CSS way smoother. So let's jump straight into this and talk a little bit about what BEM actually is. Well, BEM is actually more simple than you think. It stands for Block Element Modifier, and it is a naming convention that we use when writing CSS classes to keep our code more organized. And how the naming method goes is block __ element -- modifier. Now I know that seems insanely confusing, but don't worry, we're going to walk through what each of these mean together. So the first letter in BEM stands for block, and what it refers to is a standalone component. And what a standalone component means is basically just an element that doesn't rely on any other element on the page. It's its own component. So in the example on the bottom right, we have a box, and we give it a class of box because it doesn't rely on any other element on the page. Now the E in BEM stands for element, and that refers to parts of the block. So if we take a look at the example on the bottom right, within the box we have a H2, paragraph, and a button, all within the box. Now these are all elements that are within the box block. So what do we do? Well, let's take a look at the naming method. It goes block __ element. So we're going to give the H2 a class of box _ title because it is a title within the box. We're going to give this paragraph a class of box _ paragraph because it is a paragraph within the box. And then we're going to give this button a class of box _ button because it is a button within the box. And lastly, the M in BEM stands for modifier, and it refers to the variation or modifications of blocks and elements. So let's say we had multiple of these boxes on the page, but we wanted this specific button within this specific box to be different from all of the other boxes on the page. Well, what we'd do is we'd add a modifier class like so. So we could add some styles to this that would make it different from all of the other buttons on the page, but it would still have all of the styles of this original box button class. And that's pretty much it when it comes to BEM. And you might be thinking right now, why go through all of the trouble of using the BEM naming method? Why not just write our CSS classes like the example on the left? Well, let's say you're working in a really large code base as a software engineer and you're writing class names like the example on the left. It's going to make it very hard for other members of your team to figure out what these class names are actually for. Because look how vague they are. It's very hard to figure out the actual purpose behind them. So for example, someone is going to see this class name in our CSS and they're going to think, all right, is it the title within the box? Is it the title within, say, a form? Is it the title within a certain section on the page? You don't know what this title is actually for. And I guarantee you there's going to be issues with people rewriting class names, reassigning styles, and that's when the code base starts to get really messy and we don't want to deal with that. So in a nutshell, BEM just basically makes our code more organized, readable, and easier to work with in a team. And this is a best practice used at loads of tech companies. So if people see you writing CSS like this, they're going to be super impressed. Now I know that all probably sounded like a bunch of nonsense to you, and that's because BEM is not really the kind of thing you learn through a PowerPoint. It's the kind of thing you learn through practice, and people typically learn this through senior engineer mentors when they get their first software engineering job. But lucky for you, in the projects that we build throughout the course, we're going to be teaching you how to use BEM CSS properly and a bunch of other best practices that you don't want to miss out on. Anyways, with that, I have some good news for you, and that's that we're officially finished with the CSS Crash Course here at ASAP Frontend. I know that was a lot to take in such a short amount of time, but like I always say, these crash courses aren't meant to make you an expert. They're meant to give you a basic idea of how everything works, and when we build projects together, that's when the real learning happens. That's when all the theory that you learn starts to come together. So don't worry if you feel confused, that's 100% normal. Just keep pushing through the course, one video at a time, and you will succeed. Yo, what's up, and welcome to the JavaScript Crash Course here at ASAP Frontend. I'm actually pretty impressed to see that you've made it this far into the course, because most people get to HTML and they get to CSS, and when things get a little bit hard, they just can't cut it. So the fact that you've even made it to JavaScript puts you in the top 20% of people learning to code. So give yourself a huge pat on the back, I'm super proud of you. And I've also got some really good news for you. The most important parts of web development boils down to HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Once you go through the struggle of getting good at these three, the rest of your web development journey is going to be a breeze. And I say that from experience. From that point on, coding actually becomes kind of fun. And also, all you need to land that first internship or junior job is a solid foundation of knowledge on HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. That was all that was required of me to land my first junior role. And of course, I did know JavaScript frameworks like React, but I didn't even use those on the job. So getting really good at these three will take you so far. And once you put in that hard work and you land your first junior role or internship, your life is practically on easy mode. You learn from the senior engineers on the job, and you're just naturally getting better way faster than you were learning on your own. And then 1 to 2 years down the line, you're going to be so good that you're going to move up from that 60 to 70k junior role to the 100k plus salaries that you've wanted all along. So here's how you're going to learn JavaScript well to make sure that that happens. So we're going to start off with the crash course, and that's what you're watching right now. In the crash course, you're going to be learning all of the fundamentals. So we're going to take everything you need to know about JavaScript and squeeze it all into this one video. To make the most out of this video, I want you to be taking notes, coding along, and doing all the exercises I tell you to do, rewinding and rewatching the parts that you didn't quite understand. And don't feel bad rewatching parts of the video 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. The point of this video is just for you to absorb all of the knowledge. You're not meant to be an expert, but just try and kind of understand everything that's going on. Try and get a basic idea of how everything works. And this async JavaScript video here is the same thing. It's another crash course. Just try and kind of understand everything that's going on. Take your notes, rewind when you get stuck. And it's in these videos here, these exercises, that everything is going to start to come together. We're going to take all of the theory you learned and then put it into practice to drill these fundamentals into you. So don't worry if you get stuck in these crash courses. Just keep pushing through, keep taking your notes, and trust me, everything will come together in these videos. So now that we have that out of the way, let's jump straight into this crash course. You're probably super excited to get into things, but you're also probably super confused, thinking, what the hell even is JavaScript? What do we even use it for? Well, JavaScript actually allows us to bring our websites to life and make them interactive. And let me give you some examples. So right now we're at asapfrontend.com, and how I'm able to open and close this sidebar is all JavaScript. How I'm able to open and close this pop-up is also JavaScript. If I head to any video, you'll see that because we are logged in, the video is going to show, but as soon as we log out, bang, we get this pop-up here telling us to log in and make an account. And the simple act of logging in and logging out is also JavaScript. So you can see just how powerful JavaScript is. The entire functionality of the website, how everything is actually able to work, is because of JavaScript. And the same goes for all of the big websites that you're used to seeing every single day. That's the Googles, the Netflixes, the Instagrams, the Facebooks. All of these websites are run by JavaScript, which is why they pay their JavaScript developers $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 a year, because JavaScript is so damn important to running their websites. And what we can do now is we can hit inspect element. And if we head to our console, in here, we can actually write some JavaScript code. So if I write something basic like 5 plus 5, you can see we're going to get 10. But let's have a little fun just to show you how powerful JavaScript can be. So I'm going to get the HTML document. I'm going to use query selector, and I'm going to grab the body. I'm going to access its styles, and I'm going to give it a background of red. And if I hit enter, bang, you can see that now our page has a background color of red. So if we head to our elements tab, you'll see that if we go to the body, you can see that a background of red has actually been applied to it just with this single line of code. So that's just a little glimpse into what's possible with JavaScript. And by the end of this video, you're going to understand what all of this stuff means. So right now I'm writing JavaScript in the console just to give you a little bit of an introduction to the language, which is cool. But typically we wouldn't be writing JavaScript in the console like this. We would usually be writing our JavaScript code in a code editor like VS Code. So let's go ahead and do that instead. So what I'm going to do is go ahead, head to my desktop, and I'm going to create a new folder here. And let's call this JavaScript Crash Course. And what I'm going to do now, drag and drop this into VS Code. And now the first thing I'm going to do is create a HTML file. So index.html, get this boilerplate using Emmet abbreviation. And then from there, once we've done that, we can go ahead and create our JavaScript file. Now we can call this whatever, but a really common name that we use for JavaScript files is script.js, or we have index.js, and we have app.js. And for today, I'm just going to use app.js. And now what I'm going to do is, first off, let's zoom in a little bit, is I'm going to head back to my HTML file. And within the head element, within these head tags, I'm going to create a script element using the Emmet abbreviation. And what this is actually going to be used for is to import this JavaScript file. So within this src attribute, we have to type in the name of our JavaScript file, which in this case is app.js. And now what we want to do is open with live server. So right click on our HTML file, hit open with live server, and that's actually going to go ahead and open our live server where we can test our code. And then what I'm going to do is put our live server to one side of the screen and put my VS Code to the other. And now what we want to do is just make sure that our JavaScript file is hooked up and working with our HTML file correctly. And in order to do that, we're going to open our console. We're going to head back to our JavaScript file. And within that, we're going to console log. And let's just type something in here. And if everything is working right, our JavaScript file is hooked up correctly. Whatever we typed in within our console log here should be printing in the console. And if you don't see this in the console, well, that means something's gone wrong. So I want you to head back to your HTML file. Just make sure that you've typed down everything correctly, that you've got no typos, and this file name is the same as this file name, and then everything should be working. We should be able to create another console log, and whatever we type within it should also show up in our console. So now that we've set everything up, we can jump straight into the nitty gritty. We're going to be covering 7 extremely important JavaScript topics in this video. The first of which is going to be variables and data types. So write this down as a heading in your notes and let's jump straight into this. Let's start off by talking a little bit about what data types actually are. It's a lot simpler than it looks. Data types just allow us to organize the data in our code into different categories. That's it. And JavaScript gives us several different kinds of data types that we can actually use. So the data in our code can either be a string, a number, a boolean, undefined, or null. And we're going to be going through what each of these are one by one. But before we do that, let's briefly go over the basics of all of these. And once we do that, we can get down to the nitty gritty details of each data type. So let's start off with strings. And as you can see, strings are going to be any sort of text value. So whenever we want to write out some text, it's going to be stored in what we call a string. And next we have number, and that's pretty obvious. It's literally just a number. So we have 5, 6.5, 8, 100. All of these numbers here are going to be classed under the number data type. And next we have the Boolean data type, and this looks really intimidating, but it's literally just true or false. That's it. And where we might use the Boolean data type in the real world is when logging a user in. So logged in would be a true or false variable. If logged in is equal to true, then show the video. If logged in is equal to false, don't show the video. And then we have undefined and null, and they both basically mean the same thing. They both mean nothing. So no value at all. So if you head to ASAP Frontend and you look at your account settings, you'll see that if you have a VIP Plus subscription status, you will see this Discord field. This is so we can add you to the private Discord community. But if you don't have a VIP subscription, you won't see this Discord field at all. And that's because we don't need to take this data. So we'd set your Discord field to nothing, no value at all, using null or undefined. So now that we kind of have a basic idea of what each of these data types do, let's take a deeper dive into what's possible with each data type individually, starting off with strings. So like I mentioned earlier, strings are pretty much just text. And how we use a string is we create 2 quotation marks, and anything that goes within those 2 quotation marks becomes a part of that string. So you can see here we have a string that says ASAP Frontend is the best. But strings aren't just limited to the alphabet. We can put anything within a string. For example, we have numbers within this string here, and that's completely valid. We also have special symbols and characters within this string here, and that's also completely valid. We can even have emojis within a string, and that's also completely valid. So to summarize, to use the string data type, we just create 2 quotation marks, and then anything that goes within those 2 quotation marks also becomes a part of that string. So let's now dive back into our code to show you this in action. So you can see that we've actually already used strings before in our code. And like I mentioned earlier, to create a string, what did we do? We created the 2 quotation marks. And then we put the text that we want within the quotation marks, and this becomes our string. So if we change this to hello world, you'll see that whatever we put within this string, which in this case is hello world, is what is going to show up in the console. And like I mentioned earlier, we can also put all sorts of stuff within this string, but as long as it goes between these 2 quotation marks, it's completely valid and it's going to become a part of this string, and it's still showing up in the console. No issues at all. And on a side note, don't get confused about what this console log actually is. All it does is take whatever we put within these parentheses, which in this case is our string, and then print that out to the console. Now there's actually several ways we can create strings in JavaScript, the first of which being using the double quotes, like I mentioned. But JavaScript also lets us use single quotes, or even backward ticks, which is usually next to the number 1 key on your keyboard, to create a string. So you can see it's working completely fine, and it's the same thing as using double quotes. But no matter which of these options you choose to create your string, having quotes is 100% necessary, or else you can see JavaScript does not like it. We're getting an error in the console. So again, no matter which of these you use, make sure to use quotes when you want to create your string. What we can also do is add strings together. So if we turn these into two separate strings, so we're going to give them their own two quotation marks, and we're going to add them together, you can see that that's going to produce the same result in the console. Because what we've done is we've taken two separate strings, and when we add them together, they're going to merge together into one big string. And that's what we see in the console. Let's take a look at another example. Let's say ASAP Frontend. And when we add those together, they're going to become one long string. And you can see that in the console. Now I'm quickly going to add a space between these two words. So I'm going to add a space within this string here. And you can see that spaces are also counted as part of the string. But what's really important is that you're making sure you're creating two separate strings, right? So you need to have an opening and closing quote for both of the strings. And if you've done that right, JavaScript will let you know through the coloring. So these two separate strings will be orange, and then this plus sign will be white. And that's JavaScript's way of saying, yep, I know these are two separate strings, and that you're adding them together. But if you've done it wrong and you've forgotten to add a opening or closing quotation mark somewhere, JavaScript will let you know. It'll give you some errors with the squiggly lines, or it'll show this plus sign as orange, and you can see that the plus sign is now part of the string. So have an opening and closing quote for both of your strings, and you should be fine. Another thing that we can do with strings is we can actually access specific characters. So for example, if we only wanted to know the first index, the first character of the string, JavaScript actually allows us to do that. And you might be thinking, when the hell would we want to do that? When the hell would we want to get the first character of a string? Well, this is actually way more common than you think. If you look closely, you can see that I'm using Google Chrome, and my profile picture is actually the first character of my name. And if we head to ASAP Frontend, we also do the same thing. Your profile picture is the first character of your name. And how this is done at Google and how it's also done at ASAP Frontend is we store your name within a string, and then we access the first character of that string and use it for the profile picture. In order to figure out how we do this, we have to first talk about how string indexing works in JavaScript. And I know that sounds very complex, but it's actually pretty simple, and we're going to break it down together. So let's take this string for example. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 characters within this string. Now, each and every single character in this string is going to have a special number attached to it that's going to allow us to access these characters individually. And we call that an index. And we want to access this first character here, this first letter, which means we want to access the first index. So what number is the first index? In programming, the first index always starts from 0. This is a very important concept to understand, and lots of beginners make the mistake of thinking that we start from 1. And although that does make the most sense, in programming, that's not the case. We always start our indexes from 0. And then from there, we move on to 1, 2, and 3 respectively. So now we know how indexes work. We know that each character in our string has a special number attached to it called an index. And the first index starts from 0, and then we work our way up from there. But then how do we use indexes to grab specific characters from a string? Well, let's head back to our code and figure out how. So let's go ahead and change this string to ASAP. So in order to access a specific character of a string, we use these square brackets. And what this tells JavaScript is, hey, I have a string here, and I want to access a specific character from that string. And it's within these square brackets that we specify the character that we want to access using its index. So let's say we wanted this first character of the string, right? We wanted this first letter. Well, if you remember, the first character of a string always has an index of 0 and we work our way up from there. So if we want to access the first character, all we have to do is type in 0 within the square brackets, and then JavaScript is going to give us the first character of this string in the console. And we could type in anything in here. So let's type in Google, and we're still going to get the first letter of the string in the console. And remember, these indexes go up incrementally. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it goes up from there. So if I give this an index of 1, that's going to give us the second letter. Index of 2, that's going to give us the third letter. 3, that's going to give us the fourth letter. So now let's do a little bit of a challenge. Let's type in ASAP Frontend within this string. And what I want you to do is print out to the console the last letter of this string. This will be a fun little challenge to apply what you've learned so far. So definitely give it a shot. I'll give you a couple of seconds to go ahead and do that. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find a solution. If you didn't, don't worry. We're going to be getting tons more practice with JavaScript as we go through this video and the rest of the course. But for now, let's walk through the solution together. So we want to get the last character of this string. And we know that indexes start at 0 and then go up from there. So we start off at 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So this last character should have an index of 12. And if we type that inside of these square brackets, we should get this lowercase d printing out in the console, and we do. Now, if you solve this problem on your own, this is probably the way you did it. But what if I told you there was an even better way that we could do this? But in order to show you that, there's actually another really cool thing that I have to show you about strings. So when we use strings, we also get access to the dot length property. And if we hover over this, JavaScript actually tells us what this dot length property does. It returns the length of a string. So here we have a string with 1, 2, 3, 4 characters. So when we use the dot length property on this string and we log that to the console, what are we going to get? Well, app.js on line 2 is printing 4 to the console. So that's this console log right here. And it's printing 4 because we have 1, 2, 3, 4 characters within this string. If we add another character, we now have 5 characters, and that's what's getting printed to the console. If we remove 2 more, we have 3 characters in our string, and that's what's getting printed to the console. So why am I showing you this dot length property? Why is it useful for getting the last character of a string? Well, what I'm going to do to better explain this is create a variable. Now, you aren't expected to understand this at all. We're going to be going in detail with variables later on in the video, but for now, I'm just going to create a variable with a name of string, and this variable is going to store this string right here. So now if I console log this variable, you see it's going to show the string because this variable is now storing this value. And I can also use the square brackets, and within it, I'm going to specify I want to grab the first character of our string, and that's also going to give us the same result that we expect. So you can see that this variable is the exact same thing as just using the string normally. And don't worry, we're going to be going more in detail with variables later on in the video. And since it's the same thing, what we can also do is use this dot length property on this variable, and that's going to give us the length of this string in the console. But the real reason why this dot length property is so cool is we can take our string and we can say that we want to grab a specific element. And within here, we can get the string dot length and we can subtract 1. And that's always going to give us the last character of this string, no matter what the string is. So you can see that the last letter of our string is printing to the console. So that's a lowercase d. But if I change this to, let's say, a capital Z, that's going to print in the console. X, that's going to print in the console. Y, that's going to print in the console. And why is that? Well, what you'll notice is this last index here on any string will always be equal to the string's length take away 1. So for example, here we have a string with 4 characters. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. So the string has a length of 4. And what you'll see is that the last index is equal to 3, which is 4 take away 1. And the reason why this happens is because our indexes start from 0. So that means the last index is always going to be the string's length take away 1. Now you might be feeling a little bit overwhelmed because this stuff right here is a tad bit on the more advanced side of JavaScript. But do not worry, throughout this video and the rest of the course, we're going to be going through this stuff over and over and over to the point where this stuff will just be second nature to you. But I just wanted to quickly show you that you can get any string's length, take away 1, and that's going to give you the last character. And with that, I have some good news for you. That's practically all of the important stuff that you need to know about strings. We create them with quotation marks and then put whatever we want within them. We can add strings together, and we can access particular characters within a string by using the square brackets. And once you've finished taking notes on all of this stuff, we're good to move on to our next data type. And that is going to be the number data type. Now this one isn't too hard to understand. You're probably already familiar with this stuff. We have our whole numbers, our decimal numbers, and our negative numbers, and they all fall under the number data type. And in JavaScript, we use numbers pretty much the way that you'd expect them to be used. We can add them, subtract them, multiply them, divide them, and JavaScript also gives us a couple more cool things that we can do with numbers that I want to show you. So let's jump back into our code to see what's possible with numbers. So like I mentioned earlier, we can do all of the basic stuff we'd expect with numbers, so we can add them together. 5 plus 5, that gives us 10. 5 take away 5, that's going to give us 0. 5 times 5, and the multiply symbol in JavaScript is this little star sign here, this asterisk, and that's going to give us 25. And finally, we can divide numbers. So the divide symbol in JavaScript is this /, and that's going to give us 1. So if I was you, the notes I would be taking down right now are in JavaScript, and in programming in general, we use the star sign for multiplication, and we use the / for division. And JavaScript and programming in general also respects the order of operations. Now, what the hell does that even mean? Well, let me show you. Let's take 1000 and let's divide it by, and in brackets, we're going to say 5 divided by 5. You're going to see that we're going to get 1000 divided by 1. So what that means is JavaScript is calculating what's within the brackets first. And then from there, it will calculate everything else. So you can see it's going to go within the brackets and it's going to do 5 divided by 5. That's equal to 1. Then it's going to go 1000 divided by 1. And that's going to give us 1000. Another cool thing that we can do with numbers is calculate remainders. And what do I mean by this? Well, let's first clear out our console by hitting Control and L, or just hitting this button here. And if we write down, say the number 10 and the % sign, and let's say 3, we're going to get the number 1 in the console. And that's because 10 divided by 3 would leave a remainder of 1. But if we change this to something like 9, which divides perfectly into 3, you're going to see that we're going to get 0 because there would be no remainder. It divides perfectly into 3. But if we go back up to 10, we're going to get a remainder of 1. 11, we're going to get a remainder of 2. And 12, we're going to get a remainder of 0 because it divides perfectly into 3 with no remainders at all. Now, we hardly ever use this, but it's good to know it's here. Now, we can also do all of these calculations with decimal and negative numbers. So we can do 20.5 plus 1. That's going to give us 21.5. We can do the same with negative numbers. We can also calculate remainders. Everything works exactly the same. Now that's pretty much everything important that you need to know about numbers in JavaScript. We can add them, divide them, multiply them, subtract them. We can calculate remainders. And once you have that down in your notes, we're good to move on to our next data type. And that's going to be Booleans. Now, like I explained earlier, Booleans only have 2 possible values. They can either be true or they can be false. That's it. And you might be wondering, where the hell would we use something like this? But Booleans actually come in really handy when we're using what are called comparison operators. Now we're going to be diving deeper into what those are later on in this video, but let me just give you a little sneak peek of what's possible. So let's head back to our code and let's clear out our console. And let's say we wanted to check if 20 was greater than 30. So this greater than symbol is one kind of comparison operator. And don't let the complex language confuse you, we just use comparison operators to compare two different values. So in this case, we're checking if 20 is greater than 30, and we know that's not the case. 20 is not greater than 30. So this comparison operator is going to return a Boolean that says false, which is JavaScript's way of saying this is false. This is not true. 20 is not greater than 30. But if we try this again and instead say is 30 greater than 20, this comparison is going to return true. And that's JavaScript's way of saying, yes, this comparison is correct. 30 is greater than 20. That is true. And that's really all you need to know about Booleans. False means nope, not correct, not true. And true means correct. Yes, this is correct. So once you know that, once you have that down in your notes, we can move on to our next data type. And that is going to be null and undefined. So like I mentioned earlier on in this video, null and undefined mean nothing. So no value at all. But there's actually a slight difference between the two that's pretty important to know. So when we see null, it means that someone intentionally, specifically went out of their way to say, yep, I want this to have a value of nothing. I know what I'm doing. I want this to have a value of nothing. For example, let's say we wanted this variable to have a value of nothing. Would go ahead and go out of our way to give this a value of null. And this is saying that we intentionally want this variable to have a value of nothing. So we know now that null means intentional nothing. So when we use null, we're going out of our way to say, yep, we want this to have a value of nothing. But undefined means the absence of value. So the value was never set in the first place. It doesn't exist. Now, I know your brain is probably hurting right now because the first time someone explained this to me, my brain was absolutely fried. So don't worry too much about memorizing everything. All you need to understand at this point is that these two, they're slightly different, not exactly the same. That's it. You don't need to memorize why. And while we're here, I'm going to quickly touch on not a number. Now, you're going to get this whenever you try to make some weird calculations. So for example, if you ever try to multiply a string by a number, you're going to get not a number. It's an invalid calculation, so JavaScript's going to freak out and give you not a number. Same thing if we try to do 0 divided by 0. JavaScript is going to freak out. Invalid calculation, not a number. Now, I know this has been a lot to take in such a short amount of time, and I don't want you memorizing definitions of nan, null, undefined. Just take down some notes, try build a basic idea, a basic understanding of everything that's going on, and just keep moving through the video. Memorizing stuff is never going to take you anywhere. Take it from someone who tried. So now that we've covered the most important data types that you need to know, let's move on to the next topic we are going to be covering, and that's going to be variables. Now, this is one of the most important JavaScript topics to understand because you're going to be using them so often. All the data types that we went through, the numbers, the strings, the booleans, the nulls, the undefined, we store those pieces of data inside of variables. But the real power of variables comes because they can be accessed and used multiple times. So for example, let's say we wanted to console log a bunch of the same string. How would typically do this is would have it so all of these different console logs are console logging their own string, right? They all have their own individual string. Now, if we wanted to go in and change all of the values of the strings into something else, we'd have to go in and do it one by one. And that can be really time consuming. So what we can do instead of writing out the same string over and over is we can create a variable, store the string that we want to use inside of that variable, and now we can use that variable as many times as we want throughout our code. And now a benefit that we get from this is if we wanted to go through and change the value of each of these individual strings, typically would have to go through and change them all one by one But when we use a variable, we can just change the value of this string in one place, and then it's going to be reflected all across our code. So now that we sort of understand how powerful and useful variables can be, let's walk through how we can actually go about creating variables. Now, JavaScript actually gives us 3 ways to create a variable. The first of which being let, which we briefly saw earlier, const, and var. Now, this third method here, var, is a very outdated way of creating variables, and we practically never use it. Think of it as the Internet Explorer way of creating variables. So the only 2 ways that you really need to worry about is let and const. So let's jump into our code and walk through how we can actually use these to create variables. So we're first going to walk through how we can use let to create variables in JavaScript. So we just start off by typing down the let keyword. So that's this thing right here. And then after this, we want to write down the name of our variable. Now, when you're writing variable names, and this is very important to remember, we don't want to write down meaningless names like, let's say, M, or random letters, X, Y, XYZ. This is super bad practice, and if you're working within a code base and your co-workers and managers see you writing variable names like this, they're going to be pretty unhappy. When you're writing variable names in JavaScript, you actually have to write one that is descriptive and represents what you're actually going to be storing inside of that variable. For example, if we head to ASAP Frontend's account settings, we actually store your email inside of a variable. So what name would we give that variable? Well, we wouldn't give it a random and meaningless name like XYZ or X or Y or a bunch of random letters. We would give it a name like email or user email. And what you're seeing right here is a naming method we use in JavaScript called camel case. And that just basically means when you're writing a variable name, every single word except for the first one is going to have a capital letter. So here we have user email. So user, since it's the first word, wouldn't have a capital letter. But since email is the second word, it's no longer the first word, it would have a capital letter. And then every single word after would also have a capital letter. And the reason why we actually use the camel case naming method is because in JavaScript and in general programming, we're not allowed to have spaces in between words in our variables. Our variables have to be one long word, which is why we use camel case to make it easier to read through these variable names. So now that we've used the let keyword to create a variable and we've also decided on a good variable name, we can go ahead and write down equals. And then after the equal sign, we write down the value that we want to store inside of this variable. So in this case, we want to store the user's email inside of this variable. So let's create a string. Let's write down our 2 quotation marks and let's write down a random email in here. iman@gmail.com. So that's pretty much it. That's how we create variables. We use the let keyword to say we want to create a variable. We decide on a good variable name using camel case and making sure it's actually representing what we're going to be storing inside of the variable. And then after that, we use the equal sign. And after the equal sign, we actually define the value that we want to store inside of this variable. So in this case, it's a string. And within that string, we have an email. But like I mentioned earlier, we can store all sorts of data types inside of this variable. It can be numbers, booleans, null, undefined. It does not really matter. So let's say we wanted to store our age. So we can create a variable called age, and then we can just store our age within that. Now let's create another variable called name. And let's store our name inside of that. And what's actually super cool about using the let keyword to create our variables is that we can actually change the value of these variables down the line. So let's say I grew up, right? Let's say I'm not 17 anymore. Well, I can just grab the variable and change its value to 18. And if we console log that, you can see that the age variable now has a value of 18, even though we initialized it with a value of 17. What we can also do is make this stuff reusable. So instead of setting the age to 18, let's get the age variable and let's set it to age plus 1. So we're taking the age variable, which has a value of 17, and we're adding 1 to it, and that's going to be the new value of our age variable. And you can see in the console, we still get 18. So when we're setting a new value to our variables, after the equal sign, we're actually also able to use variables there. And this would be the exact same thing as writing down 17 plus 1. Because you can see here in line 2, we set the age variable to have a value of 17. But the benefit we get from using the variable, instead of hard coding it to a number like 17, is if the age changes, let's say I'm 24 now, and I still want to increase it by 1, this is automatically going to have a value of 24 as well, because it's equal to whatever the value of this variable is over here. So that's going to save us a lot of time because we don't have to go to different areas of our code to change values. All we need to do is change the value over here, and it's automatically going to change here as well, which makes our code more reusable. So now we know how to create variables using let. Let's take a look at how we can create variables using const. But before we dive into that, there's actually something I want to quickly show you. Let's head to our HTML file and let's go within our body. And do you remember how we could create comments by hitting Control and /? And within here, we could type in some stuff that would make our code easier to read down the line. Well, we can actually do the same thing with JavaScript. So let's head back to our file. And at the top here, let's create a comment by hitting Control and /, or we can just type down / and that's going to have the same effect. And just like HTML, we use these comments to explain what our code is actually doing. So in this case, let's say we're talking about the let keyword method to create variables. Now, writing comments in your code while you're coding along with these kind of videos, and even when you're building projects on your own, is a really good practice, and it'll help you learn a lot more. But at the same time, you don't want to be writing comments for every little thing in your code. For example, we're explaining what this variable does, stores user email, and then we're explaining what this variable does, stores age. This is pretty obvious based on the name of the variable. So of course, write comments, but balance is key. Don't overdo it, but at the same time, don't underdo it. So now that we have that out of the way, let's jump into how we can use the const keyword to create variables in our code. Now, the const keyword is almost identical to the let keyword. So we just write down the const keyword, and then we define the name of our variable. So let's say points. We write down the equal sign. And then after the equal sign, we write down the value that we want to store inside of this variable. So let's say 100 points. And then if we go ahead and console log points, we're going to get the value that we stored inside of this variable. But the only difference between let and const variables is if I go ahead and try and change the value of this variable, like I've done over here, it's not actually going to let me. We're going to get an error in the console that says assignment to constant variables. So we're not actually allowed to do this. Once we define a const variable, we're not allowed to change it later in our code. We are not allowed to reassign another value to it. Now, if this is your first programming language, this is probably really hard to wrap your head around. And with this and all of the other stuff you're learning, you're probably feeling super overwhelmed. But learning when and where to use const is a best practice, and it will make you a better developer, which will of course increase your chances of landing that junior developer job and working your way up to those 6-figure salaries. But lucky for you, you're with ASAP Frontend. So throughout the rest of the course, as we build more projects and you become a better developer, we're going to be teaching you when and where to use const, as well as a bunch of other best practices you need to write quality code. But throughout the rest of the crash course, we're going to be using let variables just to make things easier for you to understand, and then we'll sort of ease into using const more often. And with that, we're almost finished with variables and data types. It's time for us to jump into an exercise to apply everything you've learned so far. Now, the exercise we are going to be doing is called currency converter. And our task for this exercise is to convert these US dollars into Australian dollars. And how do we convert US dollars into Australian dollars? Well, all we have to do is times the US dollars by 1.5, and that's going to give you a pretty accurate estimate of how much Australian dollars you're going to be working with. And once we convert our US dollars into Australian dollars, we then want to print that value out to the console. This will definitely be a fun challenge to test what you've learned so far. So pause the video, give this a shot, and once you're done, we can walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find the solution. And if you didn't, that's all good. All that really matters is that you're pausing the video, going ahead and giving the challenges that I give you a shot. Because like I mentioned earlier on in the video, the best way to learn to code is by getting your hands dirty in some code. So now that that's out the way, let's jump into how I would go about solving this problem. So because we have the formula here, the solution is relatively simple. All we need to do is take this USD value right here and then multiply it by 1.5, just like the formula says. And that's going to give us our AUD value, our Australian dollars value. So now that we have our AUD value inside of our variable here, all we need to do is then print that out to the console. So let's remove this comment and let's replace it with our AUD variable. And we're going to see 1.8K in the console. And if we head to Google to fact check this, we can see that 1,200 US dollars does come out to about 1,800 Australian dollars. It's only $14 off, which is a pretty good estimate. So that's our exercise complete, but there's something I want to quickly address before we move on, and that's the use of semicolons. You might have seen me using these throughout the video and felt a little bit confused as to why we use them, but don't get too hung up on them. Think of them as just optional full stops for our lines of code. So if we remove these, we're not going to get any errors, because again, they are completely optional. But generally, the best practice is to always use these semicolons at the end of your lines of code. This is the way I do it at work. This is the way that they do it at top tech companies. So that's just something to keep in mind. But don't worry, if you have the prettier extension installed, all you have to do is hit Alt, Shift, and F, and it'll automatically do it for you. So now that we've finished this exercise, there's just one more thing we need to cover, and then we will be done with variables and data types. And that is comparison operators. We briefly touched on these earlier on in the video when we were covering the Boolean data type. So all they really do is just compare two values and then return true or false based on whether that comparison is true or false. And we already played around with a couple comparison operators earlier on in the video, such as greater than and less than. But there's actually a couple more that you need to know about. So let's go through them right now. So as well as greater than and less than, we also have greater than or equal to. So that's if we want to check if a number is more than or equal to another number. And we also have less than or equal to. So that's if we want to check if a number is not just less than, but less than or equal to another number. So let's jump back into our code and see what we can do with these two comparison operators. So we already know with our comparison operators that we compare two values. So let's check if 5 is greater than 5. And then this comparison is gonna return true or false based on whether this comparison is correct, like is it true, or false, which means incorrect. So in this case, we're checking, is 5 greater than 5? Well, no, 5 is not greater than 5. So what is it going to return? It's going to return false, which means, yeah, it's 5 is not greater than 5. This is not true. But let's use one of the new comparison operators we just covered. So let's check if 5 is greater than or equal to 5. And you can see that that comparison is going to return true. Because now we're checking, is 5 greater than or equal to 5? And even though 5 is not greater than 5, well, 5 is equal to 5. So this comparison returns true, which means yes, this is true, this is correct. Now let's check, is 5 less than 5? Well, we're going to get false because that's not true. 5 is not less than 5. But if we use the new less than or equal to operator we just talked about, that's going to give us true. Because even though 5 is not less than 5, we're also checking if 5 is equal to 5, which is correct. So these comparison operators here aren't the hardest to understand, it's just typical stuff you'd see in your math class at school. But there's a couple more comparison operators that we need to cover, and these ones can be a little hard to wrap your head around if you're new to programming. And that is equality comparison operators. So in JavaScript, these are the two ways to check if two different values are equal to each other. And the first way we do that is by using this double equal sign. And the second way we do that is by using this triple equal sign. Now, a lot of beginners are used to math class in school and using a single equal sign to compare and check if two values are equal to each other. But in programming, when we use a single equal sign, that assigns a new value, and that's not what we want. So this is the way that we do it in programming. We use double equals or triple equals to compare if two values are equal to each other. So now you might be thinking, okay, but what's the difference between double equals and triple equals? Well, the difference is double equals checks for equal values. So it checks the value on the left and the value on the right, and if they're equal, then it's going to return true. Otherwise, it's going to return false. But the triple equals checks for equal values and types. So if the value on the left and the value on the right don't have the same value and the same data type, well, then it's going to return false. If they do have the same value and data type, then it's going to return true. To make sure you understand this, let's quickly take a look at the examples on the right. So in this first example here, we're using double equals to compare a string with a value of 5 and a number with a value of 5. And since double equals only checks for equal values, this is going to return true because string has a value of 5, number has a value of 5, same value, so it's true, it's correct. But if we run that same comparison, but instead we use triple equals, this is going to return false. And that's because triple equals checks for equal values and types. So even though these two do share the same value, they both have a value of 5, since they don't have equal types, since this is a string and this is a number, this comparison is going to return false, saying it's incorrect because these two don't share the same data type, even if they have the same value. Now let's jump back into our code to see these two in action. So let's remove everything here. Let's create a variable. And within this, let's check the string for double equals the number for. And now let's go ahead and log this out to the console and see what we get. So in the console, we're getting true. And that's because, like I mentioned earlier, double equals only checks the values. It does not check the types. But if I change this to a triple equals instead, what's going to happen? It's going to say, hold on, these two have the same value, but they don't have the same type. One is a string and one is a number. So let's return false. And for that reason, you almost never want to be using double equals unless you have a specific reason to. Otherwise, always use triple equals because it adds more type safety into our code, which is going to mean we run into less bugs, less annoying errors. And this is a best practice used at practically every single company. While we're already on this topic, there's also something called not equal to. So in order to check if two values are not equal to each other, all we have to do is use this exclamation mark. So if we replace the first equals in triple equals with an exclamation mark, it's going to check if the types and the values are not equal to each other. But if we take the double equals and we replace its first equal sign with a exclamation mark, this is only going to check if the values are not equal to each other. So just think of this as the opposite of double equals. So since double equals returns true here, this is going to return false. And since triple equals returns false here, this is going to return true. And the same applies with regular booleans. We use this exclamation mark to get the opposite. So if we take a true value and we add an exclamation mark in front of it, that's going to give us the opposite. That's going to give us the false. But if we add the exclamation mark in front of false, it's going to give us the opposite. It's going to give us true. So that's really it with our equality comparison operators. We have double equals, which just checks for equal values. Triple equals, which checks for equal values and types. And then we have the opposite of double equals, which checks for just not equal values. And then we have the opposite of triple equals, which checks for not equal values and types. Now, like I mentioned earlier, we want to be using triple equals and its opposite to check for equality, unless we have a specific reason to use the others, because these two offer more type safety in our code, which means less random errors and annoying bugs that we have to deal with. And with that, I have some good news for you. We're done with variables and data types. We're now going to be moving on to our next topic, which is going to be conditionals. And this is one of the more fun parts of programming that actually brings everything to life. But what do we actually use conditionals for? Well, let's take a look at ASAP Frontend, and this is the example that I always use. If the user has a membership, well then show them the video. If they don't have a membership, well then don't show them the video. This is where we use something called an if-else statement. So let's head back to our code, and I'm going to create a variable called has membership. And I'm going to set this to true. Now, how do we actually go about using an if-else statement? How does it actually work? Well, all we have to do is write down if and follow it by these parentheses, these brackets. And after these parentheses, we have to create our curly braces. So how this works is we have to give our if a condition inside of these parentheses. And if that condition is true, well then any code that we write within these curly braces is going to run. But if that condition is false, if the condition within our parentheses is false, well then we're not going to run the code within our curly braces. For example, let's say we're in the ASAP Frontend code base, and we want to check if has membership is equal to true. Does the user have a membership? And if has membership is equal to true, if the user does have a membership, let's say we want to console log show user the video. And what's going to happen, you can see in our console, we're going to see show user the video. And that's because this condition is true. Has membership is equal to true. And since this condition is true, well then the code within our if statement is going to run. But what if we change has membership to false? What if the user no longer has a membership? Well, you're going to see there's nothing in the console anymore because our code is running and we're getting to line 4 and we're checking if has membership is equal to true. Is this condition true? No, has membership is not equal to true. So we're skipping past these lines of code. We don't need to run what's inside of our if statement. So right now we're checking if the user has a membership, and if they have a membership, we're going to show them the video. But that's only half of the equation. If the user's membership is equal to false, we also want to tell them to log in. So how do we do that? Well, we do this using what's called an else statement. And how it works is very similar to an if statement. We create our curly braces, and then in here we specify the code that we want to run. And what do we do in ASAP Frontend? When the membership is false, we tell user to log in. So let's go through what's actually happening in our code right now. So in line 1, we're creating a variable, and within that variable, we're storing a value of true. And on line 4, we're checking if that variable is equal to true. Is has membership equal to true? Does the user have a membership? So it checks this and it says, yep, has membership is equal to true. So let's run the code within this if statement. We console log show user the video, and that's what we see in our console. And what you need to remember is when an if statement runs, so when the code within an if statement runs, the else statement is not going to run. The code within the else statement only runs when we don't run the if statement. So this is only going to run if this condition is false, if it's not true. So if we go ahead and change this to false, our code is going to run. It's going to get to this if statement and it's going to check, is has membership equal to true? No, it's not. It's equal to false. This condition is not true. So we're going to skip past the if statement. We're not going to run the code that's within it, and we're going to run our else statement instead. So we're running this code here. We're logging, tell user to log in to the console, and that's what we see. So now you can see that if-else statements are a lot simpler than they look. All we're doing is saying if this condition is true, we'll go ahead and run this code. Otherwise, if that condition is not true, Let's run this code instead. Now, there's also something called an else if statement. And in order to explain this to you, I'm going to create another variable called signed in, and I'm going to set this to true. So right now we're saying the user is signed in to an account. They're logged in, but they don't actually have a membership. Now, how do we handle this at ASAP Frontend? Well, at ASAP Frontend, if the user is logged in but they aren't subscribed, we tell them to upgrade their account. And only if they are logged out, if they are not signed in at all, do we tell them to log in. So how do we do this in our code? Well, what we want to do is we want to type in else space if, and then we want to give it a condition. So whenever we want to check for multiple conditions within our if-else statement, that's when we use an else if. So within this else if statement, we know that the user does not have a membership, because if the user had a membership, this if statement would have run and the rest of these lines of code would have been skipped, since only one of these can run. So we're at our else if. We know that has membership is equal to false. The user does not have a membership. So now what we want to do is say, well, if the user doesn't have a membership, are they at least logged in? Are they signed in? Is signed in equal to true? And if that's the case, if this condition is true, well, let's go ahead and tell the user to upgrade their account. So let's go through everything that's going on here one last time. We're starting off and we're checking if has membership is equal to true. Does the user have a membership? If that's the case, let's go ahead and show the user the video. But if that's not the case, if this condition is not true, if the user does not have a membership, well, we're not going to run this line of code and we're going to move on to our else if, and we're going to check, well, if the user does not have a membership, well, are they at least signed in to an account? And if that's the case, well, then we're going to tell the user to upgrade their account. But if none of these are true, if the user does not have a membership and they aren't signed in, we're going to run our else statement and tell the user to log in. And what's really important to remember is that only one of these statements can run. So if we go through our code and this condition is true and we run our if statement, well, that means our code is going to forget those two even exist. We're not going to run our else if, we're not going to run our else. But if this condition is false and we end up running our else if, well, then our code is going to forget about our else. It's going to skip to the next lines of code. And what's also important to remember is you can't have an else or else if without an if, but you can have an if without these two. Now, I know your brain is probably absolutely fried right now, so let's jump into another example. So what I'm going to do is get rid of all this stuff. And let's say we're going to the club, right? We're going to party. And let's say my age is 19 years old. So we're going to create a variable and let's give it a value of 19. And let's say this club has an age limit, right? So you have to be 18 years old or older to get into the club. So let's create an if statement. And let's say if the age is greater than 18, well, that means we meet the age requirement to get inside of the club. So what do we want to do? Well, let's console log. Yep, you may enter the club. And you can see that this if statement is running, as you can see in the console, because it's saying if our age is greater than 18, well, let's go ahead and run this code. So as you can see, our age is 19, and that's obviously greater than 18. So that means we meet the age requirement to get inside the club. So we run this code. However, what's going to happen if our age is 18 on the dot? You're going to see that this if statement is no longer going to run. And that's because we're checking, is 18 greater than 18? Well, it's obviously not, so we're not going to run this code. So let's create another condition for when our age is equal to the age requirement. So we're going to say else if. And we're going to check, since we know that our age is not greater than 18, well, is our age at least equal to 18? And if this condition is true, if our age is equal to 18, well, let's console log. You just turned 18. Welcome. But what's going to happen now if our age is less than the age requirement? Well, we're going to make an else statement, because if our age is not greater than the age requirement and our age is not equal to the age requirement, it's obviously going to be less. Our age is obviously less than the age requirement. And if that's the case, well, let's go ahead and console log "You're too young. Get out of here." So now it's time for a fun exercise. On this last line here, I'm going to change this to "You are X years old. Get out of here." And I'm going to go back up to line 4 and change this to "You are X years old. You may enter the club." And now what your job is going to be is to change this X years old here and X years old there to the actual age of the person trying to enter the club. For example, on line 4, "You are X years old." We want to get the age of the person trying to enter the club and put that in instead of X. And the same thing on line 10. "You are X years old." We want to get the actual age of the person trying to enter the club and replace X with that value. Now, there's a couple ways we can add variables into strings. The first of which is to turn these into 2 separate strings. And then what we can do is add them together with our number in between. So let's say 25 years old, and then let's just turn this to 25 for now. You can see that we're getting our age inside of our string, and obviously we're going to add some spaces so it looks good. You can see, "You are 25 years old. You may enter the club." But there's actually another way to do this that is way cleaner. And this is the way I personally do it. And it's by using backward ticks on our string. So when we use backward ticks and we replace this X with $, curly brace, this allows us to put all sorts of dynamic values in here, like variables and numbers. So for example, if I type in like 20 years old and I change this age to 20, just so we're able to run this if statement, you'll see that we're going to get "You're 20 years old. You may enter the club." And we can change this to 18, 19, 20, whatever value we want. So again, what your job is going to be is when our age is above 18, you want to show the age. And when our age is lower than 18, you also want to show the age. So pause the video, have a shot, and we'll walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find the solution. And as I always say, if you didn't, it's all good. It's all about just going out and giving these exercises a shot to apply what you've learned so far. So now let me show you how I would go about solving this problem. So in order to show the person's age inside of this string here, inside of these curly braces, we don't want to just use a hard-coded number like 20. We actually want to access the age variable. And now what you're going to see is whatever the person's age is what is going to be shown inside of our string. This is what we call dynamic values, when we have what's inside of our string changing based on the value of this variable. So let's do the exact same thing down here. Let's use our backward ticks. And now that we have our backward ticks, we can use dynamic values with a $, and our 2 curly braces, and inside of that we can put our variable. And now what's going to happen is whatever the value of this variable is what is going to be filled in over here. So if I change the age to 12, it's going to say "You're 12 years old, get out of here." 14, "You're 14 years old, get out of here." 15, same exact thing. So that was the solution. And again, if you managed to find this on your own, amazing work. But if you didn't, this is how you learn. You go out, you apply the exercises on your own, and when you get stuck, you watch the solution, and the next time you do an exercise, you're going to find that you're actually a little more comfortable doing things on your own. So anyways, I want you to take notes on the if, on the else if, and the else statements. And once you understand those, once you have those down in your notes, we're going to be moving on to the next part of conditionals. And that's going to be comparison operators. Now, I know I went over these earlier on in the video, but I just want to do a brief overview over them again because they are so important. So they compare two values and based on that comparison, return true or false. And some comparison operators that we have available to us are greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, and less than or equal to. And these ones we're all pretty comfortable with because we've used them in math class at school. But the ones we might not be so comfortable with are the equality comparison operators. So we have double equals, triple equals, we have exclamation mark equals, and exclamation mark double equals. Double equals checks for equal values, triple equals checks for equal values and types, and these two are just opposites to their counterparts. So this first one here checks if values are not equal to each other, and this one here checks if values and types are not equal to each other. And another reason I wanted to quickly touch on comparison operators is because now we're going to be jumping into logical operators. And there's two logical operators that we're going to be using. The first is this AND logical operator, so that's this one here. And the second is the OR logical operator, which is this second one right here. So let's start off by diving into the AND logical operator. So the AND logical operator checks if both the left and right side of this expression are true. So if the left and the right is true, it's going to return true. But if any of the sides aren't true, whether it be left or right or both, then it's going to return false. It's only going to return true if both sides are true. So you can see in this example here, the first one is false, but the second one is true. It's still going to return false. In this third example, our first value is true, only our second value is false, still going to return false. And in the last example, both values are false, so it's obviously going to return false. So if the AND operator sees a false value, whether it be on the left or the right, it's automatically going to return false. So let's jump back into our code and remove all of this stuff. And let me show you the AND operator with code because it's much easier to understand when you see it in action. So let's say we're going to the club again, right? We're going to party. So let's create our age and we're going to be 18 years old. And let's say the club has a new rule. You have to have an ID to show proof of your age. But lucky for us, we brought our wallet. So we're going to say let has ID. Do we have an ID? Yes, true. We do have an ID. So our age is 18. We've got our ID. And what we can do now is we can check if. First of all, let's check if our age is greater than or equal to 18. Do we meet the age requirement? Yep, our age is 18. That is greater than or equal to 18. So what can we do? We can console log. And let's say you may enter the club. So now we can see this condition is met, so we're running this code. But what happens if we also want to check if they have an ID? If we wanted to make sure our age was 18 or older, and we wanted to make sure we had an ID to prove it. If we wanted to make sure both were true, that's where we'd use the AND operator that we just talked about. So if our age is 18 and older, and we have an ID with us, if has ID is equal to true, that's when everything is all good and yep, we are allowed to enter the club. Our age is 18 or older. We have our ID to prove it. So both conditions are true, which means we can run this line of code and log this to the console. But what's going to happen if we don't have our ID? Has ID is false, but we're still 18, right? We know we're 18 or older. We meet the age requirement, but we just don't have our ID to prove it. Well, what's going to happen is this is no longer going to log to the console. This line of code is no longer going to run, as you can see over here. And that's because this AND operator checks for both the left side and the right side to be true. They both have to be true. Both of these conditions have to be true in order to run the code within this if statement. So even though our age is above 18, this condition is true. Since has ID is equal to false, we don't have an ID, this if statement is not going to run. So we know now that this AND operator is checking for both the left and the right side to be true. So now let's take a look at our second logical operator, which is going to be the OR operator. So what the OR operator does is check if either its left or right side are true. So what that means is the OR operator is looking for just one true value. And if it finds one true value on either side, then it's going to go ahead and return true. So let's take a look at these examples. So in this first one, we have true values on both sides, so that's obviously going to return true. But in this second one here, our left side is false and only our right side is true. But it's still going to return true. And why is that? Well, that's because we're looking for just one true value. So if one is false and the other one is true, we're still going to return true. And we have the same case in our third example. The left side is true, the right side is false, but we're still returning true because we're looking for just one true value. But it's only in this last example, where neither the left or the right side is true, we can't find a single true value, that we go ahead and return false. So if we head back to our code and we change this AND operator into an OR operator, you're going to see that our code is going to run. And that's because even though hasID is not equal to true, we do not have an ID. Since our age is above 18 and this condition is true, this OR operator is just looking for one condition to be true, and then we're able to run the code inside of this if statement. And that's pretty much the difference between our AND operator and our OR operator. Now I'm going to show you a little trick before we wrap up on logical operators. And that's that if we have a variable that has a Boolean value, we don't actually have to check if it's equal to true. We can just use the variable itself. Because right now, when we run this code, we're basically checking, is false equal to true? And that's going to give us false. But why not just use the false value that's stored inside of this variable in the first place? So we don't have to run any additional comparisons. So now we're just grabbing this Boolean value and we're putting it on the right side of this OR operator. And if we use the AND operator, everything would still work fine. And that's because the right side is false, right? We're putting a false value on the right side of the AND operator. So we're not going to run this line of code. And if our variable was true, we're passing in a true value to the right side of our AND operator. So both conditions are true. And then we run this line of code. But if we want to check if hasID is equal to false, so we actually want this if statement to run when we don't have an ID, when hasID is equal to false. Well, in order to do that, we're going to add an exclamation mark in front of our Boolean value that we grab from our variable. And now what you're going to see is if we have a false value in here, our if statement is going to run. And if we have a true value in here, our code is not going to run. And the reason why this works is because, like I mentioned earlier on in the video, the exclamation mark turns the Boolean into its opposite. So you can see that exclamation mark in front of false will turn it to true. So basically what we're doing here is we're grabbing this false value from the variable, and what we're doing is we're turning every Boolean into their opposite. So we're turning this false value into true. So now we have a true value on the right side of this operator when this is equal to false, which means this code is going to run, and the same vice versa. When we have a true value inside of this Boolean, this is going to convert that true value into its opposite so that we now have a false value on the right side of our AND operator, which means that this code is not going to run. Now, I know you're probably feeling confused as hell right now, and do not worry, that is completely expected. I felt the same way when I was learning this concept when I was starting out. But all you need to remember is that triple equals true is the same thing as just doing this, and triple equals false is the same thing as just putting an exclamation mark in front. Both will give you the same result, but this way is just shorter. But as a beginner, 100% feel free to just continue doing things this way. If that makes more sense to you, if that makes everything easier for you. Like I always say, we're going to be drilling this stuff into you over and over again. So if you don't understand it right now, absolutely no worries at all. So now that we're done with logical operators, we're going to be jumping into our next little section, which is going to be falsy values. Now, all a falsy value is a value that is considered false when converted into a Boolean. So JavaScript actually allows us to convert different data types into Booleans. And a falsy value is basically just any value that gives us false when we turn it into a Boolean. And some values that'll return false when converted into a Boolean are undefined, null, not a number, so nan, zero, an empty string, and false itself. And besides these 6 values here, basically every single other value in JavaScript is considered a truthy value. And a truthy value is just any value that is considered true when converted into a Boolean. So this includes all numbers, so 1, 1000, any strings that aren't empty. So I'm is cool, null, false. So you can see that when it's within a string, JavaScript does not care. As long as we actually have something inside of the string and the string is not empty, it's a truthy value. And our last truthy values, and you might be feeling very confused when you see these, is empty objects and arrays. And we're going to be covering these two later on in the video. Now, the reason I'm even talking about truthy and falsy values is that whatever value we put inside of an if or else ifs condition is automatically converted into a Boolean. So if we put in the number 12 within our condition, the code within our if statement is actually going to run, as we can see in the console. Because again, every single value that we put inside of this condition is converted into a Boolean. And since 12 is a truthy value, it's going to be converted to true. This condition will be true, meaning that the code within the if statement is going to run. And I can actually prove this to you. Let's take a look at this Boolean method given to us by JavaScript. Anything that we put within these two parentheses will be converted into a Boolean. So let's put in the number 12 and see what we get. You can see that when converted into a Boolean, it's going to give us true. So we can use any of these truthy values within our condition and it's going to run. So let's try this one here. Iman is cool. Let's head back to our code and go ahead and change this into Iman is cool. And you're going to see that the code within our if statement is going to run. And that's because this is a truthy value. If we go to the console and convert this string into a Boolean, you're going to see that it's going to give us true. But if we try a falsy value, like an empty string, for example, you're going to see that the code within our if statement is not going to run. And why is that? Well, if we convert an empty string into a Boolean, we are going to get false. So this condition is going to be false, and the code within this if statement is not going to run. So what you need to remember is that any value that we put within our condition is going to be turned into a Boolean, and if the value is a truthy value, well then our code is going to run, but if it's a falsy value, well then our code is not going to run. And if we want to figure out whether a value is truthy or falsy, all we need to do is use the Boolean method given to us by JavaScript, and within the parentheses, put in the value that we want to check. And if it returns false, well then we know it's a falsy value. And if it returns true, then we know it is a truthy value. This is some pretty advanced JavaScript, and if you're feeling confused, don't worry, that's completely normal. We're going to be drilling this stuff into you in the next videos. But for now, all you need to remember is that in order for our code within our if statement to run, we just need to have a truthy value within the condition. And in order to check whether a value is truthy or falsy, just use the Boolean method, and within the parentheses, put in the value that you want to check, and JavaScript will tell you whether it is true, so truthy, or false, meaning the value is falsy. So now that we're done with truthy and falsy values, we're going to be jumping into our next little section, and that is going to be ternary operators. Now, ternary operators are a lifesaver because they're basically a shortcut way to write an if-else statement, but we can do it all in one line of code. And ternary operators are actually extremely easy to use. So how they work is just like an if statement, you're going to have a condition, and that condition is going to be on the left-hand side. And then we're going to follow the condition with a question mark. And if the condition is true, we're going to run the action that comes before the colon. But if the condition turns out to be false, we're going to run the action that comes after the colon. So for example, here we're checking if the user has a membership. Now, if this condition is truthy, if the user does have a membership, well, we're going to execute this action right here. So if the user has a membership, show the video. Otherwise, hide the video. Now let's take a look at the club example. Is our age greater than or equal to 18? Do we meet the age requirement? If we do, you may enter. Otherwise, too young. Now let's jump back into our code to take a look at another example. Let's remove all of this stuff. And I'm going to say, is raining equal to true? And now let's go ahead and create our ternary operator. So I'm going to say, is it raining? If it is, let's go ahead and console log it is raining. Otherwise, let's console log it is not raining. And you can see on line 3, we're printing out it is raining. And that's because this value right here is true. But if we change this value into a falsy value, we're not going to be running this action anymore. We're going to be console logging it is not raining. But like I mentioned earlier on in the video, this can be any falsy value. So let's say the number 0. We're still going to be running the action on the right-hand side of the colon. We can also do this with the club example we were talking about earlier. So let's say, let age equal 19 and let ID equal to true. And what we can also do is we can combine logical operators. So that's the AND operator, that's the OR operator, with the ternary operator. So we can check, is the person's age greater than or equal to 18? And do they have an ID to prove it? Has ID equal to true? So if they're older than 18 and they have the ID to prove it, well then let's go ahead. Yep, you may enter the club. Otherwise, you may not enter. Now we can store the value that this ternary operator gives us inside of a variable. So I'm going to say, let string equal, and I'm going to store this ternary operator inside of this variable. And let's console log this variable and see what we get. And you can see that we're getting you may enter. And that's because both of these conditions are true. The age is greater than or equal to 18, and we do have an ID. So we're executing this action here that comes before the colon. But if either of these conditions are false, let's say we don't have an ID, it's going to say you may not enter. But if we use the OR operator instead, now we're only looking for one side of the comparison to be true. So we're going to check, is our age greater than or equal to 18? Oh, yes it is. This is true. And now, since only one side of the comparison needs to be equal to true, and it found its true value, bang. It's going to convert this to true, and we're going to see you may enter in the console. And right now you might be thinking, ternary operators are so easy. Why the hell would we even use if-else statements? If you want to do something short and quick, and your actions are just one line of code, that's where ternary operators come in very handy, and that's what you should use. However, if you want to execute multiple lines of code as your action, that's where you want to use if-else statements. That's where you'll be able to write all of those lines of code within those blocks. But again, if you want to do something nice and fast, that's where you'll use a ternary operator. So now that's practically everything you need to know about ternary operators, and now we're going to wrap this section up with a quick little exercise to make sure you understand everything you just learned. So we're back at ASAP Frontend, and currently the user is logged in and they also have a membership. So now what I want you to do is, using a ternary operator, I want you to make it so if the user is logged in and they also have a membership, that we go ahead and show the video. Otherwise, if the user is not logged in and they don't have a membership, well then don't show the video. And then I want you to go ahead and log that result to the console. So I want you to pause the video, go ahead and give this a shot, and once you're done attempting it, we can go ahead and walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find a solution. If you didn't, all good. Let's walk through it together right now. So what we want to do here is we first want to check if logged in is true. So that means, is the user logged in? And we also want to check if the user has a membership. So is has membership equal to true? And if both of these conditions are true, if the user is logged in and they have a membership, what do we want to do? Well, let's go ahead and show the video. Otherwise, let's console log don't show the video. And you can see that since both conditions are true, we're printing show the video to the console. Otherwise, if we change one of these conditions to false, we're printing don't show the video in the console. Now, in order to clean up this code and not duplicate this console log, what we can do is we can create a variable. So I'm going to say let string. And then within this variable, we can actually store the string. So instead of console logging it, and now what we can do is just console log the variable instead. And you can see it looks much cleaner and we're getting the same result. So if this condition is true, this string is going to have a value of show the video, and then we'll log that to the console. Otherwise, it's going to have a value of don't show the video, and we log that to the console, as you can see here. And with that, I have some good news for you guys. That's actually our second topic, conditionals, complete. Now we're going to be moving on to our third topic, which is going to be loops. Now, loops can be a very, very confusing topic, especially for people who are new to programming. So I definitely want you to be paying close attention in this part of the video. So let's start off by talking a little bit about what loops actually are. Well, loops basically just repeat the same code over and over and over again. And it's going to keep looping through that code and running it over and over and over again until you give it a condition to stop. A very simple example that'll show you how useful loops actually are and why we actually need to use them is counting to 20. So imagine we wanted to console log every single number from 1 to 20. So we're going to start off by console logging 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, all the way until we get to 20. And it's going to take us 20 lines of code just to do that. Now, it's even more obvious that we need to use a for loop when we're duplicating the exact same lines of code. So what I'm going to do is use a different method to achieve the same goal of counting to 20. So what I'm going to do is create a variable called counter, and we're going to start off with a value of 1. And from there, let's go ahead and log that to the console. So console log counter. And then after this, let's add 1 to our counter. So we're going to get the counter. And then we're going to add 1 to it. And then let's console log our counter again. So now all we need to do to get to 20 is duplicate this 20 times. So bang, 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 duplicate it over and over and over. This is a very bad way of writing code, and it's not best practice. In JavaScript and in programming in general, there's a very important rule that you need to be following, and that rule is called dry. And dry stands for don't repeat yourself. And this is a very, very important programming concept that I want you to write down. If you ever find yourself copy and pasting and repeating the same lines of code over and over again like this, you need to be thinking to yourself, okay, I'm doing something wrong here. How can I reformat this code to make it more simple? And that's where loops come in to save us, because they let us do exactly that. So instead of duplicating this code over and over and over again, instead, we can use loops. And JavaScript gives us three kind of loops that we can use. We can use the for loop, the while loop, or the do while loop. Now, the only kind of loop you really need to worry about is the for loop. For loops are the most commonly used by programmers. I couldn't even tell you the last time I used a while or a do while loop, because once you know the for loop, you can basically solve everything with it. You won't even need to know these two kinds of loops. But of course, it is also important to understand that there are other kinds of loops out there so that you don't get confused when you run into them. But of course, it is also important to understand that there are other kinds of loops out there so that you don't get confused when you run into them. And really, the only difference between these three is the syntax. So again, even though you can practically solve everything with the for loop, and it's the one that you're going to be using most often, we're going to start off by covering the while loop because it's the easiest to understand. So in order to create our first while loop, the syntax is actually very similar to how we'd write an if statement. So we're going to write down the while keyword, and then we're going to have our parentheses. And within that, we're going to have a condition, right? So within the bracket, we have our condition. And then we're going to have our curly braces. And within here, we write down the code that we want to run if this condition is true. So you can see the syntax is almost exactly the same as the if statement. Now, when we're creating while loops, we need to be very careful because it's very easy to crash our browser. So if I accidentally set the condition within these brackets to be true, and the file saves, which it's automatically going to do because we are using autosave, our live server is actually going to crash. So this is done now. This is this is completely finished. So we need to set the condition to false, open up a new tab, and open our live server there. This one is completely done. So now that this is fixed, what we're going to do is within this while loop, we're going to increment our counter. So we're going to say counter equal counter plus 1. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say I want to keep looping through this block of code. I want to keep incrementing our counter by 1 as long as our counter is less than 5. So as long as our counter is less than 5, as long as this condition is true, we're going to keep looping through this block of code over and over. Keep incrementing our counter by 1 until this condition is no longer true. And from there, we'll move on to the next line of code. So what I'm going to do to show you this is after this while loop, I'm going to console log while loop finished running. And within this while loop here, I'm going to console log while loop ran every single time we loop through this block of code. And you can see that we're repeating this block of code. We're logging this to the console 1, 2, 3, 4 times before we finish our while loop and move on to the next line. And just a quick tip, if we're using a while loop, it's actually easier to use less than or equal to. And that just makes it easier on us because we know that whatever this number is, is how many times the while loop is going to run. So right now we have the number 5, and we know that the while loop is going to run 5 times. If we have, say, 7, we know that the while loop is going to run 7 times. Now what I want you to do is console log every single number from 1 to 20. I know I'm throwing you into the deep end with this one, and if you can solve this, I will be absolutely amazed. But if you can't, that's completely expected. Just give it your best shot, and then we'll walk through the solution together. But when you're learning to code, the most important thing that you need to be doing is going out and trying stuff on your own. So I'll give you a couple of seconds to pause the video and give this a shot, and once you're done, we can walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you had some success with this one. If you didn't, that's completely okay. Let's walk through how we can solve this exercise right now. So in order to print out every number from 1 to 20, here's what we have to do. First off, instead of console logging this string right here, we need to console log the counter variable that we're incrementing. Now, we didn't actually go through this, so if you managed to figure this out, I'm actually super impressed. And if you didn't, that's 100% expected. So in the console, we've currently got numbers printing out from 1 all the way to 7. So in order to get numbers from 1 to 20, we need to change this number here to 20. And you can see we get all of those numbers in our console. And that's because we are looping over this code 20 times. We're starting off with our counter equal to 1. And then we go down to our while loop. And before we can run this code, we check if this condition is true. Is our counter less than or equal to 20? Yes, it is. So let's go ahead and run this code. Let's console log our counter. And then let's increment our counter by 1. So let's add 1 to our counter. So counter is now equal to 2. So now we've gotten to the end of this block of code, and we want to go back up and repeat it again. But before we can do that, we have to make sure this condition is still true. So we go back up and check again. Is counter still less than or equal to 20? And remember, we incremented our counter by 1, so counter is now equal to 2. So we're checking, is 2 less than or equal to 20? Yes, it is. So let's go ahead. We can repeat this code again. Let's console log our counter and then increment by 1 again. So counter is now equal to 3. And again, we've gotten to the end of this block of code and we want to go up and repeat it. But before we can do that, we have to make sure this condition is still true. So before we can run this code again, we check, is counter less than or equal to 20? And counter is now equal to 3. So we're checking, is 3 less than or equal to 20? Yes, that's true. So let's go ahead, repeat this code again, console log our counter, increment our counter by 1, and counter is now equal to 4. And we're going to keep repeating this over and over. We're going to check if this condition is still true. If it is, we're going to console log the counter, and then we're going to increment our counter by 1. We're going to go back up to the top. Before we repeat this code, we're going to check, is this condition still true? Yes, it is. Console log the counter, and then increment our counter by 1. And we're going to keep repeating this process over and over. As long as the counter is less than or equal to 20, as you can see here, we're going to keep on repeating this code, logging our counter to the console, and then iterating it by 1. Over and over and over and over. And then once we get to 20, what's going to happen? We're going to check, is 20 less than or equal to 20? Yes, it is. So we're going to run the code. We're going to log this to the console, and then we're going to increment our counter by 1. So now our counter is equal to 21, and we want to repeat the code again, but we have to check if this condition is still true. Is 21 less than or equal to 20? No, it's not. This condition is no longer true, which means we cannot repeat this code any further. We're going to break out of the while loop, and we're going to move on to the rest of the program, to running the rest of our lines of code. And then we're going to console log while loop finished running, as you can see here. So in a nutshell, that's all loops really are. They're just going to repeat this block of code over and over and over, constantly checking if the condition that we give it is still true before each repetition. And as soon as the condition is false, we're no longer going to run the code. We're going to break out of this while loop and move on to the rest of our program. Now, like I mentioned earlier, it's good to know that the while loop is there, but you can literally do all of this stuff with the for loop. And the for loop is just way more common. Literally every single developer uses a for loop, and I don't even remember the last time I've seen a while loop in a code base. So it's safe to say that 99% of the time you are going to be using a for loop. So now let's see how we can count from 1 to 20 using a for loop instead of a while loop. So let's comment out all of these lines of code. And let's create our first for loop. Now, just like the while loop and the if statement, how we create a for loop is we use the for keyword followed by parentheses and then curly brackets. And this syntax here, you're just going to have to memorize. Now, within the parentheses, we're going to initialize I to 0. Now, we can call this anything we want. We can call it counter, count, but I stands for index in programming, and literally every single developer uses I for their for loops. So that's what we're going to be doing. So now that we've created our variable called I, what we're going to do now is add a semicolon, and that's going to separate it from the next thing that we have to do. So once we create our variable, we need to give our for loop a condition. So for this example, I'm going to check if I is less than 5. And now what we're going to do is we're going to add a semicolon to separate it from the last thing that we have to do. So now we've created our variable, we've given it a condition to check. Now all we have to do is increment our variable. So I equal I plus 1. And that's just so that we don't get an infinite loop that crashes our live server like we did earlier on in the video. And now what we can do within our for loop is let's go ahead and console log I. So now what you'll see if your browser didn't crash, so if you didn't add this fast enough and you had autosave on, your browser probably did crash. So what you'll need to do is grab your live server and open it up in a new tab. But once you get that fixed up, you should see numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the console. And I just wanted to quickly show you that there's actually an easier way that we can increment our variable. So I equal I plus 1 is actually the same thing as I plus plus, but just look how much shorter and nicer that is. So we can either do I plus plus or plus plus I, and that's going to give us the exact same thing, but we're just going to use I plus plus. Now immediately we can already see a ton of similarities between the while loop and the for loop. So first off, in both loops, we're initializing a count variable. So in our while loop, we call it counter, and in our for loop, we call it I for index. In both loops, we give it a condition to check, and if that condition is true, well then we run the code. If the condition is not true, then we exit out of the loop. And in both loops, we're incrementing our counter so that eventually these conditions will be false and we can exit out of the loop. In our for loop, we're doing I plus plus. In our while loop, we're doing counter equal counter plus 1, which would be the same thing as counter plus plus. This is just the easier way to increment a variable by 1. As well as plus plus, we also have minus minus, and that's going to decrement this variable by 1, so decrease it by 1. But going back to our for loop, you might be feeling very confused right now, but don't worry, that is completely expected. For loops took me quite a bit of time to wrap my head around too. So when you're just starting out, you can always start from 0 and set this number here to however many times you want to loop over this code. So if you want to loop 50 times, you'll just type in 50. And since we're starting from 0, as you can see here, it's going to end at 49. So we are looping over this code 50 times, but since we start at 0, we're going to end at 49. So if we wanted to start at 1 and end at 50, all we need to do is console log I plus 1. And as you can see here, this is the exact same kind of result we would get from our while loop. But we turned 5 or more lines of code into 3 lines of code. Now, to make sure you understand this stuff, I want you to write this down in your notes. So within the parentheses of our for loop, we have to do three things. The first thing is create our I variable and then set I to 0. And then follow that by a semicolon. And then after that, we want to do I less than however many times we want to loop over this code. So we want to loop over this code 20 times, we'd type in 20. And then semicolon. And finally, we increment I by 1, so I++, and that's going to increase this variable by 1 every single time we loop over this code to make sure we don't get stuck in an infinite loop. And then after that, curly braces, and then we type in whatever code we actually want to loop over. The for loop is also pretty flexible, and there's a lot that we can do with it. For example, let's say we didn't want to start from 0, we wanted to start from 1, and we still wanted to loop over 50 times. We could do I less than or equal to 50, and instead of doing I plus 1, we can just console log I, and that's going to give us the same result. We can even start from 2 or 3 or 4, and you can see that our for loop is going to work just fine. Also, we aren't limited to incrementing by 1. So if we really wanted to, instead of I++, we could do I plus equals 2. So this is basically the same thing as doing I equal I plus 2. It's just, again, a faster way of doing things. And this is actually going to go ahead and increment I by 2. And if we really want to, we can increment our counter by 3, 4, 5. But most of the time, we're not going to want to do that. We're just going to want to increment our counter by 1. So we're going to be using I++. So again, this for loop is pretty flexible, but all you need to remember just to keep things simple for yourself is let I equal to 0, I less than however many times you want to loop, and I++, or ++I, doesn't make a difference. So now let's jump into a little exercise to apply everything that you've learned so far. So that's going to be data types, variables, conditionals, loops, everything that we have learned so far. And this question is pretty difficult, so don't feel bad if you can't solve this so early in your JavaScript journey. But with that being said, this exercise is going to be very, very good practice for you. So I do want you to try and solve this on your own. But before you dive straight in, we're going to quickly walk through this exercise together, and along the way, I'll give you a couple tips on how you can actually solve this problem. So first things first, we want to write a for loop that loops through 1 all the way to 15. We've done this before. We've created for loops that start from 0, but this time we want to start from 1 and go all the way through to 15. If the number we're currently on is odd, then we want to print ASAP, so the string ASAP, to the console. If the number we're currently on is even, then we want to print the string Frontend to the console. And finally, if the number is divisible by 5, then we don't want to do any of this. We want to print the string ASAP Frontend to the console. So let's take a look at how this works in the examples. So 1 is going to print ASAP because it is odd. 2 is going to print Frontend because it is even. 3 is going to print ASAP because it is odd. 4 is going to print Frontend because it is even. And then 5 is going to print ASAP Frontend. So even though it is odd, we don't want to do that. If it's divisible by 5, forget all of this stuff and print ASAP Frontend. And the same goes with 10 and 15. Even though they are even and odd respectively, if they're divisible by 5, which both of these are, we want to forget about these two and we want to print ASAP Frontend to the console. Now, if you've done a little bit of programming in the past, or you're feeling extremely confident, feel free to just dive into the exercise now. Because what I'm going to be doing now is giving you a few pointers on how you can go about solving this problem. So if you're completely new to programming or you aren't feeling too confident, you can stick around for that. So the first thing we want to do is we want to write a for loop that loops through numbers 1 to 15. So earlier on, we created a for loop that started from 0. So what did that look like? So we type in for, parentheses, let I equal to 0. So we initialize our variable, and then semicolon. After that, we add our condition. So I less than however many times we want to loop over. So in this case, we want to loop 15 times. So we'll type in 15. semicolon. And then after that, we want to make sure we increment our variable here by adding plus plus I. So that's going to add 1 to our counter each time we loop over the code within the curly braces so that we don't get stuck in an infinite loop. And if we go ahead and console log I, this is going to loop 15 times starting from 0. But we don't want to start from 0, we want to start from 1. So in order to do that, let's change I to 1, and then we'll change this condition from less than to less than or equal to. So now we're actually looping through 1 to 15. So that's one part of this problem solved. Now our second problem is how to figure out if a number is even or odd. Now when we were talking about numbers earlier on in the video, you might remember me using the percentage symbol. Now if you don't remember, this percentage symbol allows us to calculate remainders. So for example, if I go 9, percentage symbol 3, we're going to get 0. And that's because 9 is perfectly divisible by 3. There would be no remainders, so we get 0. But if we go 10, percentage sign 3, we are going to get 1 because the remainder is now 1. And we can actually use this percentage symbol to tell us whether a number is even or odd. So if you ever want to figure out if a number is even or odd, here's what you got to do. So all we want to do is get the number, percentage symbol 2. And this is returning 0, which means the number is even. But if the number does not return 0, that means the number is not even. And that's because by definition, any even number should be perfectly divisible by 2 and should return 0. So if this number is not 0, then the number over here is not even. So again, in order to check if a number is even, we get the number, percentage sign, 2, and if that returns 0, and this gives us true, well then we want to print Frontend to the console. Otherwise, if this doesn't return true, then we know that the number is odd, and we want to print ASAP to the console. But if we want to check if our number is divisible by 5, so we can print ASAP Frontend, we do the same thing that we're doing over here, but then we replace this value with a 5. So 10, percentage sign 5. If that gives us 0, well, we know that the number here is perfectly divisible by 5. So if this right here gives us true, then we want to go ahead and print ASAP Frontend. So now I think you have enough information to where you won't feel super lost when trying to solve this problem. So I'll give you a couple of seconds now to pause the video, give this a shot, and don't get frustrated if you can't solve the problem. Purely just attempting the problem is going to make you a much better programmer. So go ahead, give this a shot, and after you're done, we'll walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find a solution, and if you didn't, I'm just as proud as you for actually going out and giving this exercise a shot. So now let me show you the solution. So the first thing we want to do is write a for loop that loops through 1 to 15. So in order to do that, we first have to create our variable and then set its value to 0. Actually, we're going to set it to 1 because we want to start from 1. And then after that, semicolon, and then we add our condition. So that's I less than or equal to however many times we want to loop through this for loop. So we're going to say 15. And then after that, the last thing we have to do is increment our variable here. So this is going to add 1 every single time we loop through this code. Now let's just quickly console log I so that we know we're looping through 1 to 15. And you can see, yes, we are. We're getting 1 to 15 in the console. So that's the first part of our problem complete. So now we want to check if the number is even or odd. If it's odd, let's print ASAP. If it's even, let's print Frontend. So how do we do that? In order to check if the number we are currently on is odd or even, we need to type in I, so that's the current number that we're looping through, percentage sign 2. And we can check this to see if it's working. And let's console log I to see what's running. Now, what you'll notice is that this console log is running for every single number that isn't even. So that's every single number that's not divisible by 2. That's 1, 3, 5, 7. So why is this not working? We're checking if the number is even here, right? I percentage sign 2. No, that is not correct. We are checking if there is a remainder when we divide it by 2. So for example, if we do 2 percentage sign 2, this is going to give us 0. And if you remember earlier on in the video, I taught you that 0 is a falsy value. So this if block is not going to run if we get 0. This if block is not going to run if our number is perfectly divisible by 2, hence even. So how do we check if it is divisible by 2? How do we check if it is even? Well, if the number is divisible by 2, if the number is even, this is going to give us 0. So if this gives us 0, so if the current number that we're iterating through, percentage sign 2, gives us 0, is equal to 0. If this condition is true, then we want to run the console log. And now we are going to see all of our even numbers. And instead of printing a number here, we want to print the string frontend to the console. So let's go ahead and type that in. And now we can see we're printing frontend for every single even number we loop through. Now, just to make this a little bit clearer, what I'm going to do is create a template string. So that's a string with backward ticks. And let's use this syntax right here. So $, curly braces, so that we can actually put a variable inside of our string. In this case, we're going to put our index, and then let's add a dash in here to separate our variable and our string. Now what we also need to do is print ASAP for every single number that is not even. So what we can do is we can say else console log, and then let's create a template string, put the variable inside here, and then let's print ASAP. And what we're saying now is if the number we're currently looping through is divisible by 2. If the number we are currently looping through is even, well then let's go ahead and console log frontend. Otherwise, if the number we're looping through does not meet this condition, if it's not even, well then it must be odd. So let's go ahead and console log ASAP. So now that's this part of the problem solved. Now the last thing that we need to do is if the number is divisible by 5, we need to scrap all this and then print ASAP frontend instead. So in order to do that, what are we going to do? Well, let's head to the top over here. And before we check if the number is even or odd, let's go ahead and check if the number is divisible by 5. And if our number is divisible by 5, what do we want to do? Well, we want to print ASAP frontend to the console. So I'm just going to copy this and type in ASAP. And now let's see what we get in the console. Now over here, this number 15, it's actually printing twice. This number 15 is printing the console log on line 19. So that's this one here. And it's also printing the console log on line 25. So that's this one here. And we don't want to do that. Number 15 should only be pointing to ASAP frontend. And we're also facing the same issue for number 10. As you can see, it's printing twice in the console, one for line 19 and one for line 22. So how do we make sure we're only running one console log for each number? Well, this is where the else if condition comes in very handy. So if we change this one here to else if, it's going to make sure only one of these blocks will run. And the reason we put this one over here at the top is because we want to execute this one first. So before we check if our number is even or odd, the first thing we're doing is we're checking, is our number divisible by 5? And if that's the case, if our number is divisible by 5, then we're going to console log ASAP frontend. So now, for the case of 10 and 15, we're only going to hit this if block, and then we're not going to hit anything else. So if our number is divisible by 5, we console log ASAP frontend, and then we forget about the rest of this code. And that's why if we take a look at the console now, you're going to see that 15 is only pointing to ASAP frontend, and 10 is also only pointing to ASAP frontend. And just like that, we have the solution to our problem. We have 1 printing ASAP, 2 printing frontend, 3 printing ASAP, 4 printing frontend, 5 printing ASAP frontend, 10 printing ASAP frontend, and then we have 15 printing ASAP frontend as well. And that's exactly what we're seeing here in our example. So if you're seeing this in the console, give yourself a pat on the back because we just wrapped up an extremely difficult exercise. This question perfectly wraps up everything we've learned so far. So that's for loops, that's variables, data types, conditionals, everything we did in the previous sections. So if you didn't manage to solve this problem on your own, here's what I want you to do. I want you to have another shot at solving this problem on your own. So get rid of everything here and try and knock out the problem on your own. And if you're still feeling confused, don't worry, you can have another look at the solution, maybe take some notes on it and try and gain a little bit more of an understanding of how everything is working. And once you've done that, you can go ahead, remove this, and try and solve the problem on your own. But either way, it's super important that you solve this problem before we move on to the rest of the crash course, because it's such a good question. It covers everything that we've learned so far. So pause the video, give this a shot, and once you're done with that, we're going to be moving on to another exercise. Yes, we are going to be doing 2 exercises back to back to make sure you really understand for loops, because they are important, but they can be a little bit difficult. So let's walk through the details of this exercise, and then you'll get a chance to jump in and solve it on your own. So what we want to do is print out all of the characters from the string ASAP frontend. So we want to print out every single character from this string. So in our example here, this is what we want to see. We just want to loop through this entire string and console log each and every single character within this string separately. So we're going to start off at A, so capital A, and then loop through the entire string and then finish off at lowercase d. So if you're feeling confident and you feel that you could solve this problem, I'm going to give you a couple of seconds now to pause the video and give this a shot. Hey, hopefully you managed to find the solution. If you didn't, that was 100% expected. Do not worry. Let's walk through this problem together right now. The first thing we are going to be doing is creating a variable. So let str, and we're going to put this string inside of that variable. And now that we have our string, what we want to do is create a for loop to loop through every single character of this string. So how many times do we want to loop over? Well, let's count the amount of characters in this string. So let's start off. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we've got 13 characters within this string. And how do we loop over something 13 times? Well, that's easy. All we need to do is initialize our variable, and we're going to start off at 0. So let I equal to 0. And then after that, our condition is going to be I less than however many times we want this for loop to run. So we want to loop 13 times. So we're going to type in 13 and then finally plus I to make sure we're incrementing our index. So now our for loop should be looping over this code 13 times. And just to make sure that's true, we're going to console log I. And if we take a look at the console, you're going to see we start at 0 and we go all the way to 12. So we are actually looping 13 times. But there's actually a much easier and much better way that we can do this. If we go ahead and take our string and we type in .length, so we use the .length property, you're going to see that we also get 13. So instead of having to count all of the characters within our string, which would also get really annoying if we had a ton more characters, what we can do instead is just get our string. So that's this string variable right here, and just access the .length property. And you can see that our loop is still running 13 times. So starts at 0, finishes at 12. But this method is just more efficient. If we change this to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you're going to see that our loop is still looping through each index of our string. So this is something you're definitely going to want to remember. If you want to loop over every single character within a string, use I less than string.length. So let's change this back to ASAP Frontend. And now that we're looping over this string, what do we want to do? We want to log each character of the string to the console. So in order to do that, all we have to do is access our string and then single out the character at index I. And if we take a look at the console now, you're going to see we're printing out every single character in the string. So we're starting off A, S, A, P. We're printing out the space, F, R, O, N, T, E, N, D. And just like that, I want to say a huge congratulations to you because you've just written your first dynamic for loop. So because this for loop is dynamic, no matter what this string is, so let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it's going to print out every single character in the string with no issues. So this is definitely one for your notes. This is a situation that you're going to be running into quite often as we build out projects. If you want to print out every single character of a string using a for loop, this right here is how we do it. And with that, I have some good news for you. We are officially done with loops and we're going to be moving on to our next topic, which is going to be functions. But before we move on, I just want to quickly let you know that if you are feeling confused, if you are not understanding things right now, just keep working your way through the crash course. Crash courses are meant to make you feel stupid. Every single student that has gone through ASAP Frontend has told me that the crash courses has made them feel stupid and overwhelmed. But when you do the projects and when you do the challenges that are coming later on in the course, that's where everything you learn in this video starts to come together. So keep moving through the crash course and keep taking your notes and learn to get comfortable with that feeling of being overwhelmed because it's the #1 sign that you are learning. So with that out the way, let's jump into talking about functions and what they actually are. So first things first, functions in JavaScript are really, really important to understand, but unfortunately, they are quite difficult to wrap your head around if you are new to programming. I remember when I was going through my first JavaScript course and the instructor started talking about functions, I had absolutely no clue what the hell was going on. I took notes, I did the questions that the instructor told me to do, but I still couldn't get it. But it was after I did more exercises and built more projects on my own that I started to understand it and everything came together. So don't feel frustrated if you don't understand functions the first time around. You are not meant to. Just do what I did, just keep taking notes, keep coding along, keep pushing through the course. And trust me when I say that everything will come together. So now let's start talking about what functions actually are. So functions are just reusable blocks of code that perform a specific task. So essentially, functions are just blocks of code that do something. And the reason we love functions is we can use them to perform actions that would usually take tons of lines of code in just one line. And when we call a function, we can actually give it different values. So let's jump into a code example to actually show you the usefulness of functions. So let's say we want to welcome people to ASAP Frontend. So console log, hello, Iman. Console log, hello, Alex. And then console log, hello, John. But you can see that there's a lot of repeated code here. So this entire part, console log, hello, we're repeating that across 3 lines of code. The only thing that's different about these 3 lines of code is the names. And if you remember earlier, we talked about the dry principle. So do not repeat yourself. So this code right here is all repeating, and we don't want to do that. So instead of repeating all of this code here, how can we use a function to help us out? So in order to create our first function, we're going to use the function keyword. So we just write down function, and then we want to write down the name we want our function to have. So I'm going to call this function greet user. And once we write the name down, we have to follow it with parentheses and curly braces. And what I'm going to do now is move the console log inside of this function and remove the rest of these. So you can see that even though we have a console log inside of the function, nothing is actually printing out to the console. And the reason for that is that by default, functions aren't going to run themselves, so they aren't going to execute the code that is within them. And this is why functions are really good for our performance, because we're not running code that doesn't need to be run. For example, if you head to ASAP Frontend and you hit this mark complete button, when you hit this button, a function is going to run. So marking the lesson complete is actually a function. So as soon as we click on this button, we call that function, and that's when the block of code within that function can actually run, and that's actually going to set the lesson complete. So the same goes here. All we need to do to run the code that's within the function is to actually call it. So in order to call a function, all we need to do is type in the name of the function that we want to run, and then parentheses. And if we look at the console now, you can see that the console log on line 3 is actually running. But like I told you earlier, we can also pass values into functions. So if I'm greeting users on ASAP Frontend, this doesn't have to stay as Iman. We can actually make this dynamic. So in order to pass a value into a function, there's 2 things that we have to do. The first is to pass in what we call a parameter in the function declaration. And don't let these long words intimidate you. This thing right here is the function declaration. So function declaration. And this is actually where we create our function. So we use the function keyword, we give our function the name we want it to have, and then within the curly braces, we pass in the code that we want this function to perform. And this second part here is where we actually call the function. So we can just write down call the function. So this first part here is how we actually create a function. And then this second part is how we actually then call on that function. But again, like I mentioned earlier, we want this name to be dynamic. So how are we actually going to do that? So like I said earlier, within the function declaration, so where we create our function, we have to create what is called a parameter. So within our parentheses, we create a parameter, and we can call this parameter whatever we want. We can call it a bunch of random text, but in this case, I'm going to call it name because it makes the most logical sense. And all this parameter is doing is saying that we expect some sort of value to be passed in to the function when we call it. And then we can use that value within our function through this parameter. So what we can actually do is we can console log our parameter. But in the console, you're going to see that we're going to get undefined. So line 4, we're running this console log and our parameter is undefined. So undefined means that its value doesn't exist. It doesn't have any kind of value. And the reason we don't have any value is because when we call our function, we're not actually passing in any values for it to use. Now, this part is very difficult to understand, but in order to pass a value into a function, what we have to do is within the parentheses, we type in the value that we want to pass in. So in this case, we're passing in our name. So we're just going to write down our name. So now what's going to happen is when we call our function and we pass in this value within the parentheses, JavaScript is going to take this value and assign it to the name parameter. And now we can access that value within our function. So now if we take a look at our console, you can see that on a line 4, we're actually console logging the value that we're passing in to the function. Because again, when we call this function, this parameter is being assigned whatever value we write within the parentheses. So when we console log this name parameter, we're console logging whatever value we're passing in. So right now we've written Iman, so it's going to console log Iman. But if we change this to Alex, it's going to console log Alex. If we change this to John, it's going to console log John. And this is how we write reusable code. So what we're going to do now is we're going to uncomment this code and we're going to change this to backticks so that we can actually use this parameter within our console log. So $, curly brace, and we're going to access the name parameter within this string. And this is how we greet users Iman, Alex, and John using reusable code. So now if we want to change the greetings, we only have to do it in one place. So let's say I wanted to change all of the welcome messages from hello to greetings. All I have to do, go within this function, change this to greetings, and then all 3 console logs are automatically going to be changed to greetings. So all we have to do is change it in one place and it's going to change all across our code. And this should give you just a little snippet into how powerful functions are in JavaScript. Functions make our code so reusable. So this is what you need to be writing down in your notes. There's 2 parts to functions in JavaScript. There's the function declaration, and then there's actually calling the function. The function declaration is where we create our function and actually define the code that we want to run. So in this function, what are we doing? Well, we're welcoming people to ASAP Frontend. Inside of the function declaration, we can also accept parameters. And we aren't just limited to one, we can accept as many as we want. So as well as a name parameter, let's also add a time parameter. So you can see we can accept multiple parameters and just separate their names with a comma. Now let's go ahead and use this parameter in our code. So instead of saying greetings, I'm going to say good, and then $, curly brace, and then the time. So this is going to be morning, afternoon, or night. And if we take a look at the console now, it's going to print good, undefined, and then the name. And why is that? Well, it's because we are only passing in one value when we call the function. So this is the second part of the function, actually calling the function. Now we only have to declare the function once. So we only have to create it once. But we can call the function as many times as we want. So we can call it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. And it doesn't matter, which is why functions make our code so reusable. But if our function has 2 parameters, well, that means it's expecting us to pass in 2 values when we call the function. And right now, we're only passing it 1 value. And that's why we see undefined in the console. So we need to pass our function 2 values. So let's go ahead and remove these two. And how do we actually pass in multiple values when we call a function? It's very simple. We just separate it with a comma. So I'm going to give it a second string called morning. And now you can see we're printing in the console, good morning, Ayman. Let's give this another shot. Let's call the function again. But this time the name is going to be John and the time is going to be evening. And now we can see good evening, John. So this is something that is very important for you to remember. When you call your function, you need to make sure that the amount of values you're passing in is the same as the amount of parameters we actually have in the function, and it also needs to be in the same order. Now, these values we pass into the function, we call them arguments. So the amount of arguments that we pass in when we call the function needs to be the same as the amount of parameters we have, and again, needs to be in the same order. So for this example, you can see that we're passing in 2 arguments when we call the function. And where we declare our function, we also have 2 parameters. So this name that we have here is going to get passed into this first parameter and then down to here. And then the time that we have second is going to get passed into this second parameter and then down to here. And the same thing is happening in our second function. We're taking the name John, we're passing it into this name parameter, and then that's going to go down here. And then we're taking evening and we're passing it into this second parameter, and that's going to go down here. So again, this is very important to remember. How many arguments we have, and the order of them must be the same as the parameters. We can't pass in the name second and then the time first and expect the function to figure things out. Nope, it's going to assign the first thing here to the first thing here, and the second thing here to the second thing here, the third thing here to the third thing here, and so on and so on and so on. Now, a lot of the time in programming, we want to use a value that's created by the function. So we want our function to do some sort of action or perform some sort of calculation and then use the result of that outside of the function. So in order to do this, in order to use a value that the function generates outside of the function, we have to use what's called the return keyword. Now let me show you what I actually mean. So let's clear out all of this stuff and let's create another function. So I'm going to use the function keyword, and then we follow that with the name we want our function to have. So I'm just going to call this main, and then parentheses. In here, we're going to pass in any parameters that we want our function to have. In this case, we don't want any, and then curly braces. And then in here, we write down what we actually want our function to do. So in this case, let's just say I want to console log hello world. And now we have declared our function, we've actually created it. Now let's go ahead and actually call it. And what are we getting in our console? We're getting hello world, so no surprises here. But now let me show you how to actually return a value from a function. All we have to do is type down the return keyword, and then after that, specify the value that we want to return back to the main program from this function. So for example, let's return the value ASAP Frontend. And now you can see that we're no longer running our console log. We can no longer see hello world in the console. And that's because whenever you use the return keyword, no code after it is going to run within the function. So as soon as you use the return keyword, the function is going to exit out. It's going to return this value here back to the main program, and it's not going to run the rest of the lines of code within the function. And VS Code is kind of telling us this because look, our console log is kind of grayed out, which means it's not going to run. And now if we hover over our function, you're going to see it has a value of a string. So when we use the return keyword, this function call is going to be equal to whatever value we are returning, which in this case is a string that says ASAP Frontend. So this function call here is going to be equal to a string called ASAP Frontend. So if we console log this function, you're going to see we're getting ASAP Frontend in the console. But if we change the value that we're returning from a string to a number like 10, you're going to see our function is now equal to a number. It's equal to this number that we're returning. And that's why when we console log our function call, we get 10 in the console. So in a nutshell, when we use the return keyword, our function is immediately going to exit. So that means the rest of our lines of code are not going to run. And it's not just going to do that. It's going to look for where we called the function, and it's going to pass whatever value we chose to return into here. So this function call is going to be equal to whatever value we choose to return. So this right here is the exact same as console logging 10. Now I know this was a lot to take in such a short amount of time. Functions are probably the most difficult part of this crash course, so don't feel bad if you aren't understanding things. You are not meant to. That's why we have our easy and advanced exercises later on in the course to drill the fundamentals into you and make sure you know everything you need to land your first job. So those videos are super important. You don't want to miss those, or else you won't remember anything you just learned and nothing will make sense anymore. Now let's dive into another example just to make sure you're really understanding everything. So let's say we wanted to calculate the sum of two numbers. So we wanted to add two numbers together. So let's change the name of the function to sum. And again, what do I want to do? I want to add two numbers together and return the result. So for example, when we call our function and we pass in the numbers 2 and 4, we want to add those together and then return that value. So let's figure out how we can do that. So first things first, let's actually call our sum function and console log it. And what are we going to get in the console? We are going to get 6. And that's because we are returning 2 plus 4 within the function. But in order to make this dynamic, so let's say we wanted to add numbers 5 and 4. Like I mentioned earlier on in the video, we need to make it so the amount of arguments we're passing into this function, so that's the amount of values we're passing into the function when we call it, is the same as the amount of parameters. So that's how much values we're actually expecting to be passed into the function. So in a nutshell, that basically just means if we're passing in two values, we have to accept two values as well. And again, the order of these arguments is actually very important. The first argument is going to go to the first parameter. The second argument is going to go to the second parameter. So I'm going to create two parameters. The first one is going to be called num1, so that's number 1. And the second one is going to be called number 2, so that's num2. So this first argument is going to get passed in to this first parameter, and this second argument is going to get passed in to this second parameter. So this will be 5 and this will be 4. So let's go ahead and add them together. num1 plus num2. And let's see what we get in the console. We're going to get undefined. So when you're calling a function and you're console logging it and you get undefined, what does that mean? It means you're not returning anything within the function. So we're not returning any value within our function. So when we call the function and we try and console log its value, we're going to get undefined. So no value at all. So what we're going to do is go ahead and return the sum of our two numbers. So we're going to return a value back to the main program, and that value is going to be num1 plus num2. So that's the sum of our two numbers. And now you can see if we console log our function, we're getting the sum of our two numbers. So 5 plus 4 equals 9. Now let's go ahead and change these values. So 5 plus 10 instead. We're going to get 15 in the console. And now let's go ahead and change this to 15. We're going to get 25. But again, I keep saying this over and over and over, but I can't stress this enough. The order of these arguments is very important because let's say we were doing something different, like dividing instead. Right now, we're getting 1.5, but if we switch the order around of our numbers, you're going to see we get a completely different answer. So that's why you need to make sure you're paying attention to the order of your arguments. The first will get passed to the first, the second to the second, and so on and so on and so on. So now you know the basics of functions. It's time to put your skills to the test with a little bit of an exercise. And this one might look familiar to you. We did this exercise earlier on in the crash course, converting US dollars to Australian dollars, but we didn't actually get to do it with functions. So nothing is changing about this exercise. We still want to convert Australian dollars into US dollars using this formula. So we're going to do this by creating a function called convert USD to AUD. And that function is going to take in a parameter. And we can pass any number of US dollars into that parameter. And then within the function, we're going to take the amount of USD that we're passing in, and then we're going to convert it into Australian dollars using this formula, and then return that value from the function. So for example, we pass in 1000, we run it through the formula. So 1000 times 1.5, that's going to give us our AUD value, and that gives us 1500. So we return that value. So now I want you to pause the video, go ahead and dive straight into this problem. Doing the exercises I tell you to do will help you so much in making the theory stick. So go ahead, give this your best shot, and once you've done that, we can go ahead and walk through the solution together. Alright guys, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find a solution. If you didn't, all good. Let's walk through the solution together right now. So first things first, what do we want to do? We want to create our function. So in order to do that, we type in the function keyword, and then we follow that with the name we want our function to have. So in this case, it's going to be convert USD to AUD. So let's write that in. Convert USD to AUD, and then we follow the name by parentheses. And within these parentheses is where we write down our parameters. So that's the values that we expect to be passed in to this function when we actually call it. So in this case, what values are we going to be passing in to this function? It's going to be our US dollars. So let's create a parameter called dollars. So this function is going to accept a dollar value. And now let's create an Australian dollars variable. So I'm going to call this AUD, and let's make this AUD equal to our dollars. So that's USD times 1.5. And what you'll notice is if we spell our parameter's name wrong, VS Code is actually going to tell us. So it's actually telling us that this parameter is not being used based on the coloring of it. So look at how it's kind of grayed out. But as soon as we spell the name right, bang, it's going to light back up. And that's how we know we're actually using this parameter. And the same goes with this variable. It's actually dimmed out right now because we aren't using it. So VS Code actually makes our life a lot easier with these features. So if we mess something up, let's say we forget to add this multiplication symbol, VS Code is actually going to let us know with this red squiggly line. So now we've converted our US dollars into Australian dollars within this variable. Now all we have to do is actually return this value. And that's the first part of our function done. So where we actually create the function. So now what we have to do is call this function. So in order to do that, all we have to do is write down the function's name. So convert USD to AUD, and then parentheses, And since this function has one parameter, it's expecting one value to be passed in whenever we call the function. So within our parentheses, we have to pass in our one value, which in this case is the amount of US dollars we want to convert into Australian dollars. So just for this example, let's type in 1000. And right now we can see nothing printing in the console, and that's because we actually have to console log the value that we're getting from this function. So now if we console log this function, we're going to get 1,500 Australian dollars. And this is what we expected. So now let's check 500. We should be seeing 750 in the console, and yes, we do. And finally, 200. We should be seeing 300 in the console, and yes, we do. So we're passing all three test cases, which means our solution is correct. But there's a quick tip I want to show you, and that's if we're creating a variable and returning it right away within a function, there's actually no point in doing that. What we can do instead is just get rid of this variable entirely and just return this instead. And this is going to give us the exact same answer, but it just looks that little bit cleaner. So 200 US dollars, we're still getting 300 Australian dollars. 500 US dollars, we're still getting 750 Australian dollars. And 1,000 US dollars, we're still getting 1,500 Australian dollars. So just look how clean everything is with functions. Everything is just so much more reusable, so much more clean, and this is why we love functions in programming. So throughout the rest of the course, you can expect to be getting tons more practice with functions. So currently, we've covered how to create functions using the function keyword. So that's the first way of creating functions. We write down function, and then we follow that with the name that we want our function to have. But there's actually a second way that we can create functions. So let me show you how to do that. So let's remove all of this stuff here and remove all of these console logs except this last one. And now let's recreate this function using the second method, which is called arrow functions. So this right here, this is a regular function. So we can just call this regular function. And now we're going to walk through how we can create a function using the arrow method. So in order to create an arrow function, we just write down const and then the name that we want our function to have. So in this case, let's say convert USD to AUD. And when we create an arrow function, we set it equal to, first of all, parentheses. So we aren't using the function keyword anymore. So these parentheses here are going to take in any parameters that we have. So in our case, we have our dollars parameter. So when we are creating an arrow function, we would put the parameter within here. And then we do an arrow, which is the equal sign, and then the greater than symbol. And then we open up our code block. So this is the syntax that you're just going to have to memorize. So instead of using the function keyword, we use the const, and then we write down the name that we want our function to have, just like we would with a regular function. And then we make this const equal to an arrow function. So the parentheses, and then we put any parameters that we have within the parentheses. If we don't have any, we just leave it blank. And then we write down the arrow and then the code block. And you can see that we're getting an error in the console because we have two functions with the same name. So let's comment this out. And you can see that we're now getting undefined in the console. And this means we created our new arrow function correctly. So when we are calling this function now, we're actually calling this arrow function. So now let's actually return a value. So let's say ASAP Frontend. And you can see in the console, we're going to get ASAP Frontend. But we don't just want to return this string. We actually want to return our US dollars converted into Australian dollars. So let's copy this And instead of returning the string, we're going to return the US dollars that's getting passed in. So that's the amount of US dollars we're passing into this parameter. Multiply it by 1.5 to give us our Australian dollars, and then return that value, and we see 1.5k in the console. So these are the two methods for creating functions. This is definitely something you want to write down in your notes. So the first method is using the function keyword like we mentioned earlier. And the second method is creating a const and then an arrow function like we covered just now. And with that, I have some really good news for you guys. That's actually the functions section of this video complete. So with that being said, it's time to move on to our next JavaScript topic, which is going to be arrays. And let's start off this topic by talking a little bit about what arrays actually are. Now, arrays are another type of data structure in JavaScript, but they're a little bit more complex than your strings, your numbers, your booleans. So in turn, they're going to be a little bit harder to understand. So what arrays actually do is allow you to store multiple data values in a single variable. And let me show you what I mean by that. So for example, let's say we're at the grocery store shopping. And let's say we picked up a couple of items, 4 items to be exact. So item 1 is we picked up some apples. Item 2, we decided to buy some bananas. Item 3, we also decided to buy some eggs. And finally, item 4, we decided to buy some milk. Now, it doesn't make logical sense to store all of our different items into separate variables. And let's say we had like 20 or 30 items in our shopping cart. Are we going to have to create 20 or 30 different variables for each and every single item we chose to buy? Well, this is where arrays come in very handy. And like I mentioned earlier, they allow us to put multiple values inside of one variable. So let me show you how we can actually create an array. So I'm going to start off by creating a variable called array. And to create an array, all we have to do is write down these square brackets like this. So this is the syntax to create an array. And inside of this array is where the real magic happens. Inside of this array is where we can add all of the different values that we want to store inside of this one variable. So let's go ahead and store all 4 of these items inside of this array. So in order to do that, we would add our first value. So that's apples. And after that, we'll add our next item. So that's bananas. And we have to separate each item within the array with a comma. So we have 2 items within this array. We have our apples and we have our bananas. Let's also go ahead and add our eggs, and finally, our milk. So now, instead of having 4 different variables for each one of our items, we've managed to put them all within one single variable. So now you can already see how useful arrays are for when we want to store collections of data that relate to each other. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. Let me show you what's actually possible with arrays. So let's start off by just logging our array to the console to see what we get. And if we take a look at the console, you're going to see we get our array of 4 items. But what if we just wanted to get one of these items? What if we just wanted to single one of these out? Well, if we take a look at the console, you're going to see that each and every single item in our array has an index, just like we saw with strings. And that index starts from 0 in the first item of the array and then goes up from there. So 0, 1, 2, 3, just like strings. So funnily enough, how we single out items from an array is the same way we would with characters from a string. We use these square brackets, and then within here, we specify the index of the specific item from the array that we want to single out. So let's say we want to single out this first item of the array. We know that the index starts from 0, so 0, and then goes up from there. So 0, 1, 2, 3. So to target this first element, within the square brackets, would specify that we want to single out the item with an index of 0. And you can see that we get the first item of our array in the console. So that's how we target the first element of an array. So we call these different items, these different values that we put inside of our array, elements. So that's how we'd get the first element of an array. Now let's say we wanted to get the last element of an array. How would we do that? Well, there's actually two ways that we could do this. The first way, so let's console log, is to get our array, and then we're going to hard code the index that we want to target. So we're going to go to our array. This one has an index of 0, 1, 2, and 3. So we know that the last element of the array has an index of 3. So we are going to say that's the element that we want to target. But this isn't the best way to do it, because if we add another element to the end of our array, let's say cheese, you can see that we're no longer targeting the last element of our array. So that's why we don't want to hard code the index that we're targeting, because if we do add any elements to the array, we have to go in and change it ourselves, which can be very annoying. Now let's talk about the second way that we could do this. So just like strings, arrays actually have access to the .length property. So if we go ahead and console log array, and we add on the .length property to the end of it, we're going to see the number 5 in the console. And that's because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elements in our array. And if you remember with strings, the last character of the string always has an index of string.length take away 1. And the same goes with arrays. The last element is always going to have an index of array.length take away 1. So if we get our array and we say we want to target the element with an index of array.length take away 1, you can see we're going to get the last element of our array in the console. And this way, if we ever change the length of our array, if we remove or add items, we're still going to get the last element of our array. So now you can see we're printing the first element of our array to the console, so that's apples. And then over here, we're printing the last element of our array to the console, which is milk. So this is definitely one you do want to write down in your notes, because this is something you're going to be doing very often when working with arrays. So now that we have that out of the way, let's dive into how we can actually add elements onto an array. So let's say we wanted to purchase another item and add that onto our array. How we would do that is by getting our array and using the .push method. And if you're wondering what a method is, it's basically just a function that's built into JavaScript and that we can use at any time. And we use the .push method very often when we're working with arrays. So this is very important to understand. Now what the push method is going to do is add on a new value to our array right here. And in the parentheses, we specify what value we actually want to be added to our array. So in this case, I'm just going to say bread. And now let's console log our array to see what it looks like after we have pushed this value onto it. And we can see in the console that bread is getting added on to the end of the array. Now, I'm about to tell you something very important that you need to understand. JavaScript executes code line by line. And what I mean by that is that JavaScript executes the code top to bottom. So it's going to work its way and execute one action at a time. So it's going to start off at line 1, execute this line of code. And then line 2, and then line 3, and then line 4, and then line 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's going to work its way through our code one by one in this order. So when we run this console log on line 7 to get the last element of our array, it's actually going to give us milk. And that's because we haven't actually got to line 9 yet. We haven't actually pushed this new value to the end of our array. So when we run this console log on line 7, we're going to get milk because that's currently the last element of our array. And then we're going to go to line 8. And then line 9, we're going to push this new value to the end of our array. We go to line 10 and then line 11. We console log our array. And now that we have already added our new element to the end of our array, we see it in the console. So that's something you definitely need to remember. Our first array method is the .push method, and we use that to add new values to the end of our array, and that JavaScript executes its code line by line. So that's why when we console log the last element of our array on line 7, we see milk, but once we push the new value to the end of our array on line 10, and we console log our array on line 12, we see bread as the last element. So now what we're going to be doing is moving on to our second array method, and that is going to be array.filter. Now this one here is going to be pretty difficult to understand. This is where JavaScript gets a little bit more tricky. You are not expected to fully understand the .filter method. The only way you're going to understand it is by using it again and again and again, which we are going to be doing tons throughout the course because it is so important. But for now, just focus on getting a basic idea of what the .filter method is, why we use it, and take some notes on it. So now let's actually talk about what the .filter method does. So the .filter method basically allows you to pass in a test or condition, and then what it's going to do is go through every single element in our array, and if the element passes the condition, it's going to remain in the array, and if it doesn't pass the condition, so it doesn't pass the test, it's going to get kicked out of the array. So it does what its name says. It's going to filter out certain items based on the condition that we give it. So with the .filter method, within the parentheses, we actually have to pass in what's called a callback. So let me show you how we actually create a callback. We do this by writing parentheses, so parentheses within the parentheses, and then we create an arrow function, so equal, and then greater than, and then curly braces. So this is the syntax of a callback function. And right now you might be thinking, this is very similar to how we created an arrow function. So we'll do the exact same thing. So the parentheses, and then the arrow, and then the curly braces. And you'd actually be right. But the only difference is that in this case, we're making this variable that we've created equal to the arrow function. But in the case of the callback, we're passing it in as an argument. Now, I know that was very difficult to understand, but just stay with me. Just write this down in your notes, and over time, you'll just memorize the syntax. So now we have our callback function. What do we actually do with it? Well, what we can actually do is within the parentheses, the first parameter that we give this arrow function is a stand-in for every single element in the array that goes through this function. So like I mentioned earlier, every single element in this array is going to go through this test. So every single element in the array is going to go through this callback function. So we're going to run the function once where we pass in apples as the argument. And then we're going to run the function again where we pass in bananas and then eggs and then milk. And within the curly braces, that's where we actually write down what we want to test each element for. But for now, let's actually just console log element. And let's actually get rid of everything else just to make everything easier to understand. And now we can see that every single element in our array is getting printed to the console one by one on line 5. So every single element is going through this callback function within our filter method and getting printed to the console. So now you might be thinking, okay, I know that every single element in the array is going to go through this callback function within the filter method. But how are we going to use this callback function here to filter and test our elements? Well, it's actually just a simple case of returning true or false. So every single element in the array is going to go through this callback function. If the function returns true, the element is going to stay in the array, so it's not going to get filtered out. But if the function returns false, the element is going to be filtered out of the array. So we're going to get rid of it. And what you also need to know is that the dot filter method is not like the dot push method. So remember when we used the dot push method, it actually went in and added a new value to the end of this array. And that's because the dot push method is what we call a mutating method. So that's mutating method. And what a mutating method means is it's actually going in and mutating. It's actually going in and changing the original array. The dot filter method is not like that. It's what we call a non-mutating. So non-mutating method. And what that means is the dot filter method does not change the original array. It creates a copy of this array, so it's going to go ahead and duplicate it and then filter through it, filter through that copy. So that way the original array is left untouched. So if we create a new variable, call this filtered array, we're actually going to have a duplicate of this array with our filters applied onto it. So let's go ahead and console log this new filtered array and see what we get in the console. And if we take a look at the console, you can see that on line 8, we're console logging an empty array. So our filtered array is an empty array. And that's because, like I mentioned earlier, every single element is going to go through this callback function and it's only going to get added into this array if this callback function returns true. Otherwise, if it returns false, it's not going to be added onto the array. And you can see here that within our callback function, we're not returning any value. So we're returning undefined. And what is undefined? Undefined is a falsy value. So all of our elements are going through this callback function and it's returning undefined. So they're not getting added onto the array, which is why our filtered array is empty. But if we go ahead and make it so our callback function returns true, all of our elements are going through this callback function and they're returning true. So they're all getting added on to the filtered array, which is why we can see all of our elements when we console log our filtered array. So let me make this easier for you to understand with a visualization. Our filtered array is starting off as empty, and then we're going to run this callback function for the first element of our array. So that's apples. We're going to console log the current element we're on, and we're going to return true. So when JavaScript sees this return true, it's going to say, yep, we can add this item onto our new filtered array. So we're going to add apples. And then now we're going to move on to the next element of the array. So that's bananas. We're going to console log that. JavaScript is going to see this return true again. So yep, let's go ahead and add this on to our filtered array as well. Now let's run this callback function for eggs. Pass that in, console log our element, and it's returning true. So it's going to add this element to our filtered array. And then we're going to run this callback function for milk. We're going to console log our element and it's returning true. So it's going to add that element to our filtered array. So this is what the filter method looks like behind the scenes. And this is where things start to get very interesting. Let's say our apples were $20, our bananas were $15, our eggs were $10, and our milk was $30. And let's say we wanted to filter out every single item on our cart that was more than $15. So that means we only want to return true within this callback function if the current element that we're iterating through is less than or equal to 15. Now, how do we do that? Well, it's actually pretty simple. So within our callback function, all we have to do is check if the current element we're on is less than or equal to 15. And if that condition is true, well, let's go ahead and return true on this callback function. And now, if we take a look at the console, you're going to see that we only have 2 items within our filtered array. So 15 and 10. So all of the elements that have a price that is greater than 15, they're getting cut out of this filtered array. Only elements that are less than or equal to 15 in price are returning true, and thus a part of the filtered array that we're logging to the console on line 11. So let's walk through what's happening step by step one last time just to really drill this into you. So we're starting off, our filtered array is empty, and we're going to go to the first element of the array. So that's this price of 20. We're going to run it through the callback function in our .filter method. We're going to log it to the console. So that's this one here. And after that, we're going to check if the element we are currently on is less than or equal to 15. So right now we're checking, is 20 less than or equal to 15? No, that is not true. So we're not going to run this return statement, and hence we aren't going to add 20 to our filtered array. Now we're going to move on to the next element in our array, which is going to be 15. So we're going to run it through the callback function. We're going to log it to the console, as we can see here, and then we're going to check if 15 is less than or equal to 15. Yes, that's correct. That's true. So we're going to run the code within the if statement. We're going to return true. And when the filter method sees a return true, what is it going to do? It's going to say, okay, let's add on this element to our new filtered array. Now let's move on to the next element of our array. So that is 10. We're going to run it through the callback function. We're going to log it to the console. And then finally, we're going to check, is 10 less than or equal to 15? Yes, that is true. That is the case. So we are going to run the code within the if statement. We're going to return true, which means 10 is going to get added on to our new filtered array. Now we move on to the last element of the array. So that's 30. We log it to the console. And then we check, is 30 less than or equal to 15? No, it is not. So we can't return true, which means it's not getting added on to the filtered array. Now, what if I told you we could do everything in here? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines of code all in one line. So write this longer method down in your notes. And once you have that down, let me show you how we can do this a lot faster and a lot cleaner. So first off, this parameter we have right here, if we're only using one parameter, we can actually remove the parentheses. And everything is still going to work the same. Everything is going to work fine. So again, just to be ultra clear, if we just have one parameter, it's completely fine to remove the parentheses. But when we have multiple parameters, yeah, that's when we have to use parentheses. But again, one parameter, no parentheses needed. Now the next thing we can do is, instead of checking if element is less than or equal to 15 and then returning true, this comparison itself already gives us a boolean. So if this is true, it's going to give us true. But if it's false, it's going to give us false. So we don't actually need this if statement. We can just return the expression itself, and that's going to give us the exact same result. Every value that's less than or equal to 15 is getting added to our filtered array. And how this is happening is we're looping over our entire array. We start off at 20, we're checking. Is 20 less than or equal to 15? This gives us false, so this callback function is going to return false. 20 will not be added. Now let's move on to 15. Let's check. Is 15 less than or equal to 15? That returns true, so the callback function is returning true. 15 gets added to our filtered array. Now we move on to 10. We check. Is 10 less than or equal to 15? Yes, it is. It returns true, so we're returning true on the callback function, and 10 is getting added to the filtered array. And finally, we get to 30, we run it through the callback function, and we check. Is 30 less than or equal to 15? That returns false, so we're returning false on the callback function, so it's not getting added to the filtered array. Now, would you believe me if I told you there was another way we could make this even shorter? In order to do that, there's something you need to understand about callback functions. So if we have these curly braces in our callback function and we only have one line of code, and in that one line of code we're returning a value, what JavaScript actually lets us do is remove the curly braces entirely and also remove the return keyword. And this is the exact same as using the curly braces and returning a value in one line of code, but just look how much shorter it is and how much better this looks. So now what we're going to be doing is jumping into a little exercise to apply everything you just learned. So we're going to be going back to the nightclub, and what your job is to filter out all the people who are not 18 or older. Let's take a look at an example. In this first array, we have an 18, 20, 16, 15, and 21-year-old, and our job is to filter out all of the people who aren't 18 years old or older. So that means we're removing the 16 and the 15-year-old from the array. In the second example, we have a 16, 17, 14, 15, and 19-year-old, and our job is to filter out all of the people who are under 18 years old. So in this case, we're filtering out everyone over here, and we're left with only 19. So your job is to filter out the people who are underaged from the array, and then log your new filtered array to the console. So go ahead, pause the video and give this a shot. And once you've given it your best attempt, you can go ahead, play the video, and we'll walk through the solution together. And what I want you to do is try and do this using the long method, so using the if statement way, or using the short method, so the one-liner method that I taught you just before we jumped into this exercise. So pause the video, give this a shot, and come back once you're done. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find the solution. If you didn't, all good. Let's jump into how we can solve this right now. So first things first, we have to actually create our original array. So I'm going to say let people, and that's going to be equal to an array of people who are 18, 20, 15, and 21 years old. And now that we have our array of people trying to enter the nightclub, what we want to do is actually filter out all of the people who are underaged, so under 18 years old, from this array. So first things first, we're going to create a new variable called adults, and this is going to store our new filtered array that only has our people who are 18 and older. Now let's grab this array right here. So that's the array with all of the people, and let's use the dot filter method. Now, when we use the dot filter method, what do we have to do? We have to pass in a callback function as the argument. And this callback function is very similar to an arrow function. Inside of the parentheses, we have to add our parameter. So that's going to be our element. And every single element in our array is going to go through this callback function and get passed in to this element's parameter. So if we write down console log our element, you can see that every single element in our array is going through the callback function and getting logged to the console. But we don't just want to console log our element. We want to check if the current element that we're on, so the current number, is it more than or equal to 18? Is the person's age more than or equal to 18? Are they 18 or older? And if that's the case, what do we want to do? Well, we want to return true. Because when the callback function returns true, JavaScript is going to say, okay, we can add this element onto the new filtered array. Otherwise, if the element doesn't meet this condition, we're not returning true, so JavaScript is not going to add it onto our new filtered array. So now if we go ahead and console log our filtered array, you're going to see that all of the people who are younger than 18 years old are getting filtered out of the array. So that's the long method complete. Now let's go ahead and reduce this down to one line like we did before. Let's get rid of this console log. Since we only have one parameter, we don't actually need these parentheses. This expression right here returns a boolean, so there's no point in having an if check when we can just return the expression itself. And you can see we're still getting the exact same result in the console. And now what we can do is with callback functions, if we only have one line of code within the curly braces, and that one line of code is returning something, JavaScript actually allows us to get rid of this return keyword entirely, get rid of our curly braces, and that's going to give us the exact same result. Now, if you're just starting programming, array methods can be extremely difficult to wrap your head around, especially these ones that take in a callback function. So if you aren't really too sure about things right now, do not worry. As I've said a million times before, this is 100% expected. As you go through the rest of the course and do all the challenges and projects, you're going to understand all of this stuff, so just keep pushing through. Now, what I want to quickly jump into is how to actually loop through an array using a for loop, because this is something you're going to be doing very, very often, and it's very important that you know how to do this. So let's remove all of this stuff, and let's just have a nice, simple array of elements. Now, in order to loop through an array of elements using a for loop, all we have to do is first create our for loop. So that's for, and then parentheses. And like I mentioned earlier, strings and arrays are very similar in the fact that their indexes start at 0 and then go all the way up to dot length, take away 1. So if we take a string, dot length, take away 1, that's going to be the index of the last value, so 0, 1, 2, and the same with an array. If we dot length the array, take away 1, that's going to be the index of the last value. So the way we loop over a string using a for loop is the same way we would loop through an array. So that's let I equal to 0, and then we're going to go until I is less than people.length, and then we're going to make sure to actually increment our index. So again, it's exactly the same as how we looped over a string. So if we go ahead and let's console log our index, we're going to see that if we get rid of this quickly, that we're looping through every single index in our array. So that's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now all we have to do is use this index here to access each element of our array. And we do this the same way we did with characters of a string. So we're going to grab our array, use the square brackets, And then in here, we're going to say we want to single out the element at index I. So I is starting off at 0, so we're going to console log the element at an index of 0, so we get 18. Then we're going to loop over this code. I is now going to be 1, so we're going to console log the element with an index of 1. And then we're going to loop over the code again. I is now equal to 2, so we're going to console log the element with an index of 2. And then we're going to loop over again. I is now equal to 3. We console log the element with an index of 3. And finally, we loop over one more time. I is now equal to 4, so we console log the element at an index of 4. So now my challenge for you is, now that you know how to loop through an array of elements using a for loop, I want you to attempt this problem right here without using the dot filter method. So we're going to be doing the exact same exercise, but this time we aren't allowed to use the dot filter method. Filter out all of the people who aren't 18 years old or older, and then log that new array to the console. Now, if you have previous programming experience or you're feeling extra confident, what I want you to do is pause the video, go ahead and give this challenge a shot. But if this is your first time programming or you aren't feeling too confident, don't worry, stick around, and I'm going to give you a couple of tips to hopefully make this exercise easier for you to solve. So let's talk about how you should actually go about solving this problem. So since we're not using the dot filter method, and what it does is create a new array from scratch so that it's not mutating the original array, like it's not changing the original array, we're actually going to have to do the same thing. So we're going to create a new empty array from scratch, and then I would call it adults, just like we did earlier. And you're going to see how this empty array is going to be very useful in a second. So now we have our new empty array that's going to store our filtered elements. And we also have our for loop that is currently looping through our original array that we want to filter. So now what we want to do is, for the current element that we're iterating through in this array, we want to check if age is 18 or older. And if this condition is true, then add the element to the new array. Otherwise, if it's false, just skip past it. And now once we've looped through every single element in our original array and we've filtered them out, all there is to do now is to console log the adults array. I hope these tips have made it a little bit clearer to you what you actually have to do. Now what I want you to do is go ahead, solve this problem on your own, give it your best shot. So pause the video, and once you've done that, we can walk through the solution together. Hey guys, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find the solution to this problem. If you didn't, as I always say, that is 100% okay. Now let's walk through how I would solve this problem. So the first thing we want to do is create a new empty array called adults. So I'm going to create a variable called adults, and inside of that, we're going to store an empty array. So now we have our array where we're going to be storing all of the people who are 18 plus, who are adults. So now what we have to do is we have this for loop that's looping through every single element in the people's array. And now what we want to do is we want to check if the current age that we're iterating over in this array is 18 or older. If it's true, if the age we're currently iterating over is 18 or older, well then we want to add that element to our adults array, because that means that person is old enough to get inside of the club. Otherwise, we don't want to do anything. We don't want to add them into this adults array. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's check if the current element that we are on is more than or equal to 18. And if this condition is true, If the current element we're iterating over is 18 or older, we want to add that element onto the adults array. So if the element that we are currently on is 18 or older, let's grab the adults array and let's push a new value. So .push is going to add a new value to the end of this array. And within the parentheses, we're going to say that the value that we want to push to the adults array is the element that we're currently iterating over. So now we're looping through every single person in the people's array and we're checking if they're 18 or older. If they are, we add them onto the adults array. If they are not, we do nothing. Now let's go ahead and console log our adults array to see if this is working. And now if we take a look at the console, you're going to see that we're filtering out every single age that is younger than 18. So you can see 16 and 15 have not been added to this new adults array. And that's our problem solved. That's how we filter elements within an array without using the dot filter method. Now what we're going to be doing is jumping into another very, very important array method that is quite similar to the dot filter method. So once you've looked over this code or you've taken notes on it, let's get rid of all of it. And in order to teach you this new array method, let's create an array with numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And just quickly, if I wasn't clear enough about this earlier, we can actually store any kind of data type inside an array. So we can store strings, numbers, booleans, and we can store all of them together. So we can have multiple different data types in a single array. But most of the time, we aren't going to be doing that. When we're dealing with arrays, it's typically going to be just one data type. So now that we have that out of the way, let's actually jump in to the new method that I want to show you, and that's called the dot map method. So we're going to grab our array and add the dot map method to the end of it. And just like the dot filter method, the dot map method actually accepts a callback function as an argument. And if you forgot how to create a callback, it's just an arrow function. So that's the parentheses, and then the arrow, so the equal sign, the greater than, and then the curly braces, just like a regular arrow function. And again, just like the dot filter method, this actually accepts a parameter. And just to be clear, when we have a callback function, we can call this whatever we want, right? It's still going to work just fine. But I like to call my parameter element because it makes the most sense. And again, very similar to the dot filter method, every single element in the array is going to go through this callback function and get passed in to this parameter. So if I console log element within the callback function, you're going to see that all of the elements in our array are getting logged to the console one by one. Now you might be thinking, okay, I kind of get what's going on here, but why the hell would we use the dot map method anyways? Well, we use the dot map method when we want to turn every single element in our array into something else. And what these elements are actually turned into is determined by what we return within this callback function. So for this example, let's return null on every single callback function, and that's going to turn every single element in this array into null. So if we console log our array now, you're going to see that nothing has actually changed. And that's because the dot map method is a non-mutating method. So it's a non-mutating method. And we briefly covered this earlier, but what it means is it's not going to change the original array. When we use the dot map method, it's actually going to create a clone of this array. So it's going to create a new array and then make the changes to that cloned array to leave this array untouched. So what we need to do is create a variable that's going to store the new array that our .map method creates. And if we go ahead and console log this new array, we're going to see that every single element in the array has been turned to null. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elements in this original array, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nulls in our new array. And again, that's because the .map method is going to loop through every single element in this array and put it through this callback function. And whatever this callback function returns is the value that we're going to assign to that particular element. So we start off at 1, we put it through the callback function, we log it to the console, and then the callback function returns null. So we're going to assign it the value of null. The next element 2, we put it through the callback function, we log it to the console, and we're returning null. So we're going to turn this number right here into null. Now we move on to 3. We put it through the callback function, we log it to the console, and the callback function returns null. So we're going to turn 3 into null. The same thing with 4. We put it through the callback function, we log it to the console, the callback function returns null. So we're going to turn 4 into null. And finally 5, we log it to the console, we're returning null. So we turn 5 into null. And that's why we see null, 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 and null. So the .map method is going to loop through every single element in our array and turn it into whatever we return in the callback function. So if we return true, every single element is going to get turned into true. If we return the number 2, every single element is going to get turned into the number 2. If we return hello world, every single element is going to get turned into hello world. And just like the dot filter method, what can we do? We can actually reduce all of this code down to one line. So first things first, if we only have one parameter within a callback function, we can actually just remove the parentheses entirely. And in a callback function, if we're using the curly braces and we only have one line of code, and that one line of code is returning something, we can actually remove the curly braces entirely and remove the return keyword entirely, and we're going to get the exact same result. So now what we're going to be doing is jumping into a little challenge to apply what you've just learned. And this exercise might be a little bit familiar because we're doing a currency converter exercise. Now, what I want you to do is turn each element in an array from US dollars into Australian dollars. And you're probably already familiar with the US dollar to Australian dollar formula by now. But let's just go through it one more time. In order to get our Australian dollar amount, all we have to do is get our US dollar amount and multiply it by 1.5. And if we take a look at a couple examples here, you can see we've got an array of US dollars. We multiply them all by 1.5 and we get 15, 30, 45, and 60. This array here, 100, 150, 35, we multiply them all by 1.5 and we get 150, 225, and 52.5. So this is going to give you some really good practice using the .map method. So go ahead, pause the video, go ahead and give this a shot. And I want you to do it the long way, so that's with the curly brackets and the return keyword, and the short way, so that's without the curly brackets and without the return keyword. So again, go ahead, pause the video, give this your best shot, and once you're done, we'll walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find the solution. And as I always say, if you didn't, that's 100% okay. Let's walk through how we could solve this together right now. So first things first, I'm going to create a new variable called AU dollars. And that's because we know that the .map method creates a new array. And we're going to store that inside of here. So let's grab our array of US dollars. And let's map through it. So we're grabbing our US dollars array and we're using the .map method to loop through every single element in the array. And we know that the .map method takes in a callback function. And every single element in this array is going to go through this callback function and get passed into this parameter here. So if we console log element, you can see every single element in this array is going through this callback function and getting logged to the console. But we don't just want to console log the element that we are currently on. We actually want to turn all of these elements into Australian dollars. And how are we going to do that? Well, it's quite simple. All we have to do is return, and what we're going to return is the element that we're currently on multiplied by 1.5. So the current US dollar that we're on times 1.5, and that's actually going to turn the US dollar amount that we have here into Australian dollars. So now if we go ahead and console log our AU dollars array, you can see that we are getting 15, 30, 45, and 60, which is the expected output of this array. So now that we've done this the long way, let's do a little bit of cleaning up. Since we only have one parameter, we can actually get rid of these parentheses entirely. And since we're using curly braces and we only have one line of code within the curly braces, and that's returning something, we can get rid of the curly braces, get rid of the return keyword, and that's going to give us the exact same result, but it's all on one line. So if you manage to get these two solutions, give yourself a massive pat on the back. But now what I'm going to make you do is something a little more challenging. What I'm going to make you do is turn each element in an array from US dollars to Australian dollars without using the .map method. So go ahead, give this a shot, really rack your brain on how you could solve this. And once you're done giving it your best shot, we'll walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find the solution. If you didn't, no worries. Let's walk through how we would solve this right now. So first things first, we're going to create a new array. So a new empty array, and this is going to be called AU dollars, so Australian dollars. So once we have our new empty array, what we want to do is loop through every element in the US dollars array. And while we're doing that, we want to turn every element, so turn each element from USD to AUD by running it through the formula. And once we've converted it from USD to AUD, we want to add each element onto the AU dollars array. And once we're done looping through every element in the US dollars array, turning it from US dollars into AU dollars, and then adding them into the AU dollars array, we want to go ahead and console log the AU dollars array. So we're going to start off by creating a new empty array. So we're going to create a variable called AU dollars, and within that, we're going to store an empty array. Now that we have our empty array, we want to loop through every single element in the US dollars array. So how do we do that? We create our for loop, let I equal to 0, loop until I is less than US dollars, dot length, and then make sure to actually increment our index, so plus I. So now what we want to do is turn the current element that we are iterating through from US dollars to Australian dollars. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab the current element that we're iterating through. So that's US dollars at position I. And if we go ahead and console log this value, you're going to see that we're going to get each element of our array logging to the console one by one. So instead of console logging our elements here, let's go ahead and actually turn each element from US dollars into Australian dollars. So in order to do that, we have to run it through the formula. So we have to take our US dollar amount, multiply it by 1.5, and that's going to give us our Australian dollars amount. So if we go ahead and take our US dollar amount and then multiply that by 1.5, you can see that the values that we're getting in the console are exactly the same as the expected output over here. So all we need to do is then take these values and then add them onto the AU dollars array. So instead of console logging this value here, we're going to go to our AU dollars array, and for each element that we loop through, we're going to run it through the USD to AUD formula, so multiply it by 1.5, and then we push that value onto the AU dollars array. Now all we have to do is then go ahead and console log our AU dollars array. So now all we have to do is actually go ahead and console log our AU dollars array. So console log. And if we take a look at the console now, you're going to see that we are getting the expected output. So now that we've finished this exercise, I have some really, really good news for you. That's actually it for our arrays topic. So we're done with the really hard parts of the crash course. We went through conditionals, loops, functions, and the very hard parts of arrays. Now we've only got 2 topics left, so just stay with me till the end until we're finally done with our JavaScript crash course. So once you have all of your notes down and you've done all of the exercises I've told you to do, it's time to move on to our second last topic of the video, which is going to be objects. So let's start off by talking a little bit about what objects actually are. Well, objects are just a data structure that allow us to store multiple properties in a single variable. And you might be thinking right now, isn't this the same thing as arrays? And my answer to that is no, not at all. Let me show you why. So for example, let's say a user logs in or creates an account with ASAP Frontend. You can see that we have an email, a password, a name, a Discord, and a subscription status. So if we head to our code, you'd think it'll look a little something like this. So let user email equal example at gmail.com, and then let user password equal test 1234, and then let user name equal John Doe, and then let user Discord equal example Discord, and then let user subscription equal VIP plus. Just take a look at how many variables we have just for one user. We have one for the email, for the password, for the name, for the Discord, for the subscription. Imagine we had to create 5 variables for every single user that logs into ASAP Frontend. That's going to get really messy really fast. Well, this is where objects come in very handy, and they allow us to store multiple properties that are related to each other inside one single variable. So let's walk through how we can create an object to store all of this different information about our user. So let's create a variable called user. And in order to create an object, we have to use these curly braces. So similar to how we used these square brackets when creating arrays, we use these curly braces when creating an object. Now within this object, we're going to have several different properties. So let's create our first property. The first property I'm going to create is email. So we're going to write down email, and this is going to be the name of our property. And then after that, we write down a colon. And then after the colon, we specify what value we actually want this property to have. So I'm going to give this email property a value of example@gmail.com within a string. And just like that, we've created our first property. But we're also going to need properties for our password, our name, our Discord, and our subscription. So how can we do that? Well, just like arrays, we're going to separate our different properties with a comma. So when we want to create a new property, we're going to write down a comma, and then we're going to go down, and here we can type down the name of our next property. So I'm going to create another property. I'm going to give it a name of password, and then write down the colon. And then after this, we can give our password property the value that we want. So in this case, I'm going to give it a value of the string 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's our password property complete. Now all we need to do is create one for name, Discord, and subscription. So let's create a comma. And then after that, let's create a name property, colon, and let's give it a value of John Doe. And then the comma before our next property. So that's going to be Discord. And let's give that a value of example Discord, comma, and then our last property, subscription. And that's going to be VIP plus. And just like that, we've taken 5 variables and put them all into one variable. And look how much cleaner that looks. So we can remove all of these variables, and actually accessing the individual properties is very easy as well. So for example, let's say we wanted to console log the user's email. All we have to do is get the name of the object, so that's user, and to single out a property within an object, all we have to do is write down dot and then the property name that we want to single out. So in this case, we just want to single out the email property. So we'll type in user.email, and you can see that we're gonna get the value of the email property printing in the console. So we're grabbing the entire user object and we're singling out the email property. And that's exactly what we're doing at ASAP Frontend. For the user's email, we're accessing the user.email. For the name, we're accessing user.name. For the Discord, we're accessing user.discord. For the subscription status, we access user.subscription. You can see that in the dashboard, we give the user a profile picture that is the first letter of their name. So how we do that is we access the user object .name, we single out the name property. And since this name property is a string, we're going to go ahead and single out the first character of that string. And that's exactly what we do at ASAP Frontend. And you can see that we also track what lessons the user has completed. So how we do this is we have another property within the user object called lessons completed. And within that property, we store an array. And we have to make sure that we're adding the comma when we're adding a new property. And within this array, we store every single lesson you mark complete. So every single video has a unique ID. And whenever you mark a lesson complete, we go to your user object. And then we add the ID of that video to this array. So for example, you might have the first 3 lessons completed. So that's the course introduction, the keys to success, and the system setup. So in your user object, you would have lessons 1, 2, and 3 within this lessons completed array. And we would use that to show you your completion in the dashboard. So this is just a little glimpse into how powerful objects can be. You can see that we don't just store strings, we can store numbers, we can store booleans, we can store arrays even, all within a single variable. So the ASAP frontend database has thousands of these objects, and we store them inside of an array. So whenever a new user signs up to ASAP frontend, what's going to happen? We create a new object and we add it to this array. So let's pretend I'm the new user who signs up. Let's say my email is aymanmusa@gmail.com. Password, we can leave it. Name, Ayman Musa. My Discord, Ayman Codes. And let's say I signed up to VIP Plus. And let's say I've completed lessons 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, if we head back to our live server, we're actually going to get an error. And this error says, cannot read properties of undefined, reading 0. And that's on line 22. So what we're trying to do here is we're trying to access the user.name, but this user is no longer an object. It's now an array with multiple objects inside of it. So right now you're used to storing strings, numbers, and booleans inside of an array, but that's not all we can do. We can actually store objects in an array. So this variable right here is now an array of user objects. And let's say we wanted to access the email property within the first user object in our array. How would we do that? Well, we went through how to access the first element of an array earlier on in the video. All we have to do is grab the array, square brackets, and to get the first object in the array, we're gonna single out the object with an index of 0. And if we take a look at the console now, we can see that we have the first object within our array. Now, in order to single out a property, all we have to do is type in .email. So let's say we want to single out the email, and that's going to give us the email of the first object within this array. Let's say we wanted to single out the lessons completed. We would just type in lessons completed, and we get the array of lessons that we have completed. And now let's map through this array. And let's multiply all of them by 3. And you can see that we're getting into a little more advanced JavaScript syntax here. We're going to the users array. We're getting the first object. And then we're getting the lessons completed array from within that first object. And then we're mapping through all of the elements in that lessons completed array. And then we're multiplying them by 3, which is what we see in the console. Now, what we are going to be doing is a little challenge to get you more comfortable working with objects. So what your task is going to be is to create a function that accepts parameters email, password, name, Discord, subscription, and lessons completed. And then what I want you to do within your signup function is to use those parameters to create a user object just like this, and then push that new user object that you created onto this array. So go ahead, give this exercise a shot. I know I'm throwing you into the deep end here. We're combining a lot of the more difficult topics that we covered earlier. But in trying to solve this, your brain's going to be making so much different connections in your brain, firing so much different neurons, and that's going to make you a much better programmer. So again, pause the video, give this your best shot, and once you're done, we can walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to solve the exercise. If you didn't, do not worry. That was 100% expected. The point of this exercise was to really push your brain to the limit towards the end of the crash course. So let's dive into how we can actually solve this problem. So first things first, it says we have to create a function that accepts parameters email, password, name, Discord, subscription, and lessons completed. So let's go ahead and create our function. So we're going to use the function keyword and then we follow that with the name we want our function to have. So I'm going to call this sign up. And then within the parentheses, that's where we're going to write down all of our parameters. So we're going to have an email parameter, a password parameter, a name parameter, a Discord parameter, a subscription parameter, and finally a lessons completed parameter. And now after all 6 of these parameters have been written down within our parentheses, we're going to go ahead, open up some curly braces, and from there, if we have the Prettier extension installed, we can hit Alt, Shift, and F, and that is gonna go ahead and reformat our code for us and make it look that tad bit easier on the eyes. And now let's go ahead and make sure this function works. So let's console log this function ran, and then let's go ahead and actually call the function. And for now, we're not going to pass in any parameters. We just want to make sure our function is actually working. And yep, we know our function is running properly because we see this function ran printing in the console. So now that we know our function is running properly, what we need to do now is actually pass in some values into these parameters when we call our function. So when we call our function for our email parameter, since that's the first, we're going to give it an email of, let's say, johnsmith@gmail.com. For the password parameter, we're going to pass in test123. For the name parameter, we're going to pass in John Smith. For the Discord parameter, we're going to pass in John Smith. And for our subscription status, let's say we're subscribed to VIP Plus. And finally, for how many lessons we have completed, let's pass in an array with lessons 1 and 2 completed. So now we're passing in all of the arguments that we need to pass in. Now let's make sure that everything is working fine and matches up properly by console logging a couple of the parameters. So let's console log the password parameter, the name parameter, and our Discord. And if we take a look at the console, we can see that everything is matching up correctly. We can see the password that we're passing in here. So if we change this, we can see that in the console. We can see the name that we're passing in here in the console and the Discord that we're passing in here in the console. So now we know our function is working fine. What is it that we actually need to do? So the first thing that we need to do is we need to use the parameters. So use these values that we're passing in to create a user object. And once we've created our user object using these parameters, we need to go ahead and push that object onto this user's array. So let's go ahead and start working on this. So we're going to create a new user object within our function. And first things first, we're going to create an email parameter. And what's this email parameter going to be equal to? Well, it's going to be equal to the value that we're passing in through this parameter. So this email property right here is going to be equal to whatever value we pass in the email parameter. And now if we go ahead and console log our user object, you're going to see that we have one property, which is our email property, and that has a value of johnsmith@gmail.com. So writing this is the same thing as writing email equal to johnsmith@gmail.com. But the only difference is now that we're using the value that's getting passed into the parameter, we can change this to whatever we want and it's still going to work. As you can see, whenever we change the email, the value of the email property within our function is also going to change. Now let's do the same for the rest of our parameters. Let's create a password property, and that's going to be equal to whatever value we pass in to the password parameter. So password property equal password parameter. And you can see, if we take a look at the console, our password property now stores the value of whatever we type in or pass in to this password parameter. Now let's also create a name property, and this is going to be equal to whatever value we pass into the name parameter. Discord property is going to be equal to the Discord parameter. Subscription property is going to be equal to whatever we pass into the subscription parameter. And finally, lessons completed, that property is going to be equal to whatever value we pass in to the lessons completed parameter. And if we take a look at the console, you can see that we now have a user object that is based on whatever values we're passing in to this function when we call it. So we have used those parameters to create a user object. Now all we need to do is take this user object that we have created and push that object onto this users array. So we're going to grab the users array. We're going to use the dot push method, and that's going to add a value to the end of that array. And within the parentheses, we're going to say that we want to push this user object. Now let's go ahead and remove this. And if we console log our users array, we're going to see that we now have 3 user objects within our users array. And if we take a look at this last object over here, you can see that it's the object that we created in our function. So if we change this value here from John Smith to John Doe, you're going to see that the email is now going to be johndoe@gmail.com. So that's one way we can solve this problem, but I don't actually really like this solution, and it's not best practice. And the reason for that is because, first things first, we have a ton of arguments and parameters within our function, and that just looks really messy. And the second thing is, if another developer working within our codebase sees this function with just a random email, random string, a random name, another random string that says VIP plus, and a random array, they're going to have no clue what this means. And in order to fix this, in order to make our code better practice, instead of passing in 6 arguments, I'm going to pass in 1 argument. And that 1 argument is going to be an object. And we know that when we're using objects, we have to have properties, right? So right now we only have the values. We have to actually add the property names. So our first property is going to be email. Our second is going to be password. The third is going to be name. The fourth, Discord. The fifth is going to be subscription. And finally, the last one is going to be lessons completed. And this is the best practice way of doing things. Now when another developer in our codebase looks at this function call, they're not going to be so confused as to what is going on. So they're going to see, all right, this is an email, this is a password, this is a name, Discord, subscription, and oh, this array is for lessons completed. But I just want to mention that as a beginner, it's completely okay to pass in 6 different arguments if that helps you remember things and understand things better. But throughout the rest of the course, we're going to be drilling in these best practices into you to make sure you get hired. Now, if we take a look at the console and take a look at the object that we're passing in to the users array, we can see that practically everything is undefined, right? Everything is not looking as it should. And the reason for that is because we're accepting 6 parameters within our signup function, but now we're only passing in 1. So in order to fix that, all we have to do is go in to this function here and say that we're only accepting 1 parameter. And what we can do now is, since we're already passing in an entire user object, when we call the function, we can get rid of this here, and we can actually just push the user object that's getting passed in to the users array. So when we call the function, we're passing in an entire object into this parameter. So what we can do is we can just directly push this object that we're passing into the function straight into the users array. And now if we take a look at the console, you can see that we're pushing our object into the users array without any issues at all. Everything is looking as it should be, but we've just done it in a much cleaner manner. And just like that, I want to say a huge congratulations to you because we are actually done with the object section of this video. If you aren't feeling too comfortable with objects yet, feel free to play around with the code, maybe add some new properties, remove some properties, change this function around to do something else, see what you can come up with. And once you're done, once you're feeling okay about objects and you've taken your notes, you've done all of the exercises, we can move on to the final topic of this video, and that is going to be the document object model, or the DOM. Now let's start off by talking a little bit about what the DOM actually is. The DOM is a super cool part of JavaScript that actually allows us to change the content and styles of the elements on our website. So do you remember at the beginning of this video, we actually went ahead and changed the entire background color of this page to red using JavaScript. So we typed in document.query selector, and within here, we targeted the body, we accessed its styles, and then from there, we accessed the background color property, and we set it to red. And bang, just like that, we changed the entire background color of our page using JavaScript. And that is what is meant when we say the DOM. It's the part of JavaScript that actually allows us to change and manipulate the elements on our web page. So in order to actually practice this, let's head over to our HTML file. And what I want you to do is create a H1. And in here, let's type in the DOM. And what we're also going to do to practice using the DOM is give this H1 an ID of heading. Now, like I mentioned earlier, the DOM allows us to access this element that we've created right here and change it. So how are we actually going to do that in our JavaScript file? Well, there's actually two ways we could do it. In order to target this element right here from our JavaScript, there's two ways we could do it. So the first method of accessing an element from our JavaScript is first we write down document. And what this is going to do is give us the entire HTML document. So if we go ahead and console log this, and we take a look at our console, and I'm quickly just going to put this to the bottom of my screen, you'll be able to see that this is actually giving us our entire HTML document. So that's this entire thing here with all of these elements. So now we know document is going to give us our entire HTML document. But in this case, we don't want the entire HTML document. We want to target a specific element, which is our heading right here. And this query selector method right here allows us to target a specific element within the HTML document. And how this method does that is it takes in one argument where we specify what element it is that we want to target. And it's actually extremely similar to CSS. So in this example, we have a H1 with an ID of heading. So in order to target that specific element, would say we want to target the element with an ID, so hashtag, of heading. And now if we go ahead and log this to the console, you're going to see null. So we're doing everything right. We're accessing the HTML document, and then we're targeting a specific element, and we're saying we want to target the element with an ID of heading. What's going on here? Why is it not working? Well, the reason this is not working is not because this code is incorrect. All of this code is completely fine. So why the hell is it printing null? Well, the reason this is happening is because our JavaScript file is running before our website actually fully loads. So this JavaScript file is running, and we're going to our HTML document, and we're looking for an element with an ID of heading, but this element has not even rendered on the page yet, so that's why we're getting null. So in order to fix this, we need to make sure that our JavaScript file is running after our page is fully loaded. This way, when we try to access elements in our JavaScript, we won't run into any issues like this. So the first way to do this is by grabbing this script tag right here and then putting it at the bottom of our body tag. And this way you can see that we're actually not getting null anymore. So that's the first way to do it. But the second way to do it, and this is actually the way that I prefer to do it, is by grabbing the script tag, keeping it within the head element, but adding on the defer attribute. So both methods will work, but if we take a look at the console, you should be seeing our H1 with an ID of heading. So this right here is the first method of targeting an element on our web page. Now, the second method, and this is only going to work if the element that you are trying to target has an ID, like it does over here, is we're going to type in document. So that's going to give us the entire HTML document, as you know. And from there, we're going to say get element by ID. So you can kind of see why this would only work for elements that have an ID. And within the parentheses, we specify our ID. And this time we don't have to pass in the hash because JavaScript already knows. It sees get element by ID. It already knows that this is an ID. So we can just type in the name of the ID. No hashtag, we can just do it directly. So if we go ahead and console log this, you're going to see that we're also getting our H1 element with an ID of heading. Now, as well as get element by ID, there's also a bunch of other options that we get here, like get elements by class name, get elements by tag name. But honestly, you aren't going to be using this second method at all, basically. And that's because query selector is generally the preferred way to access elements on our web page. It's faster, it's more modern, so you're going to be using this 99% of the time. But it's good to know that this second method does exist because you could run into it sometime in the future, whether it be when you're reading some code online, or maybe you land a job and you're working in an older code base. So it's good to know that this is here so you don't feel completely lost. And query selector is honestly just much more flexible. It's like all of these different options here rolled into one single method. So for example, let's say our element no longer had an ID, it had a class name. We could simply change the hashtag to a full stop, just like CSS, and now we're searching for an element with a class name of heading. And you can see we're still getting our element. But let's say our element didn't even have a class name. No worries, because with query selector, we're actually able to target elements based on their tag name as well. So we can remove the hashtags, remove the full stops, and just type in the tag name that we want to target, and bang, we are still going to get our element. So again, query selector is the best practice method that you want to be writing down in your notes. And how we target our elements using query selector is just like CSS. So if we have a class name that we want to access, we use a full stop. And if we have an ID that we want to access, we use a hashtag. And these are the two different ways you're going to be accessing elements most often, using a hashtag and using a full stop. So now we know how to target any element on our web page. But now let's talk about what's actually possible once we target an element. So we've gone to our HTML document and we've targeted our H1 element. But what can we do now that we've actually targeted this element? Well, what we can actually do is change the content that's inside of this element so we can change its inner HTML. So in order to do that, all we need to do is type in dot inner HTML, and then we can set that to anything we want. So let's say, for example, let's set the inner HTML to ASAP Frontend. And you can see that the content inside of this element has now changed to ASAP Frontend. So right now, we're actually using JavaScript to change the content that is inside of this H1 into something else. So this is what you should have written down in your notes right now. First things first, how do we access any element on a web page? Document, .query selector. And how do we change the content, the inner HTML of an element? We use .inner HTML and then we set it to whatever we want. And if you just want to add some content on top of what's already there, that's where we use plus equals. And you can see that this content is just being added on top of the content that already exists within the element. And you might be a little bit confused as to how this works, but let me show you with a quick example. So let's say we have a number and that's equal to 5. If we wanted to add 2 to that number, what would we do? Right, we would get our number and it would be equal to the current value that it has plus 2. And if we log that to the console, we're going to get the number 7. But a shorter way we could do this is by just typing in plus equals 2. And if we take a look at the console, we're going to get the same answer. So variable equal variable plus is the same thing as variable plus equal. We use plus equal when we want to add on top of an already existing value. So now we've actually covered how to change an element's content or HTML using JavaScript. But how do we actually change an element's CSS like we did earlier? Well, let's cover how we can actually do that. Well, first things first, we actually have to target our element. So document, .query selector, and then grab our H1 element. So now that we've targeted our element, what we can do is access the .style property. And once we do this, we can follow this with any CSS property, and from there we'll be able to change it. So for example, if we wanted to change the background color, just like we did in the example earlier, we would just access the background color property and we would set it to red. And you can see our H1 now has a background color of red. And you can see when we're accessing the property names, we're using camel case. Now let's try something else. Let's set our element's color to green. Now let's say we wanted to change the font size. We would just type in font size and let's set it to 8 pixels. And you can see that our text has now massively decreased in size. And that is how you change the CSS of any element using JavaScript. So we've covered how to change an element's HTML and an element's CSS using JavaScript. Now what I want to do to finish up with the DOM is quickly talk about event listeners. So in order to do this, what we are going to do is we're going to add a button element. And in here we can type in anything. I'm just going to type in button. And what event listeners actually allow us to do is when we click on this button, we can run some sort of JavaScript action. And using event listeners is actually pretty simple. All we have to do is go to our button and write down on click equals, and then within the quotes, we write down the JavaScript action that we want to perform when this button is clicked. So it's fairly straightforward. On click, when the button is clicked, JavaScript is going to run the action that we write within these quotes. And the super cool thing is we can actually write JavaScript within these quotes when we have an event listener. So for example, let's say when the button is clicked, we want to console log button clicked. And now what you're going to see is whenever we click on our button, JavaScript is going to go ahead and run this console log. So now let's have a little bit of fun. Let's say we wanted to change the background color of this button to green whenever it is clicked. Let's walk through how we can actually do this. So what we're going to do is remove this console log, and we're going to head back to our JavaScript file, and we're going to create a function, and this function is going to be called change button to green, parentheses, curly braces. And when we run this function, let's go ahead and console log change button to green just for testing purposes. And now what we're going to do is within our onClick event listener, we're going to say whenever our button is clicked, let's go ahead and run our change button to green function. So we can just write down the name of the function. So change button to green, make sure everything is spelled right. And now whenever our button is clicked, JavaScript is going to go ahead and run this function. Now my final challenge for you in this entire JavaScript crash course is to go ahead and make it so when we run this function, we're going ahead, we're targeting our button, and we're changing the background color to green. So go ahead, pause the video and give this a shot, and we'll walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find the solution. If you didn't, no worries at all. Let's walk through it together right now. So in order to change the background color of this button to green, what we're going to do is go to the document, get the entire HTML document, .query selector. So we're going to target a specific element from the HTML document. And what element do we want to target? We want to target our button. So we're going to target our button based on the tag name. We're going to access the style property. And we're going to say background color equal to green. So now let's go ahead and give this a shot. And if we click on our button, bang, its background color is now green. Now there's one last thing I need to show you before we can wrap up this JavaScript crash course for good, and that's how to change class names using JavaScript. So in the exclusive portfolio website we're going to be building together very soon in the course, what you're going to notice is that on smaller screens, when we click on this button, we're actually going to be adding and removing a class from the body whenever we click on it. And we use this class to determine whether we want our sidebar to be open or closed. If we have the class of open on our body, well, that means we want the sidebar to be open. If we don't have it, well, that means we want the sidebar to be closed. And of course, this is all done using JavaScript. So let's walk through how we can do it. So we're going to go to our HTML, and we're just going to create a div with the class name of sidebar. And what I'm going to do is now create a CSS file. So new file, style.css. Quickly link this to our HTML file. So link CSS rel style sheet href style.css. And just to make sure that everything is working, let's give everything a background color of red. Yep, it's hooked up correctly. Now what I'm going to do is zoom out just a little bit and quickly add some styles for our sidebar, just quickly, so you can just follow along. We're going to target our sidebar. We're going to give it a position of fixed, a background color of black, and we can't see it at all, and that's because we have to set the width. So I'm going to give it a width of 300 pixels and a height of 100 VH. And now we can actually see our sidebar. And what I'm going to do now is give it a top of 0. So that's going to push it all the way to the top of the screen. And finally, a right of 0. And that's going to put it all the way to the right. And that looks pretty similar to how our sidebar looks on our portfolio website. But we don't want our sidebar to be open by default. We want it to be closed, right? Not visible. And once our body has a class of open, then the sidebar pops up on the screen. So in order to achieve this, we're going to give our sidebar a display of none. And then what we're going to do is when our body has a class of open, when the class of open exists, well then we're going to go to the sidebar and give it a display of block. So now you can see when the body has a class of open, so when the class of open exists in our document, these styles are going to be applied. But when the class of open doesn't exist, when our body does not have a class of open, the sidebar is going to disappear. So now we're moving in the right direction. But how can we make it so when we click on this button, we toggle the sidebar to be open, just like we are over here? Well, let me show you how to do this. Let's head to our JavaScript file and let's just clean everything up. And what we're going to do is create a function called toggle sidebar. And what we're going to do, and this is just something that I always like to do to test if my functions are working properly, is console log function ran. And then what we're going to do is when we click on this button, on click, we're going to run the toggle sidebar function. And if we test this out, we click on our button, you're going to see that every time we click on the button, our function is running and we're logging this to the console. But we don't just want to run a console log when we click our button. We want to add a class of open to our body so that the sidebar actually opens. So in order to do that, we're going to say, when this function is run, we're going to go to our HTML document and we're going to target the body element and we're going to access its class list. And what this is going to do is give us all of the classes that our body element has. So if we go ahead and console log this and then run this function, it's going to be empty. We're going to see no classes. And that's because our body actually has no classes right now. So if we add a couple of classes and we run this function, you're going to see that we're getting all of the classes that our body element has. So let's get rid of these classes. And what we can do now that we've accessed the class list of our body element is we can actually add a class name onto it. So if we type in .add parentheses, and now whatever class that we type within the parentheses is going to be added onto the class list of our body element. So in this case, what class do we want to add to our body? Well, we want to add the open class. And we don't need to add a full stop here because JavaScript already knows that we want to add a class since we're working with the class list. So now you're going to see as soon as we click on our button, bang, a class of open is going to be added onto our body and our sidebar is going to go from display none to display block. But there's actually a better way that we could do this, and that's by using toggle instead of add. And this is going to do the same thing as classlist.add. When we click on our button, bang, the body is going to get a class of open, and hence our sidebar is going to open. But another benefit we are going to get using toggle over add is that when we click on the button, again, it's actually going to go ahead and remove the class from the body. And that's actually a benefit that we don't get using add. So if we change this back to add, you're going to see that, yes, it's going to open the sidebar, but when we click on it again, it's not going to close it. So toggle is essentially just going to save us the trouble of having to create two different functions, one to add the class name and one to remove the class name. We can do it all in one function. And with that, I have some really, really good news for you guys. That is actually it for the JavaScript crash course. I know this was super hard to get through, and honestly, I'm just as tired as you. And if you aren't completely understanding everything right now, just know that that's completely expected. As we go through the rest of the course and do the exercises and build the projects, you're going to be understanding so much more about JavaScript. So let your brain rest up, take a well-deserved break, and I'll see you in the next video.
Hey, what's up? Welcome to the React Crash Course here at ASAP Frontend. In this video, you'll be learning absolutely everything you'll ever need to know about React. So that's what React is, why you hear everybody and their mum talking about it, and of course, how to actually use React. So let's not waste your time anymore and jump straight into this crash course. But first things first, there's a couple requirements that you're going to have to meet before you go through this crash course. This video is going to require you to be comfortable with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So if you've gone through the entire roadmap here at ASAP Frontend so far, you'll definitely be good to go. Other than that, you don't need to know anything else. In this video, I'm going to be teaching you React as if you're an absolute beginner, so you don't need any prior experience in React. Otherwise, if you aren't comfortable with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, no worries at all. We have free crash courses here at ASAP Frontend that'll walk you through everything you need to know. So now that we have that out of the way, let's start off with a little bit of an introduction to React. So what is this thing that everyone won't stop talking about? Well, React is a JavaScript library, which means it's built on top of JavaScript, and we use it to build web applications. Now, you might hear people call React a framework or something else besides a library, but you don't need to worry about that. All you need to understand is that React is built on top of JavaScript, and again, we use it to build web applications. But why even use React? Why is it that everyone and their mum is talking about it and saying it's so good? Well, that's because React makes building web applications with JavaScript way faster, way easier, and much more scalable. So React basically takes the process of building an application with JavaScript and makes it 10 times more efficient. And this is why there is 40,000 React jobs in the US alone. These massive companies with massive projects want to be able to build their apps and release them faster. They want to make it easier to maintain these apps as they scale in size. So what do? They hire developers who can code in React. And because these projects are so massive and they have so much money in them, the salaries for React developers are through the roof. So right now we're in a point in time where good JavaScript and React developers are in massive demand. And this is why I was able to land an $80,000 software engineering job at 16 years old. It's not because I'm special or a genius or anything. It's just because the market needs good JavaScript and React developers so bad. So all you need to do in order to get to these 100K salaries is hustle your ass off and get an internship, get a junior role, and once you get that junior role, you're naturally going to be learning so much more. And 6 months, 1 year, 2 years down the line, you'll build up to these 100K salaries, no problem, and your life will literally be on easy mode. So now that you understand what React is and why it's so important to learn if you want to land a high-paying job as a developer, let's actually jump into how you can create your first React app. So the first thing we are going to do is open the terminal on our computer, and we're going to type in node, so Node -V. hit enter, and this will tell you the version of Node.js you have installed on your system, which is required to create a React app. So if you see a version number like this, that means you have Node.js installed on your system and you should be good to go, no worries. Otherwise, you're going to have to go ahead and install Node.js. So in order to do this, just head to nodejs.org and install the recommended version for most users. So that's this version on the left right here. So at the time of recording this video, it's 20.10. It could be different for you, which is no worries at all. It's not a big deal. So once you've installed Node.js, head to your terminal, type in node-v again, just to check if you've installed it correctly. If you have, you should see a version number just like this. So now that we've done that, the next thing that I'm going to do is cd into my desktop. And what that's going to do is just make sure that when I do create my React app, it's going to show up over here with an icon. And now what I'm going to do is head over to this website, veetjs.dev. And what we're going to do is click on this Get Started button and scroll all the way down to where it says Scaffolding Your First Vite Project. Now, Vite is a super cool tool that is actually going to give us a prompt, so a command that we can paste in our terminal, and that's actually going to go ahead and create our app. And Vite actually gives us a bunch of templates that we can use to create apps. So you can see a bunch of JavaScript libraries and frameworks, but we don't care about anything else besides this React template here. So what we're going to do is copy this npm command right here, and that's actually why we installed Node. So we could use these npm commands. We're going to copy this, head to our terminal, and paste this in. And before we go ahead and hit enter on this, what we're going to do is change the template that we're using. So currently we're using the Vue template. We don't want that. We want to use the React template. And finally, what we're going to do is change the name that we give our app. So right now it's called My Vue app. Let's call it something like React Course. And now we have the name of our app, and we're using the React template. We can go ahead, hit enter, and this is gonna create our React app. So this command has created a React app inside of my desktop. So if I head back, I should see a new folder called React Course. Now all we have to do is open up this app in VS Code. So I'm gonna open up VS Code, drag and drop this folder straight in. And just like that, we've created our first React app. Now, there's just one last thing that we have to do whenever we create a React app with Vite, and that's to head into our terminal. So by clicking Ctrl J or right clicking on the sidebar and hitting open in integrated terminal, and we have to run the command npm install and then hit enter. And what this is going to do is install what we call the project dependencies, which is basically just a few things that we need to install to make sure that our project runs properly. Now, I'm going to go into what dependencies are in more detail a little later on in the video, but just for now, if we take a look in this package.json file, you can see that we have a couple dependencies listed out within these two objects. And when we run npm install, what that's going to do is take a look inside of this package.json file and say, yep, we need to install this and that and all of this stuff in order for our project to run correctly. So now that we've done that, we can go ahead and close our terminal. And if you're new to React, you're probably looking at all of these folders and all of the stuff that's inside of them, and you're thinking, this is pretty complicated. But believe me, once you start working with React, you're going to realize that this stuff is pretty simple. Now, what I'm going to do is give you a brief overview of everything that's inside of this little app template that Vite gives us. And again, don't worry if you aren't understanding every single little detail. As we use React more, as we build more projects, everything just will slowly start to fall in place. So with that out of the way, let's talk a little bit about the Node modules folder. So this Node modules folder is where all of our project dependencies are stored. So remember when I taught you earlier that all of our dependencies are going to be listed out inside of this package.json file, and when we run npm install, React is going to go ahead and install them. Well, they're all going to live inside of this folder. And you'll never really need to go into this folder and do anything. Just know that it's there and it's storing all of our dependencies. The next thing we have is our public folder, and this is nothing crazy. It's just, as you can see, where we're going to be storing a lot of our assets and images and graphics. So now let's close this up. And the next thing we're going to be covering is this source folder. Now, this source folder right here is the bread and butter of our React app. 99% of the code that we write is going to be going inside of this source folder. So if we open up this app.jsx file, you're going to get your first look into what we call a React component looks like. Now, we're going to come back to this and talk about it more in detail later on. So what I'm going to do is close this out and cover the rest of what is inside of the source folder. But before we do that, let's actually open up our React app in a live server just so that we can see how everything looks. So you might be used to clicking on the HTML element and hitting open with live server, but that's not how we do it in React. How we open up a live server in React is we open the terminal, so Control J, or right click and hit open in integrated terminal, and we type in npm run dev, and we're going to hit enter on that. Now, what this is going to do is open up a local development server where we can take a look at our app. In order to open this, we can just hover over the link, control and click, and you can see that now we have a live server that allows us to see what our React app looks like currently. So this is the starter app that Vite gives us, and you can see that there's already a bunch of pre-written HTML and CSS, and you might be wondering where this is even coming from. Well, like I mentioned earlier, we have this app.jsx file with a bunch of HTML. And what you're going to notice is that the HTML inside of this file is the exact same as what we're seeing on our page. So let's get rid of all of the HTML within this element. And let's create a H1 that says hello world. What you're going to notice is that on our page, we can now see a H1 that says hello world. So isn't that crazy? Any HTML that we type inside of this function is going to show up on our page. Well, welcome to React. The possibilities are endless. Let's create another H2 that says ASAP Frontend is the best. We're going to see that H2 on our page. Another paragraph. Let's get 30 words of placeholder text using lorem 30, and we're also going to see that on our page. So now you might be thinking, okay, all of the HTML that we type within this function is going to show up on our page. But how is it actually working under the hood? Well, how everything works is that inside of this app.jsx file, within the app function, we specify all of the HTML that we want to be on our page. So that's the H1, H2, and our paragraph. And then after that, what's going to happen is that our main.jsx file is going to do all the dirty work of kickstarting our app. So it's going to grab this app function with all of our HTML, and it's actually going to go ahead and render it on the page. So just to repeat, our main.jsx is going to take all of the HTML inside of our app.jsx file and actually do the dirty work of rendering it on the page inside of this root element. So this code right here should be very familiar. What are we doing? We're going to our document and we're targeting an element with an ID of root. So we're targeting the element with an ID of root, and we're going ahead and rendering all of the HTML that's inside of our app.jsx inside of this element with an ID of root. And you might be wondering, where the hell is this root element coming from? I don't see any element with an ID of root. Well, if we take a look at this index.html file right here, you're going to find that we have an element with an ID of root. So this is the element that we're targeting. So what we're doing is we're grabbing all of the HTML that's inside of this function, and we're going ahead and injecting it inside of this root element right here. So that's the job of the main.jsx file. It's to take all of the HTML that we write here inside of this app function and actually render it inside of this root element so that we can see it on our page. So that's why if we actually hit inspect element on this page, we're going to see that we do see our div with an ID of root. And if we open it up, what are we going to see inside of it? All of the HTML that we created inside of this app function. So all of the elements that we add inside of this app function, it's all going to go inside of this root element right here. Now, if you're feeling a little bit confused right now, you absolutely do not need to understand what's going on under the hood. All you need to remember is that any HTML that you write inside of this app function is going to show up on your page. Pretty simple. Right now, you can also see that we have a few CSS styles being applied to our elements by default, and that's actually coming from these two CSS files here, index.css and app.css. So you can see we already have a couple of styles in here, and what we're doing is we're going ahead and importing these styles in our app.jsx and main.jsx files respectively. And in React, you're going to be seeing imports and exports extremely often. So you can see here in our app function, we're actually going ahead and exporting this app function right here that's returning all of our HTML. And it's only because we are exporting this function from our app.jsx file that we're able to then go ahead and import it inside of our main.jsx file and render all of that HTML inside of the root element. So just keep in mind, you're going to be exporting and importing your components a lot. You have to export your component so that you're actually able to import it in another file and be able to use all of the HTML that you've written within here. So that's all you need to know about our SRC folder for now. We're going to be coming back and covering this in more detail as we head through the rest of the crash course. So if you aren't really understanding things right now, don't worry too much. Now let's talk about the rest of these files that we have here, most of which you don't really need to worry about. We have this git ignore file just in case you choose to use git on your application. We have index.html, which we talked about earlier. All of the HTML that we write within our components is going to be injected into this root element. And then we have our package files. So what package.json is doing is, again, like I mentioned earlier, it's listing out all of the dependencies that our project has. So when we run npm install, we can actually go ahead and know what we have to install. And it also stores all of our scripts. So earlier on in the video, I had you type in npm run dev into the terminal. And what that is going to do is run this dev script right here, which opens a local development server for us to test our app. And with that, I want to say a huge congratulations to you because that is the introduction to React complete. Now, that was a lot of information I threw at you in such a short amount of time. So if you're feeling overwhelmed, that's completely normal. Just calm down, keep taking your notes, and you can rest easy knowing that if something is really important, I will be repeating it to you over and over and over. So with that out of the way, let's jump into the very first topic we are going to be covering, and that is going to be components. Now, components are one of the most important concepts to understand when it comes to React. And I want you to think of React components as sort of reusable building blocks that we use to build out our entire app. So a web page that's built with React is going to be made up of several different components, not one big blob of code like we typically do with HTML. So in this example here, we'd split up the different parts of this web page into different components. So the navbar would be its own component, this landing would be its own component, and this sidebar would be its own component. So it's basically our job to make sure that we're splitting up the different parts of our page into different components instead of just one big blob of code. And luckily for us, React actually makes this very, very easy. So let's jump back into our code to see how we can actually start working with components. So when we first create our React projects, we're only going to have one component that's being rendered. So that's this app component right here. And by the way, I'm inside of the main.jsx file right now, inside of the source folder. And remember, what this file does is actually kickstart our React application. And right now, what it's doing is it's taking our app component and it's actually rendering it inside of our element that has an ID of root. So that means basically all of the content that's inside of this component is being rendered to the browser. So that's what we see here. And you can see that all a component is, let's just get rid of this quickly, is a function that returns some HTML code. And how we're able to combine JavaScript and HTML is by using something called JSX. So you can see that in the name of our file. We're not using regular JavaScript. And there's a few key differences between regular HTML and JSX that that you need to know about, and we're going to be covering those as we go through the rest of the crash course. But one key big difference you need to know is how we add classes to elements in JSX. So you're typically used to writing down the class attribute and then writing down all your class names, but in React, that's not how we do it. Instead, we use the class name attribute. So if we go ahead and change this back to class and we head to our console, you're going to see that React is going to shit itself and say, invalid DOM property class, did you mean class name? And when we change this back to class name, refresh, head back to the console, that error is going to disappear. Now, once the element is rendered on our page, React is actually going to convert this class name into just class. So if we go ahead and inspect element, we're going to see that we see a class of title. So we don't actually see this class name. But just remember, when you're writing your code, you have to use this class name property. Now, the last thing I want to talk about before we jump into creating our own functions is, again, this export right here. So at the end of the file, we always want to export our component function. So we're exporting our components from our app.jsx file. And because we are doing that, we're able to import it inside of our main.jsx file and actually use it. So in a nutshell, all a component is a function that returns some JSX. So that's basically HTML. And then at the bottom, we export our component so that we're able to use it in other files. Now, in order to build a better understanding of components, what we're going to be doing is building a little to-do list together. So let's get rid of all of the code that's inside of our app.jsx. So all of this HTML that we're returning, and let's also go to our app.css and get rid of all of these styles, index.css, and let's also get rid of all of these styles. And now what I'm going to do is head back to my app.jsx file, and I'm going to create a h1. And in here, I'm going to write my to-dos. So what are the different things we have on our to-do list? So let's create a div and h2. And in here, I'm going to say my first to-do is to finish the React crash course. And after that, we're going to add a button that's actually going to allow us to delete this to-do item. And let's add a couple more to-dos. So let's duplicate this down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's say our second to-do is to finish ASAP Frontend. Our third to-do is to land a junior job. And finally, earn 100K plus. So now we have our 4 to-do items, but let's say we wanted to add a span to every single to-do item. That means we'll have to go in and copy and paste this for every single to-do on the page, which we can do now because we only have 4. But let's say we had 25 or 100 to-do items. How annoying would that be? Well, that's where React components come into play. And like I mentioned earlier, they're reusable building blocks that we only have to create once and that we can use and call as many times as we want. And if we change one thing within the component, it changes everywhere that we're using it. Now, in order to use components, there's 2 steps that we have to take. The first of which is actually creating the component, and the second step is going ahead and using that component. So first, let's walk through how we can actually create a component. Let's head back to our code, and within the src folder, I'm going to create a new folder called components. Now this folder is going to store all of the different components that we create. This is just a best practice that is going to help keep our files organized as we create more components. And now within this components folder, let's create a new file, and I'm going to call this todo.jsx. Now we can call this whatever we want, but it's very important to start your component names with a capital letter and end it with the .jsx file extension. So now we've created our file, and what we're going to be doing is very similar to what we're doing to create our app component. So like I mentioned earlier, app.jsx is actually a component, and all we need to do to create a new component is replicate and recreate what is happening here. So the first thing we're doing to create this app component is we're creating a function, and then we're returning some JSX, so basically HTML. So let's go ahead, create our function. We're going to call this todo. And within this function, let's return some HTML. And let's just return a div. And in here, I'm going to say to-do item. So we've created our function and we're returning some HTML. Now, the last thing we have to do, and this is really important, is actually export our function component. So export default to-do. Again, this is very important so that we can actually use this component inside of other files. So now we've done everything correctly and you've actually created your first React component. And one last thing to note is that you want these function names for your component to start with a capital letter. And that's just so that React can differentiate between these regular HTML elements and a React component. Don't worry, it'll become more obvious why when we actually go ahead and use this thing. So again, we've created our function, we're returning some HTML, and we're making sure to export our component function. Now that we've done all this, our function is ready to be used in other files. So we've successfully completed the first step of creating a component. Now what we have to do is actually go ahead and use that component. So let's head back to our app.jsx file. And now that we're exporting this component from this file, we're going to be able to use it over here. So let's get rid of all of these to-dos. And what we want to do is use this to-do component right here. So in main.jsx, in order to use this app component, we treated it like a HTML element. So we wrapped it just like a self-closing HTML tag, and then inside we wrote down the name of the component that we wanted to use, which in this case was the app component. So in order to use the to-do component, we'll have to do the same thing. So let's write down the self-closing HTML tag syntax, and then we'll write down the name of the component that we want to use, which in this case is our to-do component. And now if we take a look at our page, we can see that something's gone wrong. So let's take a look at the console to see what is going on. And the error we are going to get is to-do is not defined. And that's because we have forgotten to actually import this to-do component. So when we use the to-do component in main.jsx, we actually remembered to import it. So let's do that over here. Let's get rid of all of these unnecessary imports that we aren't using. And let's say import to-do from components, so the components folder, and then we're going to go inside of that and grab this to-do.jsx file. And if we take a look at our page now, it looks like something's gone massively wrong, and the error we're getting is failed to resolve import components to-do.jsx from src app.jsx. And the reason this is happening is we can't actually import files this way in React. And what I mean by that is in your HTML, you're probably used to importing files using something like this. And this is what we call absolute file paths. And in React, this is a big no-no, because in React, you only use these absolute path names when you're importing some sort of dependency like React or React DOM. But when you're importing other files from within the code base, you have to use relative file paths or React is going to shit itself. So from now on, we are going to be using relative file paths to import the different files that we need. And in this case, if we want to import this to-do component using relative file paths, what we have to do is add a // on the front of it. And what this // is saying is search for this file in the current directory that I am in. So app.jsx is currently within the src folder. So what this is saying is, hey, within the src folder, let's go within the components folder and grab to-do.jsx. And now if we take a look at our browser, we can see that our to-do item is actually rendering out on our page. Now, if we want multiple to-do items on our page, all we have to do is duplicate this component. And you can see we now have a couple of to-do items. And now you're going to see if we ever want to change what's inside of our to-do items, all we have to do is change it within this one component. And that change is going to be reflected across all of the different to-do items on our page. Now, I don't just want my divs to say hello world. So what I'm going to do is within this div, just like we had earlier, I'm going to have a h2 with a to-do item. And then of course, our button. And would you look at that? All of these different changes that we added are being reflected across all of our different to-do items. That is the power of React. And now what we're going to do is a quick little exercise to make sure you understand everything you just learned. What your task is going to be is to take this H1 and create a new component for it inside of this folder. And then once you're done with that, take that component and actually render it inside of app.jsx. This will definitely be a fun little exercise to apply everything you've learned so far. So definitely pause the video and give this one a shot. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find find the solution, all we have to do is head inside of this components folder, create a new file. I'm going to call this to-do title.jsx. Now that we've created our file, how do we actually go about creating our component? Well, we just create a function. I'm going to call this to-do title, and then we return the HTML that we want to display, which in this case is this H1. And finally, we have to export our component function so that we can actually use it inside of app.jsx. So export to do title. So that's step one complete. We've successfully created our component. All we have to do now is go ahead and actually use this. So we're going to import to do title from, and we have to make sure we're using relative file paths. So app.jsx is within the src folder. So this is saying within the src folder, let's search for the components folder, and within that, let's grab the to-do title.jsx file. And now that we've imported it, all that we have to do is actually render out the component. And if we take a look at the browser, our component is now rendering out on the page. And if we change anything within here, that's also going to be directly reflected on our page. And that's pretty much everything you need to know to get started with components in React. There's two parts to components. There's creating a component, and then there's actually using a component. In order to create a component, what do? We create a new file. We create a function inside of that new file. We return some JSX inside of that function, so basically HTML, and then we make sure to export that component function so that we can actually use it in other files. And now that we've created our component, in order to use it, what we have to do is import the file at the very top and then actually go ahead and render out the component. Now, like I said, that's pretty much everything you need to know about components. But before we move on to our next topic, let's quickly add a little bit of styles to our to-do items so that they look decent. So I'm going to quickly head to my app.css file, and I'm also going to open this to-do.jsx file. And what I'm going to do is give this to-do a class name of to-do item, and I'm quickly going to target that class in my CSS, so to-do item. And what I'm going to do is add a padding of 16 pixels on all sides so that I can actually add a border of 1 pixel solid black onto each to-do item. And finally, I'm going to add a margin of 16 pixels on all sides just to space these to-do items out a bit, and everything is looking much better now. Now there's just one last thing that we have to do before we move on to our next topic, and that's actually create a new component. If you click on the Access Resources button below this video, it'll take you to this Google Drive. And what your task is going to be is to take all of the CSS inside of this file and paste it into our app.css, and take all of the HTML inside of this file here and use it to create a new pop-up component. So this is another fun exercise to apply what you've learned so far. So definitely pause the video, give this one a shot, and once you're done, we'll walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find the solution. If you didn't, all good. All we're going to do is copy the HTML inside of this file right here. I'm going to close this out, head back to our code, and within the components folder, I'm going to create a new file called popup.jsx. And within that, in order to create our component, we're going to create a function called popup. And then we're going to return a div. And then let's paste all of this HTML within here. But last and definitely not least, let's not forget to export our popup. So we've created our component. All we need to do now is add the styles. So let's copy all of the CSS within here, head to our app.css, paste all of this in. So we've created our component now, we've added the styles. All we need to do is actually render this component within our app.jsx file. So in order to do that, we have to import popup from, and then we're going to say /, which means the current directory that we're in. And since app.jsx is within the src folder, this means the src folder. And now within the src folder, let's go within the components folder and grab the popup.jsx file. Now we've imported our component. All we need to do now is render it out on the page. And you can see that we're getting an error And the reason for that is if we head to popup.jsx, yeah, you can see when we're exporting the function, we accidentally called it. So if we remove this and refresh, we should be seeing a pop-up that looks a little something like this. Now, if we head back to our popup.jsx, you can see that we have an empty div here that's not really doing anything besides storing these two elements here. Because in React, if you try and return two different separate elements, it's just going to shit itself. It has no clue what's going on. So what you're returning within your component needs to be just one element. And that can be kind of annoying because we don't just want an empty div that's cluttering the DOM. But what React actually gives us in order to solve this issue is what we call React fragments. And we use these when we want to return two separate elements, but we don't want an empty div that's cluttering our page. And what you're going to notice is if you hit inspect element, this React fragment is not actually going to show up in the DOM, unlike when we're using this div element here, which was previously cluttering the DOM. So that's why we use React fragments for a situation like this. And that's just a useful best practice that I wanted to show you. And with that, we can finally move on to the next topic of this crash course, which is going to be props. So the first question you probably have is, what the hell are props? Well, props just allow us to make our components dynamic. And these to-do items are the perfect example. So let's go ahead and comment our pop-up component for now so we can take a look at our different to-do items. So currently, all of our to-do items have the exact same task, which makes them pretty useless. What we want to do is have each to-do item have their own separate task. And that's where props come into play. They allow us to use the same component, so we're still using the same component, but pass in different data into each component so that we can actually make it dynamic. And you're probably thinking, all right, this is great, but how do we actually use props on our components? Well, in order to start using props within our components, there's two steps that we have to take. The first is actually creating the prop, and the second is actually going ahead and using it. So let's start off with step one and look at how we can create a prop. In order to create a prop, what we have to do is go into the place where we're using the to-do component. So in this case, that's going to be app.jsx. And in each to-do component, you want to create an attribute, and within that attribute, you're going to pass in the data that you want that component to use. So in this case, the data that we want to pass into the to-do component is the specific task of each to-do item. So in this case, I would create an attribute called task, and the name of the attribute doesn't really matter. You can call this text, title, or even a bunch of random text. The name doesn't really matter, but in this case, I'm going to call it task because that makes the most sense. And after that, you want to pass in some sort of value to this attribute. So in this case, I want the task to be learn React. And let's say I want the task on this second one to be finish ASAP frontend. On this third one, let's say land a junior job. And finally, earn 100K plus. And just like that, we've actually created our first props. This is the prop name and this is the prop value. But if we take a look at our page now, we're going to see that nothing has changed. And that's because we need to complete the second step, which is actually using the prop. So in order to do that, we have to head to our to-do component. And right now we're actually passing in the prop. What we actually have to do now is actually accept that prop so that we can use it within our component. So think of it as kind of like arguments with functions. We're calling the to-do component here and we're passing in the task argument. Now what we have to actually do in order to use this value is accept task as a parameter, and then we can use it in our code. So in order to do this with a function component, we accept a parameter called props. And now that we have this props parameter, what's going to happen is that every single time we use this component, we're going to take these props, these values that we're adding on, and pass them in to this props parameter so that they're available to use within this component. So now if we go ahead and console log this props parameter, so console log props, and we take a look at the console, you're going to see we're getting 8 objects logging to the console. So we're console logging twice as many times as we should be. And the reason for that is because we are currently on React strict mode. So if we head over to main.jsx, you're going to see that React strict mode is wrapping our entire app component. And what React strict mode is basically just a tool that helps us debug our code when we're building projects. And one of the things it does is render every component twice, which is why we see our console log running twice. So what we're going to do just to keep our console nice and tidy throughout the crash course is get rid of React strict mode. And you can see now we're getting 4 console logs as we would expect. But when you're building projects, make sure to keep React strict mode on, as it will help you debug your code with errors in the console and that sort of thing. So let's get back on topic and head back to our to-do component. And you can see for every single component that we're rendering on our page, and we're console logging an object that has the unique task of each to-do item. So you can kind of see how this props parameter works now. It's going to take every single prop that we're passing into the component and put it inside of an object as a property. And that's where the name props comes from. So now if we console log props and we single out the task property, you can see that we're getting the individual task of each to-do item. Now what we want to do is take this task here and put it within the H2. And in order to do that, let me show you some React magic. What we can do within this H2 is type in curly braces. And what these curly braces allow us to do in JSX is output any JavaScript value inside of our HTML. So in this case, we want to output the props.task. And now if we take a look at our to-dos, you can see learn React, finish ASAP Frontend, land a junior job, and earn 100K plus. So we have 4 completely different to-do items, but we're still reusing the same component. But now our tasks are completely dynamic because we used props. And these are the 2 biggest parts that you need to understand when you want to use props in React. So if you want to create a prop, what do? When you're calling the component, you pass in an attribute just like so. So you write down the name that you want your prop to have, $, and then you pass in the value that you want your prop to have. And these values aren't just limited to strings. You can use the curly braces I told you about earlier to pass in any JavaScript value as a prop. So that's numbers, booleans, arrays. But if you're using any value other than a string, you want to be using these curly braces, or else React is going to absolutely shit itself. But in our case, since we're using a string, the curly braces aren't really necessary. So now we've created our prop. We're passing this value into our component. Now what we have to do is actually accept that value so that we're able to use it within the component. And how do we do that? We create a props parameter. Now, any props that we pass in to our component are going to get passed into this object as a property. And all we need to do to access this value now is say props.task. Now, to make this even easier to understand, what we can do is use what's called destructuring. So when we add these curly braces within the parameters, we're taking the props object and we're specifically grabbing the task property straight out of it. So now when we console log task and we refresh and get rid of this, we're going to see that we're still getting our tasks, but look how much cleaner this looks. So instead of using the props parameter, what we can do is we can use what's called destructuring. So we use these curly braces within the parameter, and then we rip our task property straight out of the object. So now let's write down a couple of notes. When we want to create a prop, what do? We pass in a property name and value to our component. And now that we've created our property, how do we actually use it? Well, within our function component, what do? We accept the property name inside of the parameters, and we're using these curly braces to rip the property straight out of the props object. And finally, we've created our prop. We're accepting it into our function component. Now all we have to do is go ahead and actually use it in our code. Now in React, we aren't just limited to one prop. We can actually use as many props as we want. And let me show you how to do this. So in order to add another property onto this component, all we have to do is add a space and then create another prop as we normally would. So I'm going to write down a prop with the name of description equals, and I'm going to pass in a value of code along and take notes. And in order to just make our code that little bit cleaner, I'm going to create a new line for every single prop. Now let's do the same for the rest of our components. So let's add a description and let's say 3 hours every day. new line, and let's also say description applied to jobs 2 hours every day, and description equals live life and relax. And just like that, we've created a second prop for all of our components. Now what we have to do in order to actually use these new props in our code is accept them within our to-do component. And how we accept multiple props is we go to the first prop that we're accepting, comma, space, and then the name of the second prop that we want to accept. So now we've created this description prop. We're accepting it so it's available to use in our code. So we can go ahead, let's create a new paragraph. Let's jump into some JavaScript using curly braces, and let's output the unique description that each to-do component is getting. And now if we take a look at our page, we can see that each to-do item has their own unique description, and we're using the value that we're passing into the description prop. So this is how we create multiple properties. Write this down in your notes. We first add the properties to the component and separate them with a space, as you can see here. And once we've created the properties, in order to actually use them within the component, we accept those props inside of the parameters of the function component, and we separate them with a comma and space. And now that we've created them and we're accepting them within our function, all we have to do is then go ahead and actually use those props in our code. Now what we're going to be doing is jumping into a little exercise to apply everything you've learned in this props section so far. What I'm going to have you do is take this pop-up component, and what I want you to do is make this title here dynamic. So when I'm using the pop-up components, I want to be able to pass in a value and that value be displayed within this title. Props can be a very difficult topic to understand, especially for beginners. So doing this exercise will make sure you understand everything you've learned so far. So pause the video, give this challenge your absolute best shot, and once you're done, we'll walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find the solution. If you didn't, absolutely no worries at all. Let's walk through how we could solve this right now. So like I mentioned earlier, our task is to make this title within our pop-up component completely dynamic. So in order to do that, the first thing I'm going to do is pass in a title prop into the pop-up component. And in here, I'm going to type in, are you 100% sure? So now we're actually passing in this prop into the pop-up component. Now all we have to do in order to use this value is actually accept it within our component. Now we can do this by either accepting the props parameter, and that's going to give us an entire object with our prop inside of that. But the cleaner way we can do this is by actually destructuring that props object and grabbing our title prop straight out of it. So now we've created our prop. We're accepting it within our component. Now all we have to do is actually go ahead and use it. So I'm going to get rid of this hard-coded title. I'm going to jump into some JavaScript, and then I'm going to use this dynamic prop right here as our title. And you can see we're passing in, are you 100% sure as our title, and take a look at what is outputting on our page. Are you 100% sure? And if we change this to, are you 1,000,000% sure? Those changes are going to be directly reflected on our page. So by now, I hope you're starting to see a little bit of why components and props are so powerful. And before we move on to our next section, feel free to pause the video and play around with these props and components just to build a better understanding of what you've learned so far. But all you need to remember is we create a prop, we accept it within the component, and then we can use it in our code. It's that simple. Don't overcomplicate things for yourself. And with that, I have some good news for you. We're done with props, and we're now going to be moving on to our third topic, which is event handling. Now, the first question you probably have is, what is event handling? Well, event handling is just executing some code when an event occurs. And you've already done this stuff in JavaScript. So that's your on changes, your on clicks. These are the event handlers you're probably used to using, and that's a good thing because these are the most important event handlers handlers that you need to know in React. So we'd typically use the onChange event listener on an input, and we'd be using the onClick event listener on a button. So let's jump back into our code and see how we can use these in React. So let's head back to our app.jsx and let's comment out this pop-up for now, just so it's not in our way. And then what we're going to do is head back to our to-do component, and this is where we're going to be working. Now let's head over to our button, and what we are going to do is we're going to add an on-click event listener. And what you're going to notice is that we're actually using camel case for our event listeners. So that's a capital C. So this is the way that we write event listeners in React. And then after that, we're going to say =, curly brace. And then it's within these curly braces that we define what we want our button to do on click. So within the curly braces, we pass in a callback function, and it's within this callback function that we write down all the code that we want to be executed when we click on our button. So in this case, let's just console log button clicked. And let's also get rid of this console log at the top here, just to clean up our console a little bit. And now what you're going to notice is that whenever we click on our button, this code is going to run. Our console log is going to run. And what we can also do to keep our code very clean, because you'll notice if we're performing several tasks inside of this callback function, things get messy very fast. So what we do is we head up to the top here, and inside of this function, we're going to create another function. And I'm going to call this handle click. And let's say when this function is run, we're going to console log button clicked. And instead of directly running the console log within the callback function, what we can do is we can just run the handle click function whenever the button is clicked. And let's get rid of these curly braces since we are only performing one line of code. Alt-Shift-F. And now you'll notice that when we click on our button, the handle click function is running and we're logging this to the console. Now, what we don't want to do is call the function like this, which you're probably used to, because what you're going to notice is as soon as the page loads, these onClicks are already immediately running. We haven't even clicked on the buttons yet, and we've already got 4 buttons being clicked. And we don't want that. We only want to run this handle click function when a button is actually clicked. And in order to fix this in React, we either put this inside of a callback function, and that's going to resolve our issue, or you can remove the parentheses entirely, and this is also going to work. So it's really just up to preference. You can choose to do things like this, or you can put the function inside of a callback function like so. Now let's have a little bit of fun with this. Let's say this function is a delete handler, and let's also run this function down here. And what we want to do when we run this function is delete the current to-do item. So let's say delete and then the current task of each individual to-do item. Now let's go ahead and try this out. If I click on this button here, we're going to delete the Learn React to-do item. If I click on this button here, we're only going to delete the Land a Junior Job to-do item. So these props that we pass into our component, we can truly use them anywhere within the component. And we can literally do anything we want with them. For example, let's grab this task prop and let's grab the first character of every single task. And what we're going to see when we run this function, delete L, delete F, delete L. And this works because we're passing in a string into the task prop. So we can treat this just like we would any regular string. So that's how we use the onClick event listener in React. Now let's talk about how we can use the onChange event listener. Let's head back to our app.jsx, and what I'm going to do is below the title, I'm going to add a div, and inside of that, I'm going to add an input as well as a button. And within this, I'm going to say add to do. And what we're going to do is remove all of these description props because we only want to have one input just to keep things nice and straightforward. So let's remove all of these, head back to our to-do.jsx, remove this, also remove this paragraph, and yep, we should be good to go. And now what our task is going to be is to console log whatever is inside of our input whenever it changes. So whenever we add something new inside of our input, we want to log it to the console. In order to do that, we're going to use the on change event listener, and we write it the exact same way we did with our on click listener. We write it in camel case, so capital C equals and then curly braces, and then we create a callback function to define what we want to do on change. Now, when we're using an on change event listener on an input, we actually get access to the event parameter. Now, you should be familiar with this from the JavaScript section of the course and know that if we access the event .target.value, that's going to give us the current value of our input. So now if we console log this, whenever the element changes in value, you're going to see whenever we add or remove something inside of this input, we're logging the current value that's within our input. So that's how we use the onChange event handler on an input. We just type in onChange, we pass in a callback function, and since this is an input, we get access to the event parameter. And from there, event.target.value is going to give us the current value of our input. Now, what we're going to be doing is a small challenge to get your hands dirty with some event handlers. So what your task is going to be is to uncomment this pop-up component, and what I want you to do is when we click on this confirm button, I want you to console log confirm button clicked, and when we click on this cancel button, I want you to console log cancel button clicked. This will definitely be a good exercise to apply everything that you've learned so far, so definitely pause the video, give this your best shot, and once you're done, we can walk through the solution together. Hey, hopefully you managed to find the solution. If you didn't, absolutely no worries at all. Let's walk through how we can solve this right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our pop-up component, and we're going to go to our confirm button here, and we're going to add an on click event listener. So on capital C click equal sign curly brace, and then we're going to pass in a callback function, and within here we're going to console log confirm button clicked, and then in our cancel button we're going to add an on-click event listener, and we're going to console log cancel button clicked. And now if we click on our confirm button, we're logging confirm button clicked to the console. And if we click on our cancel button, we're logging cancel button clicked to the console. Now, since we're only using one line of code, what we could do to make our code cleaner is get rid of these curly braces, and then what we can do is bring everything up to one line. So just one line of code, bang, do the same for our confirm button. And now we can hit Alt, Shift, and F, prettier reformats our code, and it's looking absolutely beautiful. And with that, that's pretty much everything you need to know about event handlers in React. You write down the name equal curly braces, and then we pass in a callback function, and it's within that callback function that we specify the action that we want to run when this event occurs. And with that, we're going to be moving on to the next topic of this video, which is going to be React hooks. Now, this is definitely going to be one of the more difficult parts of this video, but just buckle up, pay attention, code along with what I'm doing, and take your notes, and you're going to be fine. Now, what you need to understand is that there is a bunch of React hooks out there, and the best way to learn them is by building projects and learning them on the fly. But there's a couple React hooks that you need to know right off the bat because they're just that important. There's two to be exact. There's use state and there's use effect. These are the React hooks you're going to be using 90% of the time. And just with these, you can build some really powerful apps. But just a heads up, these can be fairly difficult to understand for beginners. So don't stress if you don't understand my explanation right away. As we go through the rest of the course, you're going to be getting a ton more practice with these hooks. So don't stress, just take your notes, code along, and you're going to be fine. So now that we have that out of the way, let's jump straight into this and start off by talking a little bit about what the use state hook is. The use state hook is how we create variables in React. So think of this as just a fancier way to create variables. And the reason why we use useState instead of a regular JavaScript variable is that whenever the useState variable changes in value, it's actually going to re-render our entire component. And that's actually extremely useful. For example, if we head over to the car rental website you're going to be building after you watch this video, we use a useState variable to track the value of this select element. So whenever we change the value of this select element and hence change the value of the useState variable, you're going to notice that this entire component holding all of our vehicle models is going to re-render, and the cars are going to resort themselves based on the new value of this useState variable. Now I know you're probably feeling confused as hell right now, and rightfully so. The useState hook is pretty hard to teach through words. It's best taught through an example. So let's jump back into our code so I can show you what I mean. So currently our pop-up is showing on our screen, and in order to open it or close it, what we've been doing so far is just commenting it and uncommenting it. But we don't really want to do that. What we want to do is make it so when we click on this delete button right here within the to-do items, then we want to open up the pop-up asking us if we're sure we want to delete this to-do item. This is what we call conditional rendering, and it's when we want to render an element, so show it on the screen based on whether a condition is true or false. So in our case, we want to show the pop-up when the delete button is clicked, but if the delete button has not been clicked, well then we don't want to show the pop-up. So let's figure out how we can conditionally render this component. So the first thing I'm going to do is go to the top of my function, and before the return statement, I'm going to create a variable called pop-up open. And this is going to be equal to true. And now what we have to do to conditionally render a component in React is wrap it in curly braces. And within these curly braces, we can actually write some JavaScript now. So I'm going to check, is this pop-up open variable equal to true? And that's the same thing as just doing this. So is pop-up open equal to true? If it's true, let's render out our pop-up component. Otherwise, if it's false, well then let's render null, nothing at all. And what we're going to see is since pop-up open is true, we're going to go ahead and render out our component. But if we go ahead and change this variable to false, we're going to run this check and we're going to check, is pop-up open equal to true? No, it's not. So we're not going to render anything to the page. And that's how we conditionally render a component. So just to repeat one last time, we're checking, is pop-up open equal to true? If it's true, render out the component. Otherwise, if it's false, don't render anything to the page at all. Now, React actually gives us a shorter way that we can do this. So if we're using a ternary operator and the condition on the right is null, what we can do is actually get rid of this and replace this question mark with a double ampersand. So that's this double and symbol. And what you're going to notice is that this is going to give us the exact same functionality. So if we go ahead and set pop-up open to true, our component is going to get rendered out. But if we set it to false, our pop-up is going to disappear. So this is just a quicker way to do things, but if you're a beginner and this confuses you, there's absolutely no problems with just using a ternary operator. I just wanted to quickly show you this because we're going to be using it a ton more throughout the course when we build projects and that sort of thing. So now we're moving in the right direction. When pop-up open is equal to true, we're seeing our pop-up. And when pop-up open is equal to false, our pop-up is not being rendered. Now let's try and make it so when we click on any of these buttons, let's say this add to do button, we render the pop-up on the screen. So we set pop-up open to true. So in order to do this, let's create a function called toggle pop-up. And what we're going to do within here is we're going to set pop-up open to the opposite of what it currently is. So if pop-up open is false, we're going to set it to true. If pop-up open is true, we're going to set it to false. And after that, let's console log the value of pop-up open just so we can get an idea of what's going on. And now what I'm going to do is head down to this button here. And let's say on click, we're going to go ahead, pass in the callback function, and we're going to run this function. So now whenever we click on this add to do button, we're going to be running the toggle pop-up function. Now let's give this a shot and see what we get. So you can see whenever we click on this button, we are running this toggle pop-up function, and we are setting pop-up open to true and false and true and false. So we're setting it to its opposite boolean every single time we run the function. But we can see that our pop-up component is not actually rendering. Pop-up open is equal to true, and we know it's true because look at this. Look what's logging in the console, but our pop-up component is still not rendering. So why is this happening? Well, that's because regular JavaScript variables, so that's this pop-up open variable right here, are not reactive. And what I mean by that is that React doesn't actually watch this variable here for changes, and it doesn't react to it changing. So when the value of this variable does change, React is not going to be triggered to re-render this component based on that new value. It's not going to be able to go ahead and say, hey, pop-up open is equal to true now, so let's go ahead and render this component. Everything is going to be continued to be rendered based on the value that we started off with, and that's false. So if you have a regular JavaScript variable, React doesn't care what you do to it. It doesn't care what you change it to. It's not going to change what we show on the page. Now, in order to fix this, we need to make this variable reactive. So when we do change its value, React actually does go ahead and re-render the component with that new value in mind. And this is where the use state hook comes in to save us, because it allows us to create those reactive variables. So let's walk through how we can actually go ahead and use useState. So the first thing we have to do is actually go ahead and import the useState hook. So we're going to say import curly braces. We're going to import the useState hook from the React library. So this is how we import our React hooks. We say import curly braces, and then you put all of the hooks within these curly braces from React library. The next thing we're going to do is get rid of all of this code here. This is not how we do things in React. Let's also get rid of this onClick, and we're still getting one last error, and that's at the bottom here. So we can just remove pop-up open, change this to false. Now we have a clean slate to start off with. And now that we've imported our useState hook, it's available to use within our component. So in order to use it, we type in useState parentheses. So this is actually a function. And the argument that we pass in within the parentheses is going to be the default value of our variable. So just like we'd create a variable, and we would pass in an initial value of, let's say, false, we do the same with the useState hook. So by default, we want our pop-up to be closed. So I'm going to give our useState variable a default value of false. So initially, we don't want to see our pop-up, so we give it a default value of false. Now this useState hook returns to us an array with two values inside of it. So I'm going to store that array inside of a variable. And what we can do is use array destructuring to directly grab the two values within that array out of it. So the first value in the array is going to be this initial value, and we can call this anything. I'm going to call this pop-up open. And the second value within the array is a function that we can use to change the value of this variable. And typically you're going to see this function be called set, and then whatever we call this variable. So in our case, it's going to be set pop-up open. Now you're probably a little confused with this array destructuring syntax, and rightfully so. You probably haven't run into it before. So let's jump into the console and do a quick little crash course. So let's say we had an array of colors red, orange, and yellow. And now let's say we wanted to store this first value in the array in a variable called first color. So in order to do that, we use the array destructuring syntax, and we store it inside of the first color variable. And the same with orange. Let's say we wanted to store it in a variable called second color. Add a comma, and we can write down second color. Now let's hit enter on this. And what you'll notice is if we access this first color variable, we're going to see red logging to the console. And that's because red is the first value in the array, so it's going to get assigned to the first variable. And now if we console log the second color, we're going to get orange. And that's because orange is the second value in the array, so it's going to get assigned to the second variable. Now let's store yellow in its own variable. So let's grab this code and let's create another variable called third color. And now if we log that to the console, we're going to see yellow. And that's because yellow is the third value, so it's going to go to the third variable. So just to recap, useState returns to us an array with two different values, and we use array destructuring to grab those two different values. This one's going to be the first element, and this one is going to be the second element. This first value here is our piece of state, right? So that's our variable. And this variable is going to be assigned a default value based on whatever argument we pass in within these parentheses. Right now, this variable is going to have a default value of false. And I can prove this to you. If we head down here and we change this false to our pop-up open variable, you're going to see that our pop-up component is not rendering on the page, but if we change this default value to true, just like that, our component is now actually rendering. And we can set this default value to anything. We can set it to strings, numbers, booleans like we just did, null, and we can even leave it blank, and our variable is going to have a default value of undefined. But in our case, we want it to have a default value of false. And right now you're probably thinking, why the hell do we need a function to change the value of this variable? Why can't we just go and set pop-up open to something else? Well, if we try and do that, take a look at what happens in the console. React is going to absolutely blow up. It does not like that. So in React, in order to change the value of this variable, what we're going to do, and watch closely, is we're going to call the set pop-up open function, parentheses, and then the argument that we pass in to the function is going to be the new value that we're assigning to this variable. So let's say we want to set this pop-up open variable to true. We wouldn't do it like we did earlier because, again, React is absolutely going to shit itself. Instead, we call the set pop-up open function, and then within the parentheses, we pass in the new value that we want to assign to our pop-up open variable, which in this case is true. And now if we take a look at the console, you're going to see we're getting an infinite loop. So take a look at this error, too many re-renders. React limits the amount of renders to prevent an infinite loop. So let me walk you through why this is happening. So we run our function and we initialize our state variable and we give it a default value of false. And right under it, we immediately change its value to true. And what does React do when we change the value of a state variable? It's going to go ahead and re-render the entire component. So the entire component re-renders. We're re-initializing our state variable. We give it a default value of false. And then right below that, we set its value to true, and then we re-render the entire component, re-initialize the variable, and then change its value again, and then re-render the entire component, and then this loop happens over and over. And that's why we're getting an infinite loop. So let's get rid of this set pop-up open, and that should solve our issue. And let's say we only want to set pop-up open to true, so change the value of this state variable when we click on this button. So we're going to say on click, equal sign, curly brace, and then we're going to make sure to pass in the callback function, and then we're going to use this set pop-up open function, and within here we pass in the new value that we want to assign to our state variable. So in this case, that's going to be true. And now if we go ahead and give this a shot, you're going to see as soon as we click on this button, our pop-up is going to show up. Now, if you're new to React, you're probably finding this very confusing. But trust me, since we are going to be using the useState hook so often, you're going to adapt to this new way of creating variables fairly quickly. So just to recap everything we've learned so far, this first value here is going to be our variable, and whatever value we pass in within the argument of this useState hook right here is going to be the default value that we give to this variable. So in this case, our variable is going to have a default value of false. And the second value here is a function that we use to change the value of this variable. And we decide the new value that we want to give to this variable based on the argument that we pass in to this function. So in this case, our variable is starting off as false. And when we click on this to do button, we're going ahead and we're changing the value of this variable to true. So pop-up open is now equal to true, so we can see our pop-up on our screen. So now it's time for you to write down some notes. So the first value here is our state variable, and that's going to store the value that we are going to be using. And we decide the default value of this state variable by whatever argument we pass in to this use state hook. And the second value here is our function that we use to change the value of our state variable. And if we try and change our state variable using the normal way that we're used to, so that state equal whatever, React is going to shit itself. So we have to use this function. This stuff is actually pretty simple. Don't overcomplicate things for yourself. All you need to remember is that this is my variable, this is how I set its default value, and then this is how I change it. That's it. Now what we're going to be doing is doing a little bit of a challenge to apply everything you've learned so far. So what your task is going to be is to create a counter component just like this one. So you're going to create the count variable and give it a default value of 0, just like so. And from there, you're going to create 3 buttons. One to increment the counter, one to decrement the counter, and finally, one to reset the counter back to 0. Once you've done that, you want to render your counter component in app.jsx and test it out to see if it works. So I'll give you a couple of seconds now to pause the video, give this a shot, and once you're done, we can walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you gave this exercise a shot, because the best way to get better at coding is by getting your hands dirty. So it's really important that you're actually going out and doing these challenges that I tell you to do. So anyways, let me show you how I would go about solving this. First things first, we want to create our counter component. So I would go within the components folder and let's create a new file and call this counter.jsx. Let's open this up and let's create our component. So that's going to be a function. Let's call it counter. And within here, let's return some HTML. So let's return a div. And inside of that, we're going to have a h1 that says counter equals, and we'll just leave it as 0 for now. We're going to have a button that says increment. We're going to have 3 of those. So increment, decrement, and reset. And now let's go ahead and make sure we're exporting our component. So export default counter. And now that we're exporting our function component, we can go ahead and import this. So import counter from, and we're going to look within the same directory as app.jsx. So /, so we're looking within this src folder now, and we're going to go within the components folder. And then within that, we're going to grab counter.jsx. Now let's go ahead and return this function early. And we're going to return our counter component. And you can see that all of this code here is grayed out. So nothing after this return statement here is going to run. So now we have our counter component on our page, but these buttons don't seem to do anything, so we need to fix that. So let's head back to our counter component, and I'm going to add an on-click event listener on this increment button. So that's on-click, =, and then curly brace. And then within here, we're going to pass in the callback function. And let's perform a simple console log for now. Now let's do the same for the rest of our buttons. So on-click, =, curly brace, pass in the callback. And let's console log decrement. And finally, on click, callback function, and let's console log reset. So now when we click on increment, we get increment. When we click on decrement, we get decrement. And finally, click on reset and we get reset. Now we want to make it so this number right here is not hard-coded. We want it to be dynamic. So in order to do that, we're going to use the use state hook to give us a variable. So we're going to import curly brace use state from the React library. And now that we've imported it, we can actually use the use state hook in our code. So how do we use it? Well, we type in use state parentheses because we're calling a function. And the argument that we pass in within the parentheses is the default value we want our state variable to have. So in this case, we want our count to have a default value of 0. Now, what does this useState function return to us? It returns an array. So let's store that inside of a variable. And we know that this array is going to have 2 values. So let's use array destructuring to grab those 2 values out of the array. Now, the first value is going to be our state variable, and that's going to store our default value. So in this case, I'm just going to call it count. Now, our second value is a function that allows us to change the value of this state variable. And we can call this whatever we want, but we typically call it set and then whatever the name of our state variable is. So in this case, set count. So to summarize, this is our variable, this is the default value that we're giving it, and this is how we change it. So now we can actually use it. So we can remove this hard-coded value and put our state variable here, and we can actually go ahead and change that value. So instead of console logging increment, let's set our count to count plus 1. So that's going to increment our count by 1. Let's copy and paste this. So we're going to set count to count take away 1. And then finally, to reset our count, we're going to set count back to 0. So now if we give this a shot, we should be able to increment, decrement, and reset our counter, and it's all showing on our page. And that's how I would solve this problem. And by the way, if you created functions and then set the counts within those functions and then on click, like when the buttons were clicked, you called those functions, that's also a completely fine way to do it. But this is just the way I would personally do it. But there's actually something I need to tell you, and that's that when you're setting a new value for your state variable, if this new value is reliant on the previous value like it is here, this is not the best practice way to do it. And let me show you why. Let's say we wanted to increment our counter twice. So when we clicked on this increment button, you'd expect the count to go up by 2, right? Set count plus 1, set count plus 1. But what you're going to notice is this is not the case. Our count is only incrementing by 1. And this is a big issue. And that's why if our current value is reliant on our previous value, we don't want to do things this way. So if we want to set a new value for our state variable that's based on the previous value, we need to use a callback function within our set count function. And when we use a callback within the set count function, we're actually going to get access to the previous value of count through this parameter right here. So if we set our count to priv count plus 1 and we duplicate this, you're going to see that our counter is going to increment by 2 as expected. So just to recap, if the new value that you're giving your state variable is reliant on the previous value, all you have to do is pass in a callback function. You'll get access to the previous value of the state variable within the parameter, and then you can go ahead and safely set the new value. And we do this just to prevent any bugs from popping up in our code. If you're still feeling confused, feel free to pause the video and play around with the code to gain a better understanding of how this all works. Now, the reason I wanted to show you this is because this is the way that we update values inside of objects and arrays. And let me show you what I mean. Let's say a user logs in to ASAP Frontend. So let's create a user, set user, and use the useState hook, and let's give this a default value of an object. And let's say within this object we have a couple properties. So let's say name, Iman, and just for this example, let's say we're also storing an age, and let's say 17. And let's say we wanted to output this age property right here on our page. So in order to do that, I'm going to grab the user object and then single out the age property. And now we can see our age of 17 is printing on our page. So right now the age is 17. And let's say we want to be able to increment this age property. So if we wanted to increment our age by 1, what would we do? We would click on this increment button. So let's remove everything in this callback. And when we click on this button, we want to increment this age property by 1. And in order to do that, what do we need? We need its previous value. Now, whenever we need the previous value when using the set user function, all we need to do is pass in a callback function, and the previous value of our state variable is going to be available to us as this parameter. And whenever we're using useState with objects, we need to return a new object every time. So that means we can't just set user to an object and then set age to 18, because what you're going to notice is now when we click on this increment button, it's only going to go up once. And what this is also going to do is actually make it so all other properties don't even exist. So we're trying to print it and it's not showing up. but as soon as we refresh, our name property comes back. So it's just whenever we click on this increment button, it's actually removing our name property, because whenever we click on this button, we're setting the user state variable here to a new object that only has one property, and that's age. So again, in order to prevent this, we have to use the callback function, return a new object, and what we have to do is we have to use this spread operator. So that's going to be a triple full stop, and then we grab the previous object, and we need to make sure we're wrapping this in parentheses. And what this spread operator is going to do is take all of these properties in our previous object and copy them over to this new object that we're creating. And the only thing it's going to change is the age property, and we're going to increment that by 1 as we've specified. So now if we refresh our page, we're going to see counter 17 Iman. And if we hit on this increment button, we're going to see 18 Iman. And that's because this spread operator is making sure we keep all of the properties of our previous object, and the only thing we're changing is the age, and we're increasing that to 18. But if we try and increment again, we're going to see that nothing is going to change, and that's because we're only setting our age to 18. So now I have a task for you. I want you to make it so we're incrementing our age dynamically by 1 every single time we hit on this increment button. So go ahead, pause the video, give this exercise a shot, and once you're done, we can walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find a solution and are kind of starting to understand how the useState hook works. And if you didn't solve it, absolutely no worries at all. So let's walk through how we would solve this problem. So like we talked about earlier, this set user is only incrementing our age to 18. It's not going any further than that. So in order to fix this, what we have to do is we have to get the previous user object. So that's this thing right here. And we want to single out the age property, and we want to increment that by 1. And that's the value we want to give our new age property. And now if we go ahead and refresh our page and we increment, you can see that we're dynamically increasing our age, incrementing it by 1 with absolutely no issues at all. So now let's do the same thing for decrementing our age. So let's remove all of the code that is within here. And what do we want to do? We want to decrease our age by 1 every single time we click on this button. So we're going to say set user, and we don't want to do this. We don't just want to pass in an object straight away and set the age property. And you might be thinking, well, why can't we just add the name properties to this? And that'll work fine. Well, what if we had 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, even 10 properties inside of this object? That would be really annoying to, add 1 by 1. And oftentimes we don't even know the properties that are going to be inside of the object. So best practice is to pass in a callback within the set user function. And we get access to the previous value, so the previous object, within these parameters, and we can use the spread operator to do all of the dirty work for us, and we make sure to wrap these in parentheses. And for our age, we want to make sure that we're decrementing it by 1. So we're going to grab the user object, single out the age property, and then decrement it by 1. So now let's refresh our page and try this out. And you can see we're incrementing and decrementing our age property without any issues at all. So that's how we use objects in React. There's a few things you might want to write down in your notes. So step 1 is use a callback within the set state function to access the previous value of the state variable. Step 2 is to spread all the properties of the previous object into the new object. And finally, once you've done all that, you can just change the property that you want to change. So for set user, we use a callback function that gives us access to the previous object. We create our new object. We spread all the properties of this previous object into our new object, and then we change the property that needs to be changed. So this is something that's very important to understand because you could be doing this pretty often. So now that's pretty much it with objects. Now we're going to cover how to do the same thing with arrays. And lucky for you, once you understand how to do this with objects, arrays are pretty much the same thing. So you're going to find it very easy. So first things first, let's get rid of all of this code. We want to start off with a clean slate. So that's everything. And let's get rid of this too. And now what I want to do is I want to have an array, and I want that array to start off as empty, but every single time I click on increment, I want to add a string that says +1 to this array. And every single time I click on decrement, I want to add a string that says takeaway 1. And I want to be able to keep doing that over and over and over. So if I spam the increment button, we're going to get +1, +1, +1 in the array. And the same for the decrement button. So in order to do this, we're going to use the use state hook, and we're going to give our state variable a default value of an empty array. And like we talked about earlier, the use state hook is going to return an array with 2 different values. So let's store this array inside of a variable. And we know that the first value is going to be the actual value, right? So that's going to be our state variable, and it's going to have a default value of whatever we passed in within the argument, which in this case is an empty array. And the second value is the function that we actually use to change the value of this state variable. Now let's go to our buttons and add an on-click event listener to both of them. So increment, and we're going to console log +1. And let's do the same for our decrement button. So on click, curly brace, callback function, and let's console log -1 this time. And now let's remove this button. And within this h1, let's just print out our array state variable. So now if we actually have some values inside of our array, you're going to see that that's going to show up within our h1. But again, we want our array to start off as empty. And what do we want to do every single time we click on these buttons? We want to add a +1 or a -1 to our array. So in order to do this, we're going to type in set array. And we are going to need the previous value of this array. And right now you might be thinking, well, why don't we just add an element to the end of the array by using the push method and passing in our +1 that way? Well, if we go ahead and give this a shot, you're going to see that absolutely nothing is going to happen. And that's because, like I mentioned earlier on in the video, React doesn't like it when we try and directly change the value of this state variable like this. It always has to be through this function on the right. Now, if you're new to React, your brain is probably absolutely fried right now, but just stay with me. Let's walk through how we can do this the React way. So we're going to remove this, and we're going to use the set array function, and we're going to pass in a callback function. Now, since we have a callback function, we can access the previous array. So that's the previous value of this state variable. And what we're going to do is we're going to spread all of the values of the previous array into our new array. So the spread operator that I talked about with objects, we can also use on arrays. So we're going to copy all of our values from our previous array into our new array, and we're going to add a +1 to the end of it. And now if we give this a shot, you're going to see that our increment button actually works. We're adding a +1 to the end of our array every single time we click on this increment button. And just to make this a little more easy on the eyes, we're going to use the toString method, and that's just going to add a comma so that it's easier to separate the different elements in our array. So now I have a little challenge for you, and that's to implement the same functionality on this decrement button. So what I want you to do is make it so whenever we click on this decrement button, we're adding -1 to the end of our array. This will be a fun challenge to apply what you've learned so far. So pause the video, give this a shot, and once you're done, we'll walk through the solution together. Hey, I hope you feel a little more confident with React than when you started this video. So in order to add a -1 to the end of our array every single time we click on this decrement button, what we need to do, we're going to use the set array function to change the value of this state variable. And what we're going to do is pass in a callback function so that we can access the previous value of our array through this parameter. And what we're going to do is spread all of the values of our previous array into our new array, and of course, add a -1 to the end of it. And now if we go ahead and give this a shot, we're going to see every single time we click on our decrement button, we're adding a -1 onto the end of our array. And that's pretty much all you need to remember about this function that changes our state. If you want to give your state variable a value that doesn't rely on the previous value, you can just pass it in like this. But if the new value that you want to give it is reliant on the previous value, you just pass in a callback function and the parameter will give you access to the previous value. Now I'm going to have you take down a couple notes just to make sure you understand everything. If we want to change our variable into a string, we just pass in the value like so. If we want to change our variable into a number, we just pass in the number like so. And if we want to change our variable into a boolean, we just pass in the value like so. But what if the value we want to change our variable to is reliant on the previous value? Well, that's where we pass in a callback into our setState function. So for example, let's say I had my first name here and I wanted to add my last name onto the end of it. I'd pass in a callback. This parameter would give me access to the previous value of this variable, and then I would just add my name on to the end of it. So the final value would be Ayman Musa. Let's say we had a number and we wanted to add 2 to the end of it. We pass in the callback. This gives us access to the previous value. We add 2 onto the end of it. So that's 10 plus 2, and we get 12. And this example here, we're taking our previous boolean and we're setting it to the opposite. So in this example, our previous value is false, so that's getting passed into this parameter, and we're setting it to its opposite boolean, which is true. Now let's take a look at these two. If we want to set our object to a new object that is not reliant on the previous value, we would just pass in the object within the parentheses. And the same with arrays. If we want to set our array to a new array that is not reliant on the previous value, we would just pass in that new array within the parentheses. But now what if we want to set our object or our array to a new value that is reliant on the previous value? Well, that's where we pass in a callback function, and within this parameter, we get access to the previous object. And after that, we use a spread operator to grab all of the properties of our previous object and pass them in to our new object, and we only change the property that needs to be changed. And the same with arrays, we pass in a callback function. This parameter gives us access to the previous array. We spread all of the values of our previous array into our new one, and then we add whatever we want to add to the end of that array. Now, as a beginner, this is absolutely mind-boggling to understand, and I don't blame you if you're feeling lost right now. But trust me, as we go through the rest of the projects here at ASAP Frontend, everything is going to come together, so don't feel bad. Just keep pushing through, keep taking your notes, and you're going to be fine. Now, what we're going to do is head back to our app.jsx, and let's remove all of this code and jump back into our to-do list. So if you actually remember, earlier on in the video, I told you that we only want to open our pop-up when we click on this delete button, not on this add to-do button. So this is a confirmation to delete a to-do item. So we want it to open up when we click on this delete button. So how are we actually going to do this? Our set pop-up open, which is what we use to change this value here that determines whether our pop-up is open or closed, is inside of app.jsx, but our delete button is all the way inside of this to-do component. So how are we actually going to hook things up so that this works? Well, this is where we have to do something called emitting events, and we're going to take a look at this diagram to help you build a better understanding of what I mean by this. So in a nutshell, emitting events is basically just notifying the parent component of an event that occurred within the child component. So in our case, when we click on this delete button within this to-do component, we want our app.jsx, which is our parent component, to know about it and say, okay, we've clicked on the delete button within our to-do component. Let's go ahead and set pop-up open to true. So we basically want our child component to send a message back up to the parent component saying, hey, I've been clicked. Let's do some sort of action based on that. Now, in order to set up emitting events in React, there's just a couple things that we have to do. And once we walk through this process and you take your notes, you're definitely going to understand how this works. So first things first, in our parent component, we want to create a function. So in this case, we've created a function called handleClick, and when that function is run, we're going to console log parent notified. And once we've created that function, what we want to do is pass that function in as a prop to our child component. So just to be ultra clear of what is happening, we're creating a function within our parents component, and then we're passing that function into our child component through a prop so that it can use it. And now within the child component, in order to use this function that we're passing in from the parent, we have to accept the prop that we passed in over here. So this is nothing new to you, no surprises at all. And once we've accepted the prop, we can actually then go ahead and use the function in our code. So these are 4 very important points that you definitely want to note down. First things first, we create the function within our parent. Second, we pass in that function as a prop to our child component. Third, we accept that prop that we're passing in our parent component so that we can actually use the function. And finally, we make sure that we're actually using the function. So now, and this is the crazy part, is every single time we click on this button within the child component, this function over here in the parent is going to run. Now, if you're a beginner, your brain is probably absolutely fried right now, and I don't blame you at all. This concept right here took me so long to understand as a beginner, but the only way you're going to get better is through constant practice, which we're going to make sure you get throughout the rest of the course. So like I always say, just keep pushing through the video and you're going to be fine. Feeling stupid is a completely normal part of the learning process. Software engineering wouldn't pay so well if everyone got it the first time around. So with that being said, let's head back to our code and see how we can apply this theory practically. So what we want to do is we want to let our parent component know. So that's app.jsx. When this button is clicked, this delete button right here is clicked within our to-do component, and that's our child component. So let's follow the 4-step process. The first is to create a function within the parent component, and let's call this toggle popup. And for now, let's just console log parent notified. So that's the first step complete. We've created our function. Now the next step is to pass this function in as a prop to our child component. So let's say toggle popup. Let's create a toggle popup prop. And within that, we're going to pass in the toggle popup function. Now, this prop doesn't have to be the same name as the function. We can call this whatever we want, but it just makes the most sense to keep them the same, just to keep things consistent throughout our code. So now we've passed in this function as a prop to our first to-do component. Let's pass it in to the rest of these children. So toggle popup equals, and then let's pass in the function toggle popup. So we're going to pass this function as a prop to all of our children component so that we can use it. Toggle popup. So now we've created this function, we're passing it in to all of our to-do components. All we have to do is actually go ahead, head to our to-do component, so that's control and click, and actually accept this function as a prop. So we're passing it in over here. Let's go ahead and actually accept it within our child component so that we can actually use it. And now the last step of the process, we've created our function, we're passing it into the child, we're accepting it in the child. All we have to do is actually go ahead and use the function like so. And now if we open up our console, we're going to see whenever we click on this delete button, our parent component is being notified. So app.jsx on line 14, we're running this console log within our parent component whenever we click on this button within our child component. And this is exactly what we want, because now whenever we run this function, we can actually go ahead and set pop-up open to true. And now if we go ahead and click on this delete button, we're going to see we're getting exactly what we want. Whenever we click on this delete button, we're letting the parent know it's setting pop-up open from false to true. And as a result, pop-up open is now equal to true. So we're rendering out our pop-up. So now I have a little bit of a challenge for you. What I want you to do is make it so whenever we click on this cancel button, we're going ahead and closing our pop-up. And also whenever we click outside of the pop-up, so that's this backdrop right here, we're also going ahead and closing our pop-up. This is definitely going to be a super fun exercise to apply what you just learned. So pause the video, give this a shot, and once you're done, we can walk through the solution together. Hey, what's up? Hopefully you managed to find the solution. If you didn't, absolutely no worries at all. Like I always say, just going out and giving these exercises a shot is going to help you learn so much more, even if you don't get the solution. So now let's walk through how we could actually go ahead and solve this. So first things first, our first step is we have to create a function. And I'm going to call this function close popup. And we want to create this function within our parent component. And in this function, what do we want to do? We want to close our popup. So we're going to set popup open to false. That's our first step complete. What we actually have to do now is pass this function as a prop into our popup component. So that's our child. So we're going to say close popup equals, and then within this prop, we're going to pass in the close popup function. So we've created our function within our parent, and we're passing it into this child through this prop. Now what we have to do is actually go ahead and head to our child, so control and click, and actually accept this prop so that we can actually use this function. So we're going to accept the close popup prop, and now we can actually use this function that we're passing in our code. And when do we want to use this function? Well, it's whenever we click on this cancel button and whenever we click outside of the pop-up. So let's head to our cancel button right here. And let's say on click, we're going to run the close pop-up function. And let's do the same for the backdrop. On click, let's go ahead and run the close pop-up function. So now if we go ahead and hit cancel, we're going to see, bang, our pop-up is going to close. We're clicking the cancel button, our parent is getting notified, it's running this function and setting pop-up open to false. And the same is going to happen when we click outside of the pop-up, bang. We're clicking on our backdrop, we're notifying the parent, it's running this function, and we're setting pop-up open to false. And with that, I have some really good news for you guys. That is the use state hook complete. Now, like I always say, these crash courses are not meant to make you an expert. They're just meant to give you the basic understanding that you need to build along with the rest of the projects that we have here at ASAP Frontend. And that's where everything is going to come together. So with that being said, let's move on to this use effect hook and talk a little bit about what it is and why we use it. Now, the most common way we use this use effect hook is to run some code whenever a component first mounts. Now, what does that mean? It means we use it to run some code when the component first renders onto the page. So let's jump back into our code and show you what I mean by this. Now, in order to use the use effect hook, we have to first import it. So we're going to head up here next to where we imported use state, and we're going to add another import. And we're going to import the use effect hook. And the best practice that you're going to see a lot is that we use use state at the top of our function components to define our variables. And then we have all the different functions that we're going to be using throughout our component. And then finally, just above the return statement, that's where we use our use effect hooks. Now, in order to use the use effect hook, we're going to write down use effect and then parentheses, because this is a function just like our use state hook. And this use effect function takes in two arguments that we have to pass in. So the first argument is going to be a callback function. So we're going to pass in a callback function. So that's parentheses, arrow, and then curly braces. And the second argument is going to be what we call a dependency. So what that looks like is just an array. Now within this callback function, we can write down any code that we want to run. So let's console log component mounted. And now if we go ahead, refresh the page, we're going to see that this code within our use effect is actually running. So that's app.jsx on line 23. And it's running as soon as our component first renders. So that means it's running when our component mounts. So a very common use case for this use effect hook is to fetch some data as soon as our page first loads. So for example, if we head over to ASAP Frontend, what you're going to notice is as soon as the page first loads, we go ahead and quickly fetch the user's data. This is done using a use effect. Let's take a look at another example. If we head over to YouTube, you're going to notice that as soon as the page first loads, bang, we're fetching some videos to show the user. But when you're looking at this use effect, it's not ultra clear that all this code within here is going to run when the component first mounts, but that's just React for you. The syntax can be very confusing at times, and this is something I personally struggled with. So the best way to understand this is just to write down some notes on this. The use effect hook is a function that takes in two parameters. The first argument is a callback function where you write down all the code that you want to perform, and the second argument is a dependency array. Now what I want to do is go a little deeper into this second argument here, this dependency array. This one can be a little bit confusing because you can actually remove this argument entirely and our use effect is going to work just fine. So if we refresh our page, you're going to notice that this code is still running when our component first mounts. But if we click on this delete button, you're going to notice that the code within this use effect is actually going to run again. So if we change this back to an empty array, what you're going to notice is that this isn't the case. We can see our console log when our page first loads, and nothing is going to happen when we open up our pop-up. We aren't going to see this console log. So now this code is running only when the component mounts, only when the component first renders. But if we take this away and we don't provide a second argument, what's going to happen is that this code is going to run when our component first mounts and every single time our component re-renders. So we briefly talked about earlier how these state variables are reactive, which means that every single time they change in value, this entire component is going to re-render. So whenever these variables change in value and our component re-renders, since we haven't provided a second argument in this use effect, the code within here is also going to run on each re-render. We need to be passing in a second argument in here. We need to be passing in this dependency array because we hardly ever want to run the code within a use effect on every single re-render, because that means whenever any use state value changes within our component, that means this code is going to run, and we hardly ever want to do that. Now, this dependency array also offers us another cool feature, and that's that we can pass in a dependency inside of here. So we're going to say pop-up open. And what you're going to notice is that our code is still going to run when the page first mounts. So when our component first mounts. But take a look at this. It's also going to run when the pop-up open variable changes in value. So whenever the pop-up open state variable changes in value, we're going to run the code inside of this use effect. So let's take a look at this. Whenever we open and close our pop-up, we're running the code inside of our use effect. So just to summarize everything we've learned so far, we have our use effect, with an empty dependency array. So this one here is going to run the code within this callback function only when the component mounts. So only when the component first renders on the page. And this is very useful when we want to, for example, fetch the user's data when they first come on the website, or in the case of YouTube, fetch the videos when the user first loads the homepage. Now this second one here is going to run when the component mounts and whenever pop-up open changes in value. So this one is going to run when the component mounts, so first renders, and whenever the state variable changes in value. And just so you know, we can add as many dependencies inside of this array as we want. But for most cases, it's just going to be one dependency. So when our component first mounts and whenever pop-up open changes, this is going to run. And finally, when we don't pass in any value into this second argument, this is going to run on every render. So that means when our component mounts and whenever our state variables change in value and our component re-renders, this code is going to run. So just another quick summary. If we pass in the second argument as an empty array, this code is only going to run when our component mounts. If the second argument is an array with an actual dependency inside of it, we're going to run this code when the component mounts and whenever that dependency changes in value. And that's honestly everything you need to know about the use effect hook. The most confusing part about it is this second argument. So you can just write down some notes on it. Empty array as a second argument that's only going to run when the component mounts. If the second argument is an array with a dependency, we're going to run this code whenever the component mounts and whenever the dependency see changes in value. And finally, no second argument at all. We run this code on every single render. And with that, I want to say a huge congratulations, because that's everything you need to know about React hooks as a beginner. Hooks are a very difficult topic to wrap your head around if you're new to React, so don't feel bad if you aren't completely understanding everything right now. Like I always say, everything just sort of falls together once you build a couple of projects. Now, what I encourage you to do is to pause the video and play around with the use effect hook just a little bit more to gain a better understanding of how it works. And once you've done that and you're feeling comfortable and you're ready to go, we're going to be moving on to the next topic of this video, which is going to be routing with React. Let's start off by talking a little bit about what routing actually is. Well, routing is actually pretty simple. It just allows you to navigate to different pages on your app. So essentially just changing the URL of your website, which you're already used to. So let's head over to ASAP Frontend and have a shot at navigating through the different links on our website. What you're going to notice is that our page is not actually reloading. So take a look at this little reload symbol here. We're not actually reloading. So with React, we're actually able to navigate to the different links on our website without actually reloading the page. And that just makes the experience so much smoother. So let me show you how we can actually get started with this. So in order to start using React routing in our application, we first have to actually install it. So doing that is actually fairly simple. All we have to do is open up our terminal. So Control and J. Let's open up a new tab. And what we're going to do is we're going to type in npm install and then React router DOM, just like so. And normally you can just hit enter on this command, and this is going to install the latest version of React Router, and you could start using it on your application. But just for the sake of this crash course, we're going to be installing a specific version today, just so that you have the same version as me, so that you can more easily follow along with what I'm doing. So in order to install a specific version, all we have to do is type in @ and then the version of React Router DOM that we want to install. And in this case, we're going to do 6.20.0. Once we have that written down, we can go ahead, hit enter, and React is going to go ahead and install React Router so that we can use it on our app. And what I'm going to do in my SRC folder, alongside my components folder, I'm going to have a new folder called pages. And in here, I'm going to store all the pages that we want to have on our app. So for example, let's say we wanted to have a home, about, and contact page, just like we do over here. So what we'd do in our pages folder is we'd create a home.jsx, an about.jsx, and a contact.jsx. Now let's head over to our home.jsx and let's create ourselves a component. So let's create a function, home, and let's return a h1 that says home. And we can't forget to export our function component. Now let's go ahead, copy this over to about.jsx, and then let's Control D on all of the places where it says home, change it to about, head to our contact, and do the exact same thing. So now we've got our 3 pages. We've got our home page, we've got our about page, and we have got our contact page. Now what we're going to do is head back to our app.jsx and get rid of absolutely everything. So that's all of this stuff here. And within our return, let's get rid of all of this stuff here too. And let's just have a div. Now finally, let's get rid of all of these unnecessary imports that we aren't using anymore. Now, in order to start using routing in our app, there's a few things that we first have to import. So we're going to go to the top of our app and we're going to say import, curly braces, and we're going to import 3 things. We're going to import browser router, routes, and route, so singular. So we're importing these 3 things from the library that we installed, which is React Router DOM. Now that we've imported the 3 things that we need to import, what I'm also going to do is change the name of browser router using this as keyword. So I'm changing the name from browser router to router. And you're going to see this in a lot of code bases because this name is just way too long. router is just nice and simple. Now, all we have to do to start adding routes to our app is first things first, we have to use this router. So we've accessed the browser router, we've changed its name to router, and then what we need to do is wrap our entire app and put it inside of this router right here. So every single element is going to go inside of this router. And within this router, that's where we can actually define the different routes on our page. So that's the home, the about, the contact, or any different route we wanted on our page. And in order to actually do that, we have to use these two right here. So routes and route. So what we have to do is we have to take this route right here, and it's within this routes component that we're going to define each and every single route on our page. And how we create each and every single route on our page is by using this route component. And if you're feeling confused right now, there's two ways that we can use components. The first way is by using the opening and closing tags, like you can see we're doing for these other components. And we do that when we actually want to put something inside of the component. Otherwise, we can just use the shorthand notation that you're used to using. I just wanted to quickly clarify that just to make sure you weren't feeling confused. So again, we wrap our entire app inside of this router component. And for each individual route that we want to create, we create a route component inside of this route component. Confusing, I know, but just bear with me. Now, each individual route that we create is going to have a path prop. So let's create 3 different routes for each of our components. So for our home route, we're going to use just the slash. So this is going to be for the home page that you're used to. So if we go to the home page, this is what the / route refers to, just like the regular home page. Then for our about route, we're going to have a path of / about. So if we go to / about, this route is going to match that. And finally, for our contact route, we're going to have a path of / contact. So that's going to be this URL right here. So now we've passed in the path for each route. Now what we also need to do is pass in the components that we want to render when we're at each individual route. So for example, in the home route, we want to render the home component. In the about route, we want to render the about component. And in the contact route, we want to render the contact component. So how do we actually specify what component we want to render when we're on each route? Well, each route actually has an element prop. So you specify the path you want the route to have, and then in the element prop, you pass in the component that you want to render. So in the case of the home route, we want to render the home component. So let's import the home component from, and we're currently in app.jsx. So we're going to say /. We want to look within the same folder directory. So we want to look within the src folder, and we want to go within the pages folder and then grab the home.jsx component. And now that we've imported our home component, we can pass it into this element prop. And now what you're going to notice is when we're at our home page, we're going to actually render out our home component. So if I change anything within this home component, it's going to directly reflect on our page. So now let's do the same for the rest of these routes. For our about path, let's render out the about components, and we have to make sure we're importing it. So import about from, and let's search within the same folder as our app.jsx. So that's the src folder. Let's go within the pages folder, and then let's grab the about.jsx component. And now, if we head over to our about route, we're going to see the about component is being rendered on the page. And again, any changes we make to this component is going to be directly reflected on our page. And finally, let's do the same for our contact route. So we're going to create the element prop, and within that, we want to render the contact component when we're at our contact route, and we have to make sure that we're importing that component. So import contact from /. Let's search within the src folder. Let's find the pages folder, and within that, let's grab the contact component. And now if we open up this contact route, we're going to see our contact component is being rendered to the page. Now I have a little bit of a challenge for you to apply everything you've learned so far. So what your task is going to be is to create a new posts component in the pages folder. And once you've created that component, I want you to create a new route for the /posts URL. So if I head over to /posts, I want you to create a new route for that. And finally, I actually want you to render out the posts component when we're at the /posts route. So this will be a really fun exercise to apply everything you've learned so far. So pause the video, give this your absolute best shot, and once you're done, we can walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find the solution. If you didn't, absolutely no worries at all. Let's go ahead and walk through how we could solve this problem together. So our first task is to create a posts component in the pages folder. So we already know how to do that. Let's head over to our pages folder. We're going to create a new file called posts.jsx. Let's create a function called posts. Let's return a h1. And in here, let's just say posts. And of course, let's export this function component so that we can use it in our app.jsx. And that's the first part of our challenge complete. Now what we have to do is create a new route for the /posts URL. So we walked through how to do this earlier. We create a new route component. And then what we want to do is in the path prop, specify the URL of this route. So in this case, it's going to be the /posts URL, and that's the second part of our exercise complete. Now, finally, the last thing that we have to do is render out the posts component at the /posts route. So doing this is pretty simple. We just add on an element prop, and here we specify the component that we want to render out when we're at the /posts route, which in this case is going to be the posts component. And we need to make sure that we're importing that. So let's import posts from / to search within the same folder directory. We're going to go within the pages folder and we're going to grab posts.jsx. And now we can see if we head to the /posts route, we have our posts component rendering out on the page. So now you can see that creating routes in React is not the most complex thing in the world. All you have to do is create a route component for each individual route. In the path prop, you specify the URL of the route, and then in the element prop, you specify the component that you actually want to render out at that URL. Now, if we head back to ASAP Frontend, what you're going to notice is no matter what route we are on, we're always rendering the same sidebar and navbar. And it would be super annoying if we had to add a navbar and sidebar in every single one of our page components. But luckily for us, React Router actually gives us a way where we only have to do this once across all of our different routes. So if we head back to our app.jsx and we go within our router, and just above the routes component, let's add a navbar and let's have a few anchor tags within this. This is going to take me to the home route. This is going to take me to the about route. And this is going to take me to the contact route. And we need one more that's going to take us to the posts route. So /posts. And now what you're going to notice is no matter what route we are on, we are always going to see our navbar. So that's exactly how we do it at ASAP Frontend. We're only writing the code for our navbar and our sidebar once. And in order to get it to show on every single route, we put it outside of this routes component. But now, if you're paying close attention, you're going to notice that on ASAP Frontend, when we navigate to the different routes on our website, we're not actually reloading the page. But in our case, when we navigate to the different routes on our page, you're going to notice that our page is actually refreshing every single time. So in order to prevent this from happening, there's another component that React Router DOM gives us called the link component. And in React, we use link instead of regular anchor elements to make sure we're not refreshing our page. Now, in order to use the link component, we first have to import it. So we're going to go to React Router DOM and we're going to grab the link component. And now that we've imported it, let's actually go ahead and use it in our code. So link components are actually very, very similar to anchor elements. All we have to do is replace the A with link and then replace the href with to. And that's literally the only difference between an anchor element and a link. Besides that, they work exactly the same. Within the to attribute, we specify where we want this link to go. So in this case, I'm just going to say the home route. And as usual, we type in some text within our link, and you can see that it's already shown up on our page. So now let's go ahead and replace the rest of these anchor elements with links. So let's create another link. Let it take us to the about route this time. And we're going to say about, remove that. Let's create another one, duplicate it down. This time take us to the contact route, and let's write contact. Remove this anchor element. And finally, our last link is going to take us to the posts route. And you guessed it, we're going to write post within this link. And now if we head back to our page, our navbar looks exactly the same. But now when we navigate to the different routes on our page, notice we're not refreshing anymore. And look how much quicker that is. That is the power of React Router, my friend. But what you're going to notice is if you try and use any of these React Router components, so that's the link, the routes, the route. If we try and use those outside of this router component, our entire app is going to break. It's not going to work. So if I take this navbar and I put it on the outside of the router component, we're going to get an error. And that's because we're returning two different elements. But if I wrap these in React fragments, so we don't get that error anymore, you're going to notice that in our console, we're still getting a ton of errors. Take a look. The above error occurred in the link component because we're using it outside of the router. So whenever we want to use these React Router components, they have to be inside of this browser router. Now, there's one more thing that I want to show you, and that's that under the hood, these link components are actually going to be converted back into regular anchor elements when they are rendered on the page. So React is doing all of the dirty work for us behind the scenes so we don't have to worry about anything. And this is why we love React. Now, what I'm going to do is a little bit of cleaning up in our app.jsx. So I'm going to get rid of these instructions here, and I'm going to take this navbar right here, copy it and remove it. And I'm going to create its own component. So I'm going to head within the components folder and let's create a new file called nav.jsx. Let's create our component. So function nav, and let's return this HTML and to make sure that we're exporting our function component so that we're actually able to use it in other files. And the last thing we need to do is we need to import this link component within this file, because even though we've imported it over here, that doesn't mean it's available to use in this file. So we're going to go to the top and we're going to import curly brace. And what component do we want to import? We want to import the link component from. So where do we want to import it from? Well, we want to import it from the React Router DOM library. So now we've imported our link component. We have no issues using it inside of this file. We can head back to our app.jsx. Let's go ahead and render out this nav component and make sure we're not forgetting to import it. So import nav component from, and app.jsx is within the src folder. So we're going to say /, that's going to look within the same directory. And within the src folder, we want to grab the components folder. And from there, we want to grab the nav.jsx file. And now we can see our navbar on our page and it's working fine, but just look how much cleaner our code looks. And now that we're using this nav component, we can actually get rid of this link import over here in app.jsx since we aren't directly using it within this file anywhere. So just to recap what we have learned so far, the first thing we want to do is install the React Router DOM library. And from there, we can import. The first thing we're going to import is the browser router, and it's best practice to change its name to router. We're also importing the routes component, and finally, the route component. And once we've imported these three, what we're going to do is wrap our entire app inside of this router component. So whenever we want to use a component that comes from the React Router DOM library, it has to be inside of this router component. So that means even this navbar, because take a look. Since we are using the link component and that comes from React Router DOM, it has to be inside of this router component or else it's not going to work. And then next we have our routes component, and it's within this routes component that we define each individual route we want to be on our page. And how do we create each route? We use a route component. And for each route that we create, we have to specify the path. So that's the URL, and then the element that we want to render when we're at that route. So this is definitely something you might want to take down in your notes. Just give yourself a brief summary of what each of these components do, including this link component that we're using inside of our navbar. So once you have that down, you're feeling all right, you're feeling ready to go. Let me show you something pretty cool. So if we head over to TikTok for a second, we're going to see that Mr. Beast actually has his own route. Kylie Jenner actually has her own route. And even I have my own route. So do you think that TikTok manually went out of their way to create a separate route for Mr. Beast, Kylie Jenner, and myself? No, they don't manually create a separate route for each of us. Imagine if TikTok manually had to create a separate route for its billions of users. They use something called React Dynamic Routing. So they create one route and they make it dynamic so that it can be used across all the different users on their app. And this is super powerful. So let's dive into how we can actually get started with dynamic routing. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my nav component. And what I want to do is I want to link to Mr. Beast page. I want to link to Kylie Jenner's page. And I also want to link to Iman Code's page, which is my TikTok. What I'm going to do is get rid of this. And I'm going to link to users/Mr. Beast. And we can say Mr. Beast. The second one, we're going to link to users/Kylie Jenner. And here we can just say Kylie Jenner. And in our last link, let's link to users/Iman Codes. That's going to go to me. So now our links are set up. We can see Mr. Beast, Kylie Jenner, and Iman Musa. But if we click on any of these, nothing is going to happen. We're not going to see anything because we don't have any routes set up. So let's go ahead and do that. The first thing we are going to do is head to our pages folder, and we're going to create a users component. And we're going to be dynamically using this users component for all of our different users. So that's Mr. Beast, Kylie Jenner, Iman Musa. Because if we head to TikTok, you'll notice that we're using the exact same template for all of the different users, but the only thing that's changing is the actual details. So this right here is a dynamic component and TikTok is just filling in the blanks. So let's do the same. Let's create this component. So function users, and then let's return a div, and in here we're going to say users page. And finally, make sure to export this function component so that we're able to use it in our other files. So now we've created the dynamic component that we're going to be using for all of our different users. Now what we have to do is actually set up the dynamic routing. So in order to set up a dynamic route, we do the same thing that we do normally. We type in route. Then we're going to specify the path. In this case, it's going to be /users and then /, and we're going to write down a colon. And then what you write after this is completely up to you. It can be ID, username, But in this case, I'm just going to use username because we are routing based on the user's username. And essentially what this is telling React is that this value is going to be completely dynamic. It could be I'm in codes, it could be Mr. Beast, absolutely anything, we don't know. And then after that, just like normal, we specify the element that we want to render when we're at that route, which in this case is going to be our users component. So let's make sure we import that at the top. Import users from, and then we're going to look within the src folder. We're going to go within the pages folder and grab users.jsx. We are on the users route. We're going to be rendering our users component, no matter what value we have at the end here. It could be Kylie Jenner, Mr. Beast, Ayman Musa. We're rendering out the same component. But if we head back to our homepage, we're not going to see the users component because we aren't at the users route. So now we're actually getting somewhere. Whenever we go to a user's route, we see the user's component, but nothing about it is dynamic. We're seeing the exact same thing for all our different users. Whereas on TikTok, it's showing the same component, yes, but it's going to look at this dynamic value here and say, hey, we're at the Mr. Beast page. Let's go ahead, fetch his data and fill in the blanks. It's going to do the same here. It's going to say, all right, we're at the Kylie Jenner page. Let's fetch her data and fill in these blanks. And same here. It's going to say we're at the Ayman Codes page. Let's fetch his data and fill in the blanks. So the question is, how do we access this dynamic value here so we can actually control what we're showing within the users component? So let's open up our users component. And again, what our task is to figure out what user we are currently on. So we want to access the URL and know this dynamic value here so we know what information to display on the page. Well, lucky for us, React Router DOM actually gives us the exact tool we need to do this. So we're going to head to the top of our users file and we're going to import curly brace use params from the React Router DOM library. And what you're going to notice is if we console log use params, and we have to add parentheses because this is actually a function, is when we refresh, we're going to see that stored within this object is the unique user that we're currently on. So if we go to Kylie Jenner, the username is going to be Kylie Jenner. If we go to Ayman Codes, the username is going to be Ayman Codes. So now we have access to this value here inside of our users component. So we can dynamically control what we show based on this username. So now what we can do is we can take the object that this useParams function returns to us, and using this structuring, we can rip the username property straight out of it. And now if we console log this username and refresh, we're directly getting this value. So now what TikTok is actually doing is on mount. So when the page first loads, so in order to do that, if you remember, we use the use effect. So we're going to import use effect from the React library. And what they're going to do is they're going to say use effect, and they only want to run this on mount. So when the page first loads, so they're going to use an empty dependency. So an empty array as the second argument. So this only runs when the page first loads. And inside of this use effect, they're going to go ahead, fetch the user's information. They're going to use backward ticks, https tiktok.api.com or something like that. And then they're going to pass in the dynamic value that we're getting from here. And once they fetch the user's information, once they fetch all of this stuff here, they're going to go ahead and display that dynamically on the page. Now we're going to be going over this in much more detail as we build out projects throughout the rest of the course, but this is just sort of a brief overview into how you can expect things to look. But I hope this gave you a little bit of insight into how powerful React actually is. With just a couple of lines of code, we were able to make infinite routes, so it doesn't matter what route we go to. John, Smith, we're going to grab this value here and print it out no matter what. And at that point, there's a million things that we can do. We can just print it out on the page like so, or we could fetch some data from the backend based on this username. So now let's recap everything we just learned. In order to set up dynamic routing in React, all we need to do is add this colon. And this colon tells React that this value here is going to be changing constantly. It's going to be dynamic. And we can call this whatever we want. We could call it username, we can call it name, but we just have to make sure that this variable name here is matching what we actually called it over here. And you can see that it's going to go back to normal and print out this value. And how do we actually get access to this value right here? Well, we just import useParams from React Router DOM, and then we rip out the name property from the object that it returns using object destructuring, and then we can use it in our components however we want. Right now, we're not doing much with it. We're sort of just printing it out on the page, but the possibilities are really endless. We could hit backend APIs based on this value. We can do some really crazy stuff once we set up dynamic routing on our app. And with that, I have some good news for you. We're officially done with the routing section of this crash course. Now we're going to be moving on to the very last topic of this crash course, which is going to be integrating APIs with React. This is going to be a very good topic to wrap up everything that we've learned so far. So let's go ahead and jump straight into it. So let's start off by talking a little bit about how we actually fetch data from APIs in React. So up until now, you might have been used to fetching data from APIs using fetch. But now that we're using React, we actually get the ability to use what's called Axios. And this makes fetching data from APIs so much easier. So from now on and throughout the rest of the course, we are going to be using Axios to fetch data from our APIs. So let's jump back into our code so I can show you how to actually do that. So the first thing we have to do is actually install Axios. So in order to do that, we're going to head to our terminal and let's create a new tab. And in here, we're going to type in npm install Axios and hit enter. And since we haven't specified the version that we want to install, it's going to install the latest version of Axios for us. And now what I'm going to do is close this up and let's head to our home component. And as soon as our home page loads, we want to fetch some data from an API. So when we want to do something like this, you need to automatically be thinking, all right, use effect. So we're going to head to the top of our file and we're going to import curly brace, the use effect hook from the React library. And now that we've imported it, let's go ahead and use this hook. So use effect, parentheses, and we already know the first argument we pass in a callback function. And the second argument, since we only want to run this when the page first loads and no more times after that, we only want to run it once, we pass in an empty array as the second argument. Now inside of this callback function is where we're going to do the dirty work of fetching the data from our API. Now the API we are going to be hitting today is https://JSON placeholder.typecode.com/users. So let's write this down, https://JSON placeholder.typecode.com/users. And again, you might be thinking, all right, let's use the fetch keyword and put the API URL inside of the parentheses. But again, we're not going to be using fetch today. We're going to be using Axios. Now, in order to use Axios, we have to first import it. So I'm going to import Axios from the Axios library. And now that we've imported it, in order to use it, it's pretty simple. All we have to do is write down axios.get and then put our API URL inside of the parentheses. And now let's head back to our app. And if we console log this and take a look at what we get and make sure we are in the home route, what you're going to see is that we get a promise, and that's pretty standard stuff. But if we take a look at what's inside of this promise, you can see that we get our data right off the bat. So with fetch, you might be used to doing something like this. So you say const response, fetch API, and then const data equal response.json. When we're using Axios, we don't have to do any of that. In just one line of code, we get absolutely all of our data. But now we need to actually get this data out of this promise. So in order to unlock the value that a promise is resolving, all we need to do is await it. And immediately you can see that we run into so many errors. And that's because we're using the await keyword, but we're not using it within an async function like we're supposed to. And you're probably thinking, all right, we can just turn this callback function into an async function and that should get rid of our issue. Well, unfortunately, that's not going to work, and React already knows what we're trying to do. So you can see here, the error says, it looks like you wrote a use effect and tried to turn the callback function into an async function. And it actually tells us what we should do instead. So it says, write the async function inside of the use effect and then call it immediately. So what does that actually look like? Well, we're going to turn our async function back into a regular callback function. And what we're going to do is within our use effect is create an async function. And we can call this whatever we want, but in this case, I'm just going to call it fetch data. And then I'm going to chuck our code within the async function. And then at the bottom here, we can actually call it. And if we refresh our page, we're going to get no errors at all. And what do we see? We see our object. So that's great. That's exactly what we want to see. And this is how we work with promises in a use effect. I know it's a little different to what we're used to doing, but it gets the job done. Now what we can do to make our code even cleaner is take this async function, and instead of defining it inside of our use effect, let's go ahead and define it out here. And you can see that this is going to make the code within our use effect much more easier to read through. And that's why this is the best practice way to do things. Now, instead of console logging this data, what do we want to do? Well, let's go ahead and store this inside of a variable. So I'm going to say const data equals await axios.get. And then let's go ahead and console log this variable. And if we take a look in the console, this is going to give us our object. But the only thing we really want to work with inside of this object is this data property. This is where all of our data is being stored. So what we can do in order to single out this data property is use object destructuring. So let's wrap this variable inside of these curly braces. And then let's go ahead and say that we want to single out the data property within the object that this returns to us. And if we refresh and take a look at the console now, we can see that, yep, we've singled out the data property, and this is what we actually want to work with. So now we have the data that we want to work with logging in the console, and that's cool. But we don't really want it to be in the console. We want to be able to use and display this data on our page. So we want it to be inside of here. So in order to do that, we are going to store the data that we just fetched within a state variable. So first things first, let's import the useState hook from the React library. And now that we've imported it, let's go ahead and use it. So let's call the useState hook. And what's going to be the default value? We're going to give our state variable. Let's give it a default value of an empty array. And then let's give our state variable a name of data. And the function we're going to be using to change the state variable a name of setData. And now, instead of console logging our data, let's go ahead and set data to be the data that we just fetched. So we're fetching our data from the backend API, and then we're passing in that value to our data variable. Now, to make things a little more clear, let's go ahead and change the name of our state variable from data to users, and this function from set data to set users. And now it'll be a little more obvious what's actually happening. So we're fetching our data from the backend, that's getting stored inside of this variable, and then we're passing in that value through to the user state variable through this function. Now let's take a look at what this API is actually returning to us. So we can see that it's an array of objects. And each object contains information about a single user. So that's an ID, a name, a username, an email, and a bunch of other information. But for now, let's just try and print out the username of each user. So let's head back to our app. And within this H1, let's jump into some JavaScript with these curly braces. And let's grab all of our data that's within this user's state variable. And let's single out the first object of the array. So that's going to be this one right here. And then let's print the username property. So we should be seeing Brett. But if we take a look at the console, you can see that we're getting a ton of errors. And what is it saying? It's saying that it cannot read properties of undefined. And it's talking about this username right here. So this means we're searching for this username property in undefined. And we know that undefined is not going to have our username property. But the question is, why is this undefined? Well, the reason for that is when our component first mounts, we're giving our user's state variable a default value of an empty array. And even though when the component first mounts, we're running the fetch data function, this is an async function, and we're fetching some data from a backend API, which we know takes a little bit of time. And it's only once we fetch this data from the backend API that our user's state variable is going to have our data. So that means for a little while, when our component first mounts, our user's state variable is going to be an empty array with no elements inside of it. So initially, we're searching for the first element of an array that has no elements at all. So of course, we're going to get undefined. So in order to get rid of this error, we need to wait for the API request to finish and for our user's state variable to have all of the data that we want to work with. Now, in order to do this, we're going to run a check. We're going to say users.length greater than 0. So if our users.length is more than 0, what does that mean? It means our API request has finished and our user's array is no longer empty. So that means we can go ahead and print this username with absolutely no issues at all. Otherwise, if the users.length is not greater than 0, well, that means the array is empty and we've not fetched our data yet. So let's not render anything at all. And if we take a look at our page, you can see that we're rendering the username of the first object within our user's array. But what you're going to notice is for a split second, when our page first loads, we're actually going to be rendering nothing at all. And that's because for a split second, when our component first mounts, our array is going to be empty while we're still making our API request. So user's length is not going to be more than 0, so we're going to render nothing. Now, earlier on in the crash course, I taught you a quicker way to do this, and that's if you're using a ternary operator and you're returning null on the right side. What you can do is get rid of this and replace this with a double ampersand, and that's going to achieve the exact same result. And now, would you believe me if I told you there was an even shorter way that we could do this? And that's by getting rid of all of this stuff entirely. And if you think that this value right here might be undefined, you can just add a question mark at the end of it, and you can see that we're going to get the exact same result. So you can either use the question mark, the double ampersand, or you can use the ternary operator. The choice is really up to you. Now, if we head over to the project you're going to be building right after you watch this video, you'll notice that when we're fetching data from an API, so when our data is loading, we're not actually showing the user nothing. We're actually showing them what's called a skeleton loading state. And this is how you improve the user experience. You don't want to show the user nothing when your data is loading. You want to show them something to say, hey, look, our data is loading. Please bear with us. It's going to come soon. So let's go ahead and implement this in our code. So the first thing I'm going to do is wrap everything inside of this div. So I'm going to put this H1 inside of this div. Get rid of this one that's out here, and let's Alt-Shift-F to reformat our code, is jump into some JavaScript. And I'm going to say, is users.length more than 0? If it is, what we're going to do is render out this H1 within this div, because that means if users.length is more than 0, our array is not empty, which means we've finished fetching our data from our API. Otherwise, if this is not true, if users.length is not greater than 0, well, that means our array is empty and our API request is still loading. So we want to tell the user that. And there's tons of ways we could do this, but just to keep things simple, if our data is still loading, and now if we refresh our page, you're going to see for that split second when our page first loads and our array is empty, we're still fetching our data. We're going to render out this H1 and tell the user, hold on, we're loading, just wait. And as soon as we finish fetching our data, bang, the user's array is no longer empty. We've passed in our data into it. So we're going ahead and rendering out this username. And that's pretty much how you show a loading state when you're fetching data in React. You start off with an empty array, and then down here, you check, is that array's .length greater than 0? If it is greater than 0, well, that means we have some actual data inside of our array. So that means we can go ahead and render that data on our page. Otherwise, if the array's length is not greater than 0, well, that means the array is empty. Our API request is still loading. So we're going to go ahead and let the user know. And if we head back to ASAP Frontend, you'll notice that it's absolutely filled to the brim with these loading states. You can see on the navbar, we have a loading state. In the dashboard, we have a loading state. In the settings, we have a loading state. And the reason you do this is because that's how you build a website with great user experience. But now let's get back on track. And what we actually want to do is we want to take all of these user objects and actually render them out on the page with their name, their username, and their ID. So let's write this down. Let's remove all of this stuff. And we want the name, the username, and the ID. And now what we want to do is we're going to add a little bit of inline styling to this element. And how we do that in React is we add on the style attribute just like normal. So style equals, and then in React, we do a double curly brace. And our CSS properties are going to be treated like object properties. So we write down the property name, colon, and then after that is the actual value, and we have to write that within a string. So within this string, I'm going to say 1 pixel solid red, and you can see that we now have a red border around our div. So it's really not too complex. If you want to add inline styling in React, which you're hardly ever going to do, you just use these double curly braces and then you treat your CSS properties like object properties. So you write down the property name, colon, and then after that, you pass in the property value within a string. And if you want to have multiple properties, you separate them by a comma, just like you would a regular object, and you can see that it's going to work, but in this case, we don't really need this. We're fine with just this border. So now let's get back on track. How are we going to get all of this data and render it on our page? Well, what we can do is we can jump into some JavaScript. Let's grab our users array. Let's grab the first user object, and then let's grab the name property, and of course, add the question mark so that we don't break our app. And let's do the same for these. Let's grab the first user object, question mark, and let's grab the username property. And then finally, let's grab the first user object and then grab the ID property. So that's how we can get the first user, but we don't just want to get the first user. We want to get all 10 of these user objects and display them dynamically on the page. And we want it to work exactly the same, whether we have 10, 50, 100, or 1,000 users. So how we did this in regular JavaScript is we mapped through the array, and then we turned it all into HTML, and then we did some inner HTML stuff. It was a pretty messy process. But lucky for us, React actually makes the process extremely simple. All we need to do is map through our data within this return statement. and that's directly going to render it on the page. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's jump into some JavaScript with these curly braces. I'm going to grab the users array that has all of our objects, and I'm going to map through it. And this is the exact same JavaScript method that you're used to seeing. So within here, we pass in a callback function as you're already used to. And then let's turn all of our individual users into this HTML. And then let's quickly wrap this entire thing in parentheses so JavaScript doesn't freak out. And then let's put all of this inside of a div. So let's put this inside. And you're going to see that we are actually rendering out 10 divs for our 10 objects, which is a step in the right direction. But the only problem is that they all have the exact same information. So you can see they all have the information of the first user object. So in order to fix this, instead of making all of the information based on the first user object, let's go ahead and use this parameter here to make it dynamic. And now we can see, and let's just quickly add a margin of 8 pixels on the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right, just to space out these divs a little bit more. We now have 10 different divs for our user objects, and all of the information is completely dynamic. So everything is working fine, but you can see that we actually have an error in the console, and this error is saying each child in a list should have a unique key prop. Now, what does this actually mean? Well, lucky for us, this is a relatively simple fix. All we have to do is when we're mapping through an array like this and creating a list of elements, we always have to pass in a key prop, just like so. And this key prop needs to be unique because its whole point is to help React differentiate between all of the different elements that we're creating. So in a nutshell, it's basically just a unique ID for each of these elements. Now, in order to get a unique ID to use for each element, a lot of people just use the index of the current element that they are looping through. And if you weren't aware, if you add an index parameter when you're using the .map method, that's actually going to give you access to the index of the current element that you're looping through. And once we have that index, we can just pass that into this key prop. And now each element has a unique key and React is going to stop crying. But since all of our objects have a unique ID, so you can see they all have an ID property with their own unique ID, we don't actually have to do this. We can just use the ID of the current user object that we're looping through as our unique key. And you can see that that's also going to work. All of our elements have a unique key and React is not going to cry about it. Now what I want to do, just to clean up our code a little bit, is turn this div into its own component. So I'm going to go to the components folder and create a new file. And let's just call this user.jsx. Let's create our function, user, and then let's return all of this HTML over here. So let's copy, remove that, and paste that straight into here. And let's not forget to export our function. And next, let's get rid of all of these here. And we're actually going to accept these values as props. So we're going to accept an ID prop, a name prop, and a username prop. And now let's head back to our homepage. Let's import the component that we just created. And where are we going to import it from? Well, we're currently within the pages folder, and we want to head outside of this into the parent folder. We want to head into the SRC folder so that we can go into the component folder and grab this component. So in order to do that, in order to head out of the current folder that you're in, back into the parent folder, we use .. And that's going to take us back up from the pages folder into the parent folder, which is the SRC folder. And then from there, we can go within the components folder and then grab the user.jsx file. And finally, now that we've imported our component, let's go ahead and actually use it. And you can see that that doesn't look too good. We can't really see anything, but we are actually rendering out 10 different divs. It's just that we aren't actually passing in any information into these user components so that we can fill these out. So you can see that it's expecting the ID prop, the name prop, and the username prop. And we aren't passing in any of these props, so it has no information to work with. So let's go ahead and do that. So for our ID prop, we're going to grab the user.id and then pass that in. For the name prop, we're going to grab the user.name and then pass that in. And then finally, the username, we're going to grab the username and pass that in as a prop. Each child in a list should have a unique key prop. And right now you might be thinking, haven't we added a key within this div right here? So why is React complaining? Well, that's because we need to add a key to the direct child that's inside of the .map method. So previously we had this div inside of the .map method. So that's why we needed to have a key. But now it's this user component that's inside of the .map method, and that's what we're rendering. So we need to add a key within this user component, and we can actually remove the key that's within here since we aren't rendering it within a .map method anymore. And what are we going to use for our unique key? We're going to use the user.id. And now if we refresh, we should see that React is no longer complaining. We've got no errors in the console and our elements are looking great. Now let's have a little bit of fun with this. Let's say we're a developer at TikTok and we want to make it so when we click on one of these, we go to their profile. So if I click on Irvin Howell, I want to go to Irvin Howell's profile. Now the first step we have to take in order to do this is we have to add a link. So when we click on these, we actually want it to go somewhere, and that requires a link. So let's wrap all of our components in a link. So let's create a link component and put our user component inside of that. And let's also make sure that we're importing our link from the React Router DOM library just by hitting Control and space over here. And we're going to get a suggestion that we can just click on, and that's automatically going to import it for us. Now, where do we actually want this link to go? Well, what we want to do is when we click on any of these links, we want to go to /users and then the ID of the user. So for example, if we click on this one over here, we'd want to go to /users/4 because it has an ID of 4. And the same with this would go to /users/3 because it has an ID of 3. So in order to get that dynamic routing, all we have to do is change these to backward ticks. And when we use backward ticks, we have to add the curly braces, and React even tells us that. It says curly brace expected. So let's wrap these in curly braces. And then let's go to /users/ and then the unique ID of each user. So now when we click on, let's say this first one over here, we're going to go to /users/1 because that is the ID of the user. Let's say we click on this one, we're going to go to /users/5 because that is the unique ID of the user. Now we don't actually have anything showing up on these pages, but the routing is actually working, and that's a step in the right direction. Now, if we head back to our app, you're going to see we're getting an error in the console. And what does it say? It says each child in a list should have a unique key prop. So why are we getting this error again? Well, that's because the direct child that we're rendering in this .map method is now this link component. So we always have to add the key on the direct child that we're rendering. So we have to remove this key from the user component and then move it up to our link component. And if we go ahead and refresh our page, that's going to go ahead and solve our issue. And just like that, we're actually doing what all of these big social media platforms are doing. So the TikToks, the Instagrams, the Facebooks, we're doing the exact same thing as them. We're setting up a dynamic route, and this should probably be called something like ID now that we're using the ID. That makes more sense, but we'll leave it for now. And then we fetch all of our data and send them all to their own unique route where we can access this value and in turn control what we display on the page based on this value here. Now, of course, this doesn't look as good as your TikToks and your Instagrams and your Facebooks, but the hard part is actually getting the functionality like we are doing right now. Once you get the functionality, the styling and making it look good is actually pretty easy. Now what we're going to do to finish this React crash course with a bang is a little challenge to apply everything you've learned in the course so far. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this API URL here, and we're going to head back to our app.jsx and quickly change this route parameter's name to ID just so that it makes more sense. And let's head to our users page. So this dynamic component for our users route right here. And let's change all of these values here to ID just so that everything works the same. And you can see it is working as normal. So what your task is going to be is to take this API URL and add this unique ID onto the end of it. And once you hit that API and you get all of the data, I want you to display it on the page. So just like we have here in our homepage, when I go to /user/1, I want to see the ID and then the name and then the username. So again, we're a TikTok developer. We want to make it so when we click on someone's profile, we get all of their information. So pause the video, give this exercise a shot. It's going to be such a great way to apply everything that we have learned so far. So I'll give you a couple of seconds to pause, give this your absolute best shot, and once you're done, we can walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find the solution. If you didn't, absolutely no worries at all. Let's walk through the solution together right now. So first things first, as soon as we hear hitting an API in React, the first thing that should pop into our head is the use effect hook. So we want to make sure we're importing the use effect hook. And once we've done that, we can go ahead and create our use effect. Now for the first argument, we know that we're going to pass in a callback function. And for the second argument, since we only want to run this use effect when our page first loads, so when our page first mounts, we're going to pass in an empty array as our second argument. Now we have our use effect all set up. Now what we want to do is actually hit this API, and we're going to do that using Axios. So in order to use Axios, we have to make sure that we're importing it at the top of our file. So let's import Axios from the Axios library. And now that we've imported Axios, let's go ahead and axios.get, and we want to get the data from this API. Now, of course, we actually need to make this ID dynamic and have it be based on this value here. So in order to do that, let's use a template string. And here at the end, let's pass in the unique ID of the route that we are currently on. Now we know that fetching data from an API is going to take a little bit of time, so we have to await it, but we can't actually do that within a use effect because React doesn't let us turn this callback function into an async callback function. It just doesn't work. So in order to fix this, we have to use the fix that React suggested to us, and that's to create an async function outside of the use effect. So async function fetch user data, and then within here, that's where we're going to go ahead and wait for this API request to complete. And then within this use effect, we're going to call our async function. And you can see no errors at all. Now we actually have to create a variable in order to store this data that we're fetching. So in this case, I'm going to use a state variable. So in order to do that, let's import the useState hook from React. Let's actually use it. We're going to give our state variable a default value of an empty object. And let's say const. Let's give our state variable a name of user. And the function we're going to use to change our state variable's value and name of setUser. And now let's go ahead and actually take this data that we're fetching and then store it inside of this state variable. So in order to do that, let's rip out the data that we're fetching from this API. So let's use object destructuring. Let's single out the data property because if you remember, this is the property that's going to store all the information that we want to work with. And now that we have that data, let's quickly console log it just to test things and see what we're working with. And we can see that we get an object with all the different information that we want to work with. So that's our ID, our name, and our username. And what you can see is that when we hit this API and we target a specific ID, it's going to return to us just an object. So it's no longer an array, it's just one singular object with all the user's information. And that's why I gave our user's state variable a default value of an empty object. If we were working with multiple users like we were before, so that's multiple objects inside of this array, I would give it a default value of an empty array. But since we're just working with one user, just one object, I'm going to give it a default value of an empty object. So now let's take this data that we have here and store it inside of this user state variable. So in order to do that, we're going to use the setUser function, and we're going to set user to the data that we just fetched. So now we're fetching our data and we're storing it inside of the user state variable. Now all we need to do is actually go ahead and display that data on our page. So let's go within this div and let's create 3 H1s. So 1, 2, and 3. Within the first H1, let's display the user.id. Within the second H1, let's display the user.name. And finally, within the third H1, let's display the user.username. And now we can see we have all of our information displaying dynamically. Now, I just want to quickly show you that if we go ahead and remove this empty object, you're going to see that our page is not going to work. It's going to throw errors and it's going to say cannot read properties of undefined reading ID. So essentially React is reading all 3 of these as undefined. But if we change this back to an empty object, this is actually going to work because empty object.id or any other property name is completely valid JavaScript. So React is not going to trip out. Now, what I'm going to do to make this app even better is let's get rid of this nav and let's add a link component over here and let's hit Control and space. And that's going to give us the suggestion to import. And within here, let's say back to home. And of course, let's let this link send us back to our homepage. And you can see that our app is looking absolutely beautiful. Look at that. Works just like Instagram. Works just like TikTok. Works just like Facebook. Albeit it does look a bit bad, but it gets the job done. Now, what you just learned right now is going to make you a very highly paid developer and put you way ahead of your competition because no other programs are focusing on the things that matter. That's the hitting the APIs. That's setting up dynamic routing. That's chaining API requests just like this. But this is the stuff that matters and this is what is going to land you jobs. So to wrap up this entire crash course, let's recap everything we just did. We have our home route. And inside of this home component, what are we doing? Well, on mount, so that's a use effect with an empty array, we're running this fetch data function. And inside of this fetch data function, we're using Axios to fetch the data from this API, which is an array of all our different users. Once this API request finishes, we're going to grab the data out of it and we're going to store it inside of our user's state variable. So initially, our user's state variable is going to have a value of an empty array. But once we finish this API request, we're going to go ahead and replace that value with the array we fetched from the database. So when our page first loads, users is going to be an empty array. So it's going to map 0 times and hence we don't see anything on our page. But when we do finish fetching our data, we're going to go ahead and map through it and display that on our page. So if we want to make this even more obvious, what we can do is we can add a set timeout within our use effect. So let's say a 2-second timeout just to exaggerate the loading time. And now if we go ahead and refresh our page, you're going to see we're not going to see anything. 1, 2, and then bang. We're going to have our data displaying on our page because as soon as we finish fetching the data from this API and we change the value of our user state variable, React is going to notice and it's automatically going to re-render this entire component and map through that data. And React is going to do this automatically. We don't have to do anything extra. As soon as we change the value of the user state variable, React is going to say, okay, it's no longer an empty array. Let's go ahead and update the page. We're also implementing dynamic routing to users/user ID. And we're doing that by wrapping this user component in a link from React Router DOM. So again, all this is a reusable component to make our code more clean. Currently, we don't have any sort of loading state, but if we wanted to implement that, it's as simple as checking if the users.length is greater than 0, well, that means we have our data. So let's go ahead and map through it. Otherwise, if it's not greater than 0, well, that means we don't have our data. It's still loading. So let's show a loading state. And now if we go ahead and refresh our page, we're going to have a loading state for 2 seconds. And then after that, we're going to go ahead and render out our users. And again, what are we doing with each user? Well, we have a link component and that's going to send us to users/user ID. So if we click on this first one here, that's going to send us to users/1. The second one is going to send us to users/2 and so on and so on and so on. Now, how is it that we're able to grab the ID from this URL and fetch and display data based on that value? Well, how we're able to do this is all because of this route component right here. And what this is saying is if we're at a path of users slash, and this colon is saying that this value here is going to be always changing. It could be 3, it could be 5, it could be 100, we don't know yet. So essentially this colon is saying that we're expecting a dynamic value in this part of the URL. And because we're expecting that dynamic value, in our users component, we can go ahead and actually grab this value from the URL. And then we can do whatever we want with it in our code. So in this case, what did we do? We fetched data from an API based on the ID that was being passed in to this part of the URL. So we made a dynamic API request. So that means that each URL is going to have completely different data. And that's why we get different data for every URL that we go on. We're making a different API request for each URL, and hence we get different data. And with that, I want to say a huge congratulations to you, because that is the React crash course complete. I know I threw a shit ton of theory at you right now, and your brain is probably spinning with a million different questions, but don't worry, that is completely normal. You aren't meant to be feeling 100% confident when you finish these crash courses. As we continue to build out projects together throughout the rest of the course, everything will just sort of fall into place. So again, give yourself a pat on the back for getting through this absolute monster of a crash course, and I'll see you in the next video.
Alright guys, that is all for the full front-end developer course. I really hope you enjoyed. If you want to see more content like this, please let me know down in the comments below and let me know what you enjoyed about this video. If you want a full training on everything you need to know to learn to code and transition into tech, watch the video that's about to pop up on the screen now. And if you want to get one-on-one coaching to land your first coding job, apply to join the coding bootcamp with the first link in the description. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.